I was born into a prestigious family, yet I defected to the heavenly demon's side, becoming a demonic practitioner despised by everyone in the martial world. The martial artists, wary of my power, joined forces with experts from various sects to capture me. But just as I was about to reveal all my hidden difficulties, due to the existence of a demonic technique's restriction, I ended up dying from my heart exploding. Young master, would you like to try some delicious potatoes? The girl's question pulled my dazed self back to reality. I stared at the scene before me in disbelief. Hadn't I already violated the heavenly demon's restriction and died from my heart exploding? Then, I once again handed the medicinal fruit to Wei Shuer. Wei Shuer looked at the medicinal fruit happily. At the same time, a meaningful smile appeared on her grandfather's lips. It seems Shuer has found that person. After seeing the two of them off, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although I don't understand why the swordmaster would come to a place like this. It's always good to be able to save my own skin. A moment later, arriving at my doorstep, I was completely baffled. Why was I reborn? Could it be because of the heavenly demon's curse? But just then, a voice interrupted my thoughts. The person who arrived was my second sister, the red blaze sword, Xiao Yin Shu. She is also the person in this family who looks down on me the most. I learned from the servants that today is the day the family head returns. Second sister came forward to warn me not to cause any trouble. After all, the number of times you return home can be counted on one hand. However, I directly push her hand away. It's my fault that I rarely came back before. I will apologize to father later. This instantly infuriated my prideful second sister. With a loud shout, the internal energy in her body began to circulate rapidly. The immense power even caused the ground to sink. Then, she walked towards me with a menacing look in her eyes. Although I don't know what kind of act you're putting on this time, I'm really angry now. At that critical moment, the sound of a horse neighing came from not far away. The person arriving was the head of the Chiu family. Seeing this, the two of them quickly stopped and bowed respectfully. But father merely swept his gaze over us. His naturally imposing demeanor made me tremble with fear. Then, father asked the steward if there were any sword teams on standby. After learning that the third sword team was on standby, he immediately gave the order to summon them. At the same time, he specifically instructed me to go to the family head's room alone after dinner. Hearing this, I was both surprised and scared. Can you please ask for me if I can skip it by saying I have a stomachache after dinner? The scene changes. The banquet begins. Because the atmosphere was too heavy, even the delicious dishes laid before me seemed unappetizing. Just as I was hoping someone would step up to break the awkward silence, father suddenly spoke. "In Shu, I hear your martial arts have improved quite a bit." Second sister answered without any modesty. "I've had some recent insights. I advanced to 3-star strength a few days ago." Hearing this, father couldn't help but praise her. Think you've already surpassed many experts at such a young age." Seeing second sister with a smile and a blush on her face, I was quite surprised. I never thought second sister could smile, but when our eyes met, she immediately put on a different expression. Just then, father suddenly shifted the topic to me. "I heard you went to the market's commercial street. Did you have fun?" After I gave an affirmative answer, father looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. But he left alone before finishing his sentence. Afterwards, a servant came to inform me. "Young master, the family head says you should rest well tonight and see him tomorrow." After returning to my room, I gazed out the window, lost in thought. Since I've been reborn, does this mean I can take the first step and eliminate the heavenly demon? But I quickly dismissed this idea. How could I possibly kill the heavenly demon, who is said to be even more powerful than the 3 venerables? In my past life, to save my own skin, I had no choice but to defect to the demonic cult. I became a demonic practitioner, barely surviving. I regret this deeply, but it also made me understand many things. Since I've been reborn this time, I must choose a different life. In any case, the demonic cult will eventually be annihilated, and the heavenly demon will die at Wei Shuer's hands. For now, I just need to live quietly until everything is over. I absolutely cannot repeat the mistakes of my past life. With that thought, I directly gathered the true chi in my body. But feeling that minuscule amount of true chi, I couldn't help but sneer. Just this mouse-dropping sized bit of true chi. Compared to second sister's strength, I'm practically useless. With that thought, I began to cultivate the 9 flames firewall technique. This is a unique cultivation method that only those with Chiu family blood can learn. Not only can it emit red internal energy after reaching 4-star strength, it can also use the inner 9 to protect the body after 7 stars. But right now, I'm only at the lowest level, 1 star. To save my own skin, I immediately decided to accumulate internal energy as quickly as possible to reach 2 stars. But cultivating with only my own strength is simply too difficult. If I continue, I might very well suffer a cultivation deviation. But despite that, with my unremitting efforts, I finally succeeded in advancing to 2 stars. The next day, because last night's cultivation was too exhausting, when I woke up, I still felt utterly exhausted. I knew this was the result of not cultivating for a long time. But the path of cultivation is long and arduous. I must take it one step at a time. But just as I opened the door, preparing to continue my cultivation, a familiar face appeared at the doorway. It was Wei Schwerer, whom I had just seen off yesterday. This immediately sent me into a daze. It turns out that on a certain day in my past life, the void suddenly shattered, and countless demonic beasts descended to wreak havoc on the human world. People collectively called it the demonic mirror gate. From then on, the major sects began to cultivate groups that could fight the demonic beasts. Those were the sword teams. They held the secret manuals of all the sections. The prestigious Chiu family also controlled 5 sword teams. My eldest sister, Chiu Shi-fei, served as the captain of the 5th sword team. The arrogant and domineering me was once trained under her. It was also during that period that I met Wei Schwerer for the second time. But that was half a year after our first meeting. But why have we met again so soon now? Am I still not awake? But the next second, Wei Schwerer grabbed my clothes. Just as she was about to speak, a hand suddenly appeared and quickly pulled her hand away. The person who arrived was Wei Schwerer's grandfather, the sword master Wei, Xiao Jun Schwerer. How can you be so rude to the young master? Hearing the title young master, I was instantly filled with confusion. At this moment, the old man bowed and explained, "Thanks to the family head's appreciation, from today onwards, Schwerer and I will begin to serve you, young master. Although I don't know if you're satisfied with us, we will definitely do our utmost. We hope for your care in the future, young master." Hearing this, I was utterly shocked, but since it was father's intention, I could only accept it obediently. But watching Wei Xiao Jun working so hard, the more I thought about it, the stranger it felt. The peerless sword master is actually sweeping the courtyard in my home. This is simply too absurd. What I expected even less was that the future number 1 divine sword in the world had also become my personal maid. It seems the exclusive attendant job that everyone was trying to avoid was taken by Wei Schwerer. But with her clumsy appearance, she doesn't look like she's up to the task at all. This made me sigh inwardly. Why does it feel like this life is doomed from the very beginning? I wonder if father knows their true identities, or if he just hired them because no one else wanted to serve me. But just as I was about to find father to understand the situation, Wei Schwerer hurriedly followed. Although a personal maid needs to follow her master at all times, I still decided to leave her behind. Looking at her aggrieved expression, I specifically instructed her to work hard before I left, and that I would bring back a medicinal fruit for her. Upon hearing this, Wei Schwerer's face lit up with joy. A moment later, arriving at father's door, I was hesitant. After all, in my past life, my relationship with father wasn't very close, and I never had the chance for a private conversation like this. But just then, father suddenly appeared behind me and spoke, urging me to go in quickly. After entering the room, I immediately greeted father and expressed my confusion about the arrangement of having Wei Xiao Jun and his granddaughter by my side. But father was evasive, saying that he would naturally tell me everything when the time is right. This immediately solidified my thoughts. It seems father knows the sword master's true identity. But why are they doing this? Then, father gestured for me not to worry about these minor things and reminded me to hurry and prepare for today's departure to the Julong gathering. Hearing this, my expression faltered. My face was filled with refusal. I vaguely remember that the supervisor for this Julong gathering is elderly. Among all the elders, he was the strictest with me since I was a child, because only if I, the sole son of the Chiu family, grow up well can the Chiu family maintain its position as a prestigious house. So, whenever he had time, he would force me into training even more diligently than my own father. After returning to my residence, looking at the fully prepared carriage, I asked the maids with ill intent if everything was ready. Just then, Wei Schwerer walked out from between two maids. After being carefully dressed up, a shy and lovely girl appeared before me. This made my face instantly turn red. Before I could come to my senses, Wei Schwerer suddenly ran up to me and asked, "Young master, do you think Schwerer is beautiful today?" This sudden question left me at a loss for what to do. Then, I pretended to be angry and ordered everyone to set off immediately. Along the way, Wei Schwerer, who was riding a carriage for the first time, was extremely excited because she had always thought horses were for eating and never imagined they could run so fast. Then I asked the guard, Wu Yin, about the details of this Julong gathering. I learned from Wu Yin that this Julong gathering is being held at the Chinri Merchant Guild. It would take about 4 hours to get there. Having been busy cultivating all night, I was just about to catch up on some sleep. But Wei Schwerer beside me started chattering endlessly about the taste of horse meat. Seeing this, I directly stuffed a medicinal fruit into her mouth. That finally quieted her down. A few hours later, we finally arrived at our destination. Because we arrived during a grand festival, the streets of Shangxi were exceptionally lively. Just then, a voice suddenly came from not far away. The person who arrived was the vice chief of the Chinri Merchant Guild, Qian Yishir. After a few pleasantries, the vice chief was about to lead us to the inn. On the way, I just hoped not to run into my second sister. But as fate would have it, I ran right into my second sister, Qiu Yinshu. The moment second sister saw me, her face darkened. I took the initiative to greet her, but her response was a look of disgust. She even warned me not to disgrace the family at the Julong gathering. Otherwise, she couldn't be sure if she would uphold justice by disowning a relative. This startled Wei Schwerer, who was beside me. She then timidly hid behind me. Seeing Wei Schwerer, second sister remarked meaningfully, "A leopard never changes its spots. You still don't know how to restrain yourself, even here." But before I could understand her meaning, second sister slammed the door shut. Afterwards, I asked the vice chief to take me to see the venue for the Julong gathering first. It said that merchants like to use the size of the venue to judge a guild's financial power. So the venue for the Julong gathering is always very spacious. Today is the day to reward the sword teams. Tomorrow is the highly anticipated sword team selection tournament. Fortunately, direct blood relatives don't have to participate in this competition. But just as I was feeling relieved, an imposing figure suddenly appeared behind me. By the time I reacted, a large hand was already in front of me, seeing that it was unavoidable. But the next second, that large hand landed gently on my head, ruffling my hair back and forth. The person was none other than the extremely strict elderly. "I hear you weren't very willing to come to the Julong gathering." "Huh?" I retorted irritably. "Didn't you say you'd tear me in half if I didn't come?" Elderly feigned ignorance and denied my claim. Then, he quickly changed the subject. "Kid, didn't you say you'd meet me as soon as you arrived?" Just then, Wei Schwerer, who was beside me, suddenly stared at Elder Li and let out a gasp. "It's a bear. Bear meat must be delicious." But what answered her was a cold, sharp glare. This scared the tears right out of Wei Schwerer. She then quickly hid behind me, stammering that she would never eat bear meat again. Seeing our intimate interaction, Elderly suddenly thought of something that I asked this girl your concubine. Hearing this, I quickly denied it and explained that you could tell from her clothes that she's a servant girl. Having failed to get any gossip, Elderly had to give up. Then, he gestured for me to rest early, because you're participating in the Julong battle tomorrow. Looking at Wei Schwerer hiding in the distance, I agreed. Before leaving, Elderly didn't forget to make a gesture to warn me. If you try to run away, the consequences will be very serious, you know. After walking some distance away, Elderly became thoughtful again. That girl. She's definitely not simple. The next day, I brought Wu Yin and Wei Schwerer to the Julong battle venue. From the various sects in Shangxi to the collateral branches of the Qiu family, anyone could sign up for this election as long as they could prove their identity. After all, becoming a member of a sword team is a remarkable achievement. However, Wei Schwerer, hiding behind me, was still worried if Grandpa Bear would suddenly appear and snap her neck. I signaled her not to worry that if Grandpa Bear comes, Wu Yin will take care of him for you. After learning that Grandpa Bear was elderly, Wu Yin quietly stated that he had no way of dealing with elderly either. I couldn't help but tease. Then today might be Schwenner's death anniversary. Wei Schwerer was stunned by this joke. Then, with a serious face, she pointed to a steamed bun cart not far away. Grandpa said it's better to die as a well-fed ghost. Wu Yin didn't expect the young master to be so responsive to a servant girl's every whim. You really are different from the rumored profligate son. But only I knew in my heart that this innocent girl before me would one day be the number one divine sword in the martial world. Just then, a voice from not far away caught our attention. A servant was signaling a girl not to run around, saying that there were many people from the Chiu family here. It would be bad if you ran into the young master of the Chiu family. However, the girl turned a deaf ear to this. With so many people, how could I possibly run into him? The more I heard this voice, the more familiar it sounded. Wait a minute. The young master of the Chiu family they're talking about. Couldn't be me, could it? As it turned out, the moment the girl turned around, she saw the person she least wanted to see. The girl and her servant froze on the spot. I also recognized the girl immediately. Shoulder-length, long hair, and dark eyes, coupled with the ring that symbolized her status. She was the young lady of the Peng family of Hebei. She was also my former fiancée. And the reason for the engagement with the Peng family, one of the four great families, was also very simple. It was a marriage alliance for mutual benefit. But the problem was that my former self was just too good at causing trouble. But the last straw that broke this engagement was my contemptuous behavior toward her. I remember I used to provoke her by mentioning that she was the daughter of a concubine. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she attacked me, even disregarding all decorum and grabbing a stool to beat me up. Now, I curiously asked her why she was here. The girl replied with a hint of anger, "The whole of Shaanxi doesn't belong to your Chiu family. Can I come here on business? So why do you always speak to me so informally? Have you forgotten that I'm a year older than you?" I put on a friendly posture, quickly apologized, and called her sister. After Wei Schwerer bought the steamed buns, I spoke to the girl again, and no matter what happened in the past, I hope you have a good time here. Hearing this, the girl was instantly bewildered. Why does he feel different from before? But she quickly dismissed her own thought. Maybe he's just in a good mood today. How could that little lunatic suddenly become sensible? Just then, a voice attracted the attention of the three of us. A man was seen slamming his hand on the table, urging impatiently. I already said time is short. If I get caught because of this, can you take responsibility? The staff member in charge of registration became alert upon hearing this and asked him to write his identity on the registration form. Seeing the situation become delicate, Wu Yin took the initiative to ask if he should go and help. I signaled him not to worry. Although anyone can participate in the Julong battle, people with unknown identities cannot. Besides, it's not just one or two people causing trouble at registration. The Chiu family martial artists in charge of maintaining order will handle it. At this moment, the leading Chiu family martial artist placed a hand on the man's shoulder, warning him to stop. But the next second, he was violently thrown to the ground by the man. This sudden scene infuriated the staff member. In contrast, the man had a cold expression that I've already proven myself with my strength. Can I participate in the Julong battle now? Seeing this, Wu Yin once again asked if he needed to intervene. However, I just turned and walked towards the venue because I didn't want to get involved in strange matters again. On the other side, after the staff member clearly rejected the man's request to participate, the man sternly questioned if he was looking down on the young master of the Peng family. As soon as these words were spoken, I immediately turned to look. I never expected this troublemaker to be the extraordinarily skilled young master of the Peng family. It turns out that just 4 months ago, Peng Yuzhan graduated as the top disciple from the Divine Dragon Hall, which is led by the Martial Arts Alliance leader. He became the youngest young master in history, but he himself couldn't be happy about it. He even wanted to burn the token, symbolizing his status, a gift from the family head, as firewood. Although his younger sister, Peng Yishi, didn't understand his thoughts, she still suggested that he could go out for a few days to relax. But Pengya, she never expected her brother to be gone for 4 months. Fortunately, after many inquiries, she learned of her brother's latest whereabouts and chased him to Shaanxi. Now, Peng Yuzhan was extremely puzzled by the staff member's rejection of his participation. I've already shown my identity and strength. Why can't I participate? Do I have to demonstrate the Peng family's ultimate technique, the Black Crow path, right here? Hearing this, I became more certain of his identity as the young master of the Peng family. But having been reborn, I decided to slip away quickly to avoid getting involved in strange matters. But the next second, a large hand stopped me. It was Elderly. Elderly immediately stepped forward and agreed to Peng Yuzhan's request to participate. because his face, which was the spitting image of the Peng family head, and the ring on his hand engraved with the character P, were enough to prove his identity. Peng Yuzhen also recognized the old man at a glance. He hurriedly bowed and said, "I am Peng Yuzhen, the young master of the Peng family. It is a great honor to meet the highly renowned fiery fist great hero of the Qiu family." Elderly laughed heartily, surprised that young people today had even heard of his old nickname. But what interested him the most was the Julong battle is clearly a competition for the Qiu family to select sword team members. Why would the young master of the Peng family want to join another family sword team? Peng Yuzhen replied without a second thought, "The Peng family is boring." Such a blunt answer was beyond Elder Li's expectations. Although that's a good reason. Did you get the Peng family's permission? Peng Yuzhen replied with a smug look. They would never agree, not even in death. So I ran away from home. Hearing this, Elderly laughed awkwardly. "You kid are really interesting." Then he couldn't help but praise, "To think you have such strength at such a young age." It seems the Peng family has raised a flying dragon. After speaking, he turned his gaze to me that if our family's good for nothing had half your strength, I'd be eternally grateful. Although his words sounded a bit hurtful, I knew in my heart, if that guy really is Peng Yuzhen, then he is indeed a flying dragon, because in the near future, he will become the one people call the Saber Emperor, Peng Yuzhen. Just then, Peng Yushi's voice came from not far away. Before Peng Yuzhen could react, he took a solid punch from Peng Yushi. The immense power sent him flying several meters. Peng Yushi shouted sternly, "With the title of young master, you left home for months without a word, and now you want to join another family sword team?" The more Peng Yushi spoke, the angrier she got. Then, she got on top of Peng Yuzhen and gave him another beating. Just then, a voice from behind suddenly stopped her. The speaker was elderly. Peng Yushi also recognized the old man and quickly apologized. "My apologies, fiery fist great hero. Due to some trivial family matters, we've caused the Qiu family a lot of trouble. We won't cause any more trouble here, and we'll take our leave." But just as she was about to leave with Peng Yuzhen's face suddenly darkened that I said, "I'm not leaving." "Did you think I was joking?" She was stunned, as this was the first time she had seen her brother with such an expression. But the next second, Peng Yuzhen returned to his usual self, that my dear sister. The Peng family is just too boring. Peng Yushi advised him that as the young master of the Peng family, he should be more mature. Peng Yuzhen responded that he should enjoy himself to the fullest before becoming the family head. After all, I never wanted to be the young master. But in the family, besides you and me, the others are just a bunch of beasts borrowing the family name. So even if I'm unwilling, I will take the title of young master and become the family head. At this point, I asked worriedly, "Elderly, are you really going to let that guy participate in the Julong battle? That will surely bring a lot of trouble to the Qiu family, right?" Elderly immediately confirmed my thoughts. So, he proposed to Peng Yuzhen, "As long as you can touch me within 10 rounds, you can stay and participate." These words successfully ignited Peng Yuzhen's fighting spirit. As both sides got ready, the next second, he flashed behind Elderly and drew a guard sword. He slashed straight at Elderly. Just then, something unexpected happened. Elderly turned and threw a punch, sending him flying several meters away. He fainted on the spot, just as Elderly was feeling smug about this. I shot him a contemptuous look. "Elderly, didn't you say you would only dodge?" Then, to avoid getting involved, I quickly explained to Peng Yushi this was all Elderly's own doing. However, Peng Yushi had already seen through Elderly's intentions and expressed her gratitude. If it weren't for the fiery fist great hero's intervention, I don't know what kind of trouble my willful brother would have caused. Afterwards, just as I was about to leave with Wei Shuer, she was in awe of Elder Li's strength. "Grandpa Bear is so amazing." Hearing Wei Shuer's praise, Elder Li was overjoyed. He then took out a medicinal fruit and gave it to her. Then, Elderly said he had also prepared a big gift for me. In the evening, the highly anticipated Julong battle officially began. And the first match was a contest between the future twin stars of the Qiu family. This was also the big gift Elderly mentioned. After all, it's a Julong gathering hosted by the Qiu family. It wouldn't be good if people said it was boring. But in my opinion, this was just the old man finding some entertainment for everyone. So I planned to forfeit midway. Elderly seemed to have read my mind. He smiled and pointed at Peng Yuzhen lying on the ground, that if you forfeit, you know what will happen. This made me very confused. You really want to see me get beaten up in front of everyone and then lose the match that badly? Hearing this, Elderly suddenly became serious. "Yang Tian, have you really never thought about winning the match?" Little did he know that having been reborn, I just want to live this life peacefully. Right now, second sister was mocking me for entering the stage without a weapon. But I paid her no mind. The 9 Flames Fire Will technique can be used with various weapons. Among them, it is most effective when combined with a sword and fist techniques. In the end, I found that fist suited me better. At this moment, second sister suddenly gave a wicked smile. It's great to have this opportunity. I can legally beat up my own brother, and in front of so many people too. At this thought, second sister became even angrier. Why should a boy rightfully become the family head? I really wish you would just drop dead right now. As the match began, second sister immediately launched a fierce attack on me, but I managed to dodge them all. Second sister couldn't understand why her 3-star sword technique was being dodged by a 2-star. While catching my breath, I quickly pondered how to lose this match. Should I just take a hit and pretend to fall? But right now, her every attack is threatening. Will I really be okay if I take a hit? Just as my attention wavered, second sister took the opportunity to get in front of me, grabbing my collar and holding me firmly. Then, she swung her sword at me again. Fortunately, I reacted in time. With a spin, I pulled the clothes off my body. However, the clothes I took off were viciously split in two. Seeing this, cold sweat trickled down my forehead. I wanted to persuade her, but second sister had already seen red. The long sword in her hand was gathering clumps of internal energy. Why is it that someone like you, who lives like trash, can so easily push aside all my efforts? With that, she charged at me with everything she had. But no matter how she attacked, I dodged it all, because these deadly attacks only made it easier for me to evade. But if this continues, the match will never end. So, just as I was about to give up resisting, second sister suddenly spoke with resentment. A guy who only knows how to dodge should just disappear like your mother did. The next second sister's eyes widened in disbelief. She never expected that her full-powered strike would be stopped directly by me. Now, I was tightly gripping second sister's hand. The powerful aura also made her sense a trace of danger. So, she quickly leaped back to create distance. But the next second, I flashed behind her and threw a punch at her. Meanwhile, in the stands, Peng Yushi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The two dueling on the stage must be Black Phoenix's siblings, right? To have such strength at a similar age to me. It seems I can no longer parade around with the Peng family's reputation in the future. And the Black Phoenix that Peng Yushi mentioned was my eldest sister, Qiushi Fei, who is also the most amazing person I've ever met. Not only did she make a name for herself in the Jianghu at the age of 15, but at the age of 20, she also became the captain of the Qiu family's 5th sword team. Afterward, Peng Yushi asked her elder brother, Peng Yuzhen, if he could hear the conversation between the two on the field. Peng Yuzhen shook his head. Elderly had already set up a barrier around the field with his internal energy. But just as Peng Yushi was guessing that Qiu Yinshu would win this duel, Peng Yuzhen had a different opinion, because in his eyes, I had already firmly taken control of the situation. I didn't expect the Qiu family to have someone even more formidable than Heifeng. Peng Yushi looked at her brother's excited expression and fell into a daze. Perhaps it was just as he said. After becoming the family head, one can no longer indulge in pleasure at will. At the same time, the duel on the field had reached a fever pitch. After dodging several of my attacks, second sister finally found an opportunity to counterattack. Looking at her fierce and merciless sword strike, it reminded me of when we were children. Back then, we were the best of partners. And my mother also treated this half-sister of mine as her own. Until my mother disappeared, and my father ordered that no one was allowed to look for her. Everything changed. It was from that time that I began to become moody and erratic. There were even rumors in the Jianghu that I laid my hands on pretty maids. But even so, the fact that I was the next family head remained unchanged. Because every generation's family head is a man. This also caused second sister's mentality to become twisted, and she gradually grew to despise me. Why did a good-for-nothing who caused trouble everywhere all day have to be the young family head? After coming back to my senses, a flame-like internal energy began to circulate in my palm. I know my sister hates me, and I can understand what she said. After all, I was indeed just idling my life away. But please, sister, try to understand me too. With that, I punched second sister directly in the face. This directly caused second sister to lose consciousness on the spot. After the duel ended, I sat alone in front of the gate, filled with regret. I never intended to win at all. Not to mention the fact that I only had 2-star strength, but knocking out my highly skilled second sister unconscious on the spot with a single move. This was simply impossible for me to explain. Just then, my guards Wu Yin and Wei Shui Er came looking for me. After some words of concern, Wu Yin said that the atmosphere in the arena just now was very chaotic. Fortunately, Elderly stepped in just in time to calm the scene. I wasn't surprised by this at all. After all, a famous piece of trash had actually defeated this generation's rising star. Just then, Wei Shui suddenly noticed my scar-covered hand. This also made me realize that I still couldn't perfectly control my internal energy. Immediately, she took out a bandage, wanting to wrap it for me, but her wrapping was a complete mess. Then, she said aggrievedly that she didn't know how to do these things, so she hoped the young master wouldn't get hurt again in the future. As soon as her voice fell, Peng Yuzhen suddenly appeared and joked, "I don't like to see young Master Qiu get hurt either." After getting acquainted with Peng Yuzhen, Peng Yishi, who was hiding behind a servant, looked extremely awkward and begged her brother to leave quickly. Peng Yuzhen immediately understood that you're not feeling embarrassed because you broke off the engagement with young Master Qiu, are you? Why not take this opportunity to patch things up? Hearing this, I also felt a headache coming on, so I hurriedly changed the subject. "Young Master Peng, is there something you need from me?" Peng Yuzhen directly stated his purpose. He just wanted to befriend me, and he also hadn't expected that besides Hei Feng, the Qiu family was hiding an expert like me. This made me very puzzled. "Are you very familiar with my sister?" Peng Yuzhen affirmed it, "But I just don't know what your sister thinks." As they were leaving, Peng Yishi suddenly turned and stopped in her tracks. I asked her if she had something to say. I only heard her stammer about the day the engagement was broken, that day, hitting you with a chair. I went too far, so I wanted to. Before she could finish, I preemptively apologized to her. I was the one in the wrong that day. My behavior was so absurd, I deserved to be hit. So you don't need to feel guilty about it. Hearing this, Peng Yishi showed a smile of relief. "Qiuyang Tian, I look forward to seeing you next time." Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind me to keep the item her brother gave me safe. I was very confused by this. What on earth is this token for? The scene changes. On the way back to the Qiu family home, no matter how hard I tried to recall, I couldn't remember ever fighting my sister in my past life. I had even won very few fights against others. And it seemed that ever since Wei Shui came to my side, everything started to become different from my past life. At the same time, I didn't know what kind of changes the small kindness I showed her would bring in the future. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but sigh. No matter what, as long as I don't repeat the mistakes of my past life, it'll be fine. Just then, I suddenly sensed something. So I hurriedly ordered Wu Yin to check the demon immortal talisman. But looking at the motionless talisman, he immediately signaled for me not to be nervous. Because if a demon mirror gate were to appear, the demon immortal talisman would definitely glow. But as soon as his voice fell, the demon immortal talisman suddenly began to flicker. So Wu Yin hurriedly gave the order for the convoy to halt. And he instructed everyone that a demon mirror gate had appeared and to prepare for battle, prioritizing the young master's safety. But the next second, I suddenly appeared beside him, warming up. Wu Yin reminded me that the current situation was very dangerous, but I paid no mind to his nagging and instead looked towards an empty space not far away. I saw a green glowing rift appear out of thin air ahead. As the rift grew larger and larger, the next second, several ferocious-looking wolf demons charged straight at us. Seeing this, I immediately prepared for battle. A green demon mirror gate has a very low danger level. Although it's a bit troublesome, it's completely manageable. With that, I took out a demon wolf with one punch. Immediately after, I dug out the demon stone from its body. This is the common weakness of all demonic beasts. To a demonic beast, the demon stone is like a heart. As long as you dig this thing out, they will die instantly. But I still overestimated my own stamina. Digging out the demon stone isn't difficult, but continuously using the 9 flames firewall technique was simply too draining. But the demon wolves gave me no chance to breathe, baring their fangs and pouncing at me. In the nick of time, my guard Wu Yin arrived and stood in front of me. With just a single sword strike, he slayed all the demon wolves. This made me curious about this personal guard of mine. Who exactly is this guy? Just then, Wu Yin asked with concern if I was injured. I signaled for him not to worry and expressed my gratitude for his timely rescue. Hearing this, Wu Yin also breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, my right hand suddenly emitted a purple aura. But before I could figure out why, the next second, a sharp pain made me drop to my knees. The sudden turn of events startled everyone, but I understood immediately. This was the heavenly demon art, the demonic path's thousand suction skill, acting up. This instantly pulled my memories back to my past life. A man with a severed arm questioned me. Why did you slaughter my entire sect? What did we do wrong? However, the only response he got was a cold expression. Plum blossom severing sword. Are those the last words? With that, a head suddenly rolled to the man's side. He recognized the sect leader at a glance. At the same time, a huge dark shadow enveloped the man. A figure was seen standing on a giant dragon, saying coldly, "The Huashan sect isn't bad." Although it didn't completely please this master, it did provide some slight amusement. It was because of that operation that the heavenly demon bestowed the demonic cult's secret art, the demonic path's thousand suction skill, upon me as a reward. But when I came back to my senses, I discovered that the 9 flames firewall technique was actually devouring the demonic energy inside my body. But I clearly never encountered this situation in my past life. Then, as the pain gradually subsided, looking at Wei Shui Air and Wu Yan's worried expressions, I quickly got up and made an excuse that I must have injured myself somewhere else during the match with Second Sister. After all, letting others know I could absorb demonic energy was not something to brag about. The next second, Wei Shui Air suddenly started rubbing my face and crying, "Since you were so seriously injured, why didn't you tell Schwer?" Just as I was about to go mad from her torment, a maid who sensed something was wrong hurriedly pulled Wei Shui away. Wuyan was also worried about this. "Young master, why don't we find a nearby clinic to have a look first?" But I directly refused his kind offer and told him I'd be fine after getting some sleep. As we prepared to set off, I discovered that the demonic power had vanished from my body. Even the demon stone from before had been drained and turned dim. Was it really devoured by the 9 flames firewall technique? But no matter what, I have to speed up and get stronger. The next day, I was strolling through the market with Wu Yin and Wei Shui Air. But upon spotting a stall selling medicinal fruits, Wei Shui Air's eyes immediately lit up and she started hinting at me. However, I paid her no mind. Seeing this, she immediately hugged my leg and said aggrievedly, "If you're not going to buy medicinal fruits, why did you bring Schwer out?" Hearing this, I directly exposed her thoughts. "Isn't it because you heard we were coming to the market that you used what your grandfather said as an excuse to tag along?" Wu Yin was also full of confusion. "Young master, what exactly are we doing at the market? Your body still hasn't fully recovered from last time. If there isn't a special reason, we should head back as soon as possible." I told him that I did have something to do this time, that you'll definitely be useful then. Then, while passing a street, I stopped in my tracks. I immediately signaled for Schwerer to return to the Chiu family home first, promising to bring her 10 medicinal fruits and steamed buns in the evening. And so, after sending Wei Shui Air away, I led Wu Yin to our destination. It was a gloomy and dilapidated old building. After pushing the door open, several burly men immediately shifted their gazes to us. "Where did you kids come from? Are you in the wrong place?" But seeing the armed Wu Yin, they quickly became vigilant again. Just then, an uncle holding an oil lamp walked out from among them. "Little one, this isn't a place for strolling. What are you here for?" I directly stated my purpose. To do business with you, of course. The uncle sneered. "Kid, do you speak without thinking? How about I cut off your tongue to wake you up?" Hearing this, Wu Yin immediately prepared to draw his sword, but was stopped by me. "I think you should know who I am. If you're not afraid of the Chiu family razing this place to the ground, you'd better not make a move. So before that, hurry up and have your branch manager come out to see me." Looking at such an arrogant kid, at the uncle's signal, a group of burly men slowly surrounded us. Following an order, they instantly raised their weapons and swarmed forward. But I remained standing still. The next second, Wu Yin drew his sword. With just one move, he took down all the attackers. Seeing this, the uncle was momentarily at a loss. Although he knew this Chiu family kid's guard must be highly skilled, he didn't dare rashly bring him before the branch manager. Just as he was in a difficult position, someone suddenly walked out from the room behind him and relayed the branch manager's instructions to him, just as I thought the two were plotting some trick. The uncle suddenly spoke up, saying the branch manager wanted to see me. Hearing this, I immediately instructed Wu Yin to sheath his sword. Wu Yin asked me what my purpose was for coming here. I then confessed everything to him directly. Originally, I planned to go to the beggar's sect to gather some information, but a situation arose. Although the beggar's sect is unmatched in intelligence gathering, they're a righteous sect. If I entrusted this matter to them, problems would likely arise. So I could only find another way. I found the evil sect with the strongest intelligence gathering capabilities, the Lower Filth sect. I also successfully met the head of the Shangxi branch, Dao Yunxiu. She immediately apologized for her subordinate's rude behavior earlier. But what puzzled her was why a prestigious family like the Chiu family would ignore the beggar's sect and instead come to an unorthodox evil sect like us. I got straight to the point, because the righteous sects can't handle this commission. So, can you take the job or not? Dao Yunxiu replied tactfully, as long as you can pay the price. The Lower Filth sect has never had a reason to refuse a commission. After hearing that, I directly took out a portrait and said I was looking for a boy around 10 years old. After a careful examination, Dao Yunxiu suddenly changed the subject. Young Master Chiu, I'm very sorry. I'm afraid this commission will be difficult for us to accept. Even if the client is you, searching for the whereabouts of a child is indeed a bit difficult for us. Hearing this, I spoke directly. Information about your sect leader is the commission fee. As soon as these words were spoken, the subordinates behind her all drew their blades and then fiercely swung at me. In the nick of time, Wu Yin acted, blocking all the attacks with a single sword strike. Then, Dao Yunxiu questioned me with a grim expression. How did you know about the sect leader? I directly stated that I wasn't here to play a QA game. Isn't gathering intelligence on the other party a necessary task? After hearing this, Dao Yunxiu asked me to confirm the authenticity of the information. I responded with a smile and an indifferent look. Since the Lower Filth sect can't take it, I'll try going to the beggar's sect. And by the way, I'll also tell the beggar's sect the information about the Lower Filth sect's leader. Forced and with no other choice, Dao Yunxiu had to bite the bullet and accept. She promised there would be results in about 3 months. And I also assured her that after the commission was completed, I would tell her everything I knew before leaving, in order to dispel her worries so she could focus on the task. I directly revealed a piece of information to them, the Relic Mountains. Hearing this, Dao Yunxiu was instantly shocked. Just then, the uncle at the side suddenly spoke. Branch head, can that kid's word be trusted? Dao Yunxiu couldn't decide either. He knows such confidential information like the sect leader's disappearance. I'm afraid we have no choice but to believe him. But why is he looking for a 10-year-old child? Perhaps this young Master Chiu is just a spokesperson, and the real mastermind behind it should be the Chiu family head. With that thought, Dao Yunxiu directly tore off her human skin mask. The uncle asked, is it okay to take it off? Dao Yunxiu signaled him not to worry. She was just getting some air. The characteristic of the Lower Filth sect is that it doesn't follow a leader or a faith. That's why I dress like this, to avoid those who would stab me in the back. After coming out of the Lower Filth sect, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this information hasn't changed from my past life. According to my memories from my past life, the leader of the Lower Filth sect was captured and taken to the Black Crow Palace 5 years ago. Therefore, the Lower Filth sect and the Black Crow Palace engaged in a bloody battle. In the end, the battle only concluded because the Martial Arts Alliance took the opportunity to raid the Black Crow Palace. But the leader of the Lower Filth sect died in that battle. Since then, the Lower Filth sect began to gradually decline. Right now, although I know the sect leader has been captured, the specific location of the Black Crow Palace is unknown. But even so, I must find that person who gained the heavenly demon's trust at a young age. The strategist known as the brain of the demonic cult, Heavenly Soundwolf, Zhuge He, and then kill him with my own hands. Because this guy is not only full of tricks, but he also played a crucial role in the expansion of the demonic cult. Even the divine sword Wei, Xue Er, suffered quite a bit at his hands. Just then, Wu Yin suddenly started complaining. The Lower Filth sect's intelligence capabilities are too poor. Although I don't know who the young master is looking for, isn't spending 3 months a bit too long? By the time they find the person, it'll probably be summer. Hearing this, I suddenly remembered something else. The treasury of the Jin Xuan Yin family, operated by the First Merchant Guild, wasn't it discovered around that time? It was filled with a large amount of gold, silver, and treasures. But more importantly, there are those priceless spirit pills. Those guys whose strength skyrocketed because of the spirit pills all ended up becoming demonic beings, greatly enhancing the heavenly demon's power. Thinking of this, I felt deeply helpless. Even if I wanted to stop it, the secret treasury is in Sichuan, which is just too far from Shaanxi. Since that's the case, I might as well give up. Meanwhile, in the inner courtyard of the Chiu family home, Elderly gave a pretentious dry cough. Old servant, aren't there still fallen leaves up ahead that haven't been swept clean? After speaking, Elderly burst out laughing, letting Yang Tian attend the Julong gathering. So it was your idea, you old fellow. So Master Wei, Xiao Jun gave a dry laugh. Then he crushed the broom in his hand. Seeing this, Elderly panicked. Senior, wasn't I just helping you act as a Chiu family servant? Since no one is around now, why don't you let me help you sweep? Then, Wei Xiao Jun asked Elderly his purpose for coming here. Hearing this, Elderly immediately became serious. You must have sensed it too. The guy who would run away from even practicing horse stance 3 months ago has now defeated the 3-star strength Yin Shu. I can't just let such an extremely outstanding talent go to waste. Wei Xiao Jun was also very surprised by this. I've lived for so long and have never seen someone grow so quickly. Something must have happened to this child. If the great elder knew about this, he definitely wouldn't sit idly by. He might have already started to act. On the other side, Wei Shui encountered Boy. The first time the boy saw Wei Shui, he asked her if she wanted to come to his side, promising to make her happier. Just then, I suddenly appeared and stood in front of Wei Shui. Looking at the boy's coy appearance, I preliminarily determined he was no good. Excuse me, this is my attendant. Who are you? The boy first apologized for his abruptness. Then he introduced himself as Chiu Juyi and said he came here to spar with you, young Master Chiu, as you are from the same clan. However, I refused directly without a second thought. Chiu Juyi sneered that as expected, a weakling, to be so scared of a small spar that you choose to run away. I smiled and agreed with him that you're a good judge of character. I am very weak and very scared. But in reality, I just didn't want to attract more attention. After all, winning against Second Sister had already given me a huge headache. But just as I was about to leave, Elderly suddenly appeared and blocked my path. Juyi came all this way. Just agree to it. Elderly told me that Chiu Juyi was the great elder's grandson. This made me see through everything instantly. I thought he was interested in my strength, but now it seems he was sent by the Great Elder. Everyone knows the Great Elder is very ambitious, so he always hoped that this piece of trash, would take the position of family head. But now, I unexpectedly won against Second Sister at the Julong battle. This has caused a deviation in his plans, so he sent his grandson to test me. With that thought, I once again refused to spar with him. Elderly wanted to continue persuading me, but I resolutely pulled Wei Shui and turned to leave. Because I didn't want to get involved in these schemes, nor did I intend to fight a spar I was sure to lose. Just then, a hand suddenly grabbed Wei Shui. The person was Chiu Juyi. I don't think young Master Chiu is worthy of you. Why not give up on this coward and be with me? I will definitely let you live a better life. Hearing this, I was completely enraged. Kid, let go of her. I'll fight you. But I soon regretted my rash impulse. At this moment, Elderly rubbed my head and encouraged me. This will be a very interesting spar. Fighting against an expert of a different strength will surely give you some enlightenment. After hearing that, I directly asked him, since things are going as you wished, regardless of whether I win or lose, can I trouble you to grant me one request? Elderly refused on the spot and kindly reminded me, if you lose the match, I'm afraid it will be detrimental to your future status as family head. I was unconcerned by this. I have no intention of becoming the family head anyway. Hearing this, Elderly was instantly flustered. What nonsense are you talking about? If you, as a member of the direct line, don't inherit the position of family head, then who else is qualified? Seeing how much Elderly cared, I directly threatened him that if you don't agree to my request, then I'll just fall to the ground and admit defeat. Forced and with no other choice, Elderly had to agree. But he also proposed a condition. I must win this spar. At this moment, Chiu Juyi suddenly spoke up. Thinking about it, doing this is a bit unfair to young Master Chiu. Hearing this, I was full of confusion. Chiu Juyi continued, because when I sparred with young Master Chiu last year, I didn't control my strength well, causing you to be bedridden for a whole month. At that time, I felt that young Master Chiu was simply too weak. But now you've defeated the second Mississippi. However, in my opinion, that was just a fluke. Although my grandfather doesn't think so. But no matter what, I don't want a weakling to take the position of family head. With that, Chojuyi also made a request to Elderly. If I win the spar, I hope to receive that female attendant. Based on the principle of fairness, Elderly agreed on the spot. This instantly filled me with rage. You bastard. You really run your mouth. As the spar was announced to begin, Chojuyi and I both released our internal energy to probe each other. But Chojuyi gradually began to panic. In terms of the speed and power of his internal energy, he should have been far ahead. But why was the internal energy that guy was emitting now so powerful? And to block his internal energy, I actually had to use all my strength. At this moment, I deliberately withdrew some of my internal energy. Seeing this, Chojuyi had a sudden realization. This guy was just bluffing to keep up appearances. He must have exhausted his internal energy by now. Then, Chojuyi spoke confidently. Young Master Chio, go ahead and make your move. In this kind of match, the weaker one should attack first. Hearing this, I didn't say a word and directly flashed behind him. Although it was unexpected, he still managed to dodge it. Chojuyi couldn't help but mock. Attacking from behind is a good idea, but your speed is just too slow. Little did he know that my right hand had already gathered a ball of internal energy. I then smashed it fiercely toward his face. This punch directly made him spit out blood. Seeing this, I didn't plan to press my advantage, but instead gave him a chance to counterattack, because I didn't want others to think I won unfairly. At this moment, the risen Chojuyi's eyes turned cold. A tyrannical internal energy began to circulate madly around his longsword. Young Master Chio, I underestimated you just now. Next, it's my turn to attack. Although I could have guessed this spar wouldn't end easily, there wasn't much time left for me. Normally, I should release my internal energy to fight the enemy. But when facing a stronger opponent, I can only use internal energy to strengthen my physical body and temporarily become stronger. But the trouble is, my current body can only hold on for half a moment at most. If I force myself to persist, I might suffer from cultivation deviation. So I must decide the outcome within this period. Fortunately, I know that the Nine Dragons Crimson Black Sword technique he uses is an initial form that starts with drawing the sword and ends with drawing the sword. As long as I pay attention to his sword draw, I'll have a chance to win the spar. Just then, Chojuyi suddenly drew his sword and slashed at me. I just slightly turned my body to evade the blow. Immediately after, he turned and slashed a few more times, but still to no avail. On the other hand, I noticed his weakness. Although his moves flowed very smoothly, if he were to be interrupted, he wouldn't be able to continue. With that thought, I placed my hand on my chest and circulated my internal energy. Just as Chojuyi raised his sword to slash at me, I clenched my fist and unleashed all my internal energy from a distance. The heat released from the internal energy also sent Chojuyi flying. Taking this opportunity, I landed another punch, sending him crashing into the corner of the wall. Seeing that the outcome was decided, I asked him, "Do you know what I hate the most? I don't care what you do to me or what your attitude is. I don't even care if you want the position of family head. But what I hate the most is that you dare to covet something you're not worthy of. Since you want to fight with others so badly, why don't I just break one of your arms? So you'll never dare to have such disgusting thoughts again." But just as I was about to make a move, Elderly suddenly stepped forward to stop me. That's enough for today. Afterward, Elderly scolded me for being too heavy-handed. That aren't you afraid the Great Elder will use this to make things difficult for you? I showed an indifferent expression. I don't want to be the family head anyway. Besides, didn't that guy get up on his own and go back just fine in the end? Elderly immediately pointed at my nose and scolded. As a member of the direct line, you should bravely shoulder this responsibility. But I remained unmoved. Whoever wants to be the family head can be the family head. Immediately, I pointed at Wei Shui Air and joked, maybe she's even more suitable to be the family head than I am. After saying that, I suddenly thought of something. Speaking of which, when did she start learning the sword? Since she's the sword master's direct disciple, she should be learning from the sword master. But she's around me all day long. She doesn't have time to practice the sword. And the Wei Shui Air from my past life wasn't this foolish either. Why can't I remember so many memories from my past life? Just then, Elderly prepared to get up and leave. Seeing this, I hurriedly reminded him, "Elderly, where are you going? Did you forget what you promised me?" Elderly had no choice but to sit down again and ask me what I wanted. For an elder, of course I have to ask for something difficult, and that is, send me to Sichuan. After hearing this, Elderly breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you were going to make some outrageous request, so it's just a trip to Sichuan. But in my opinion, this wasn't a simple matter. After all, Sichuan isn't our own backyard where we can come and go as we please. To let the only son of the Chiu family travel so far, there must be an important reason. You could just go attend the Tang weapons exhibition. The Tang family invites all the major families at this time every year to attend the weapons exhibition made by their craftsmen. Although it doesn't matter whether you participate or not, it's fine to use it as an excuse to go out. Hearing this, I instantly regretted my request. Elderly, actually, I was just joking about going to Sichuan. Why don't you just give me some travel money instead? But Elderly deliberately played dumb.o. So you want to set off immediately. Seeing this, I immediately changed my tune. If that's not possible, a spirit pill will be fine too. Elderly continued to give an irrelevant answer. I promise you. Then I, this old man, will immediately send people to escort you to Sichuan. And while we're at it, I'll let you witness what the power of an elder is. To this, I couldn't help but think to myself, this old guy is a real cheapskate. Soon, under Elder Lee's urgent order, I set off on my journey to Sichuan. After I left, Swordmaster Wei Xiao Jun suddenly changed the subject. Since the young master has left, you'll be in charge of sweeping the courtyard from now on. Elderly reluctantly took the broom. Now that it's just the two of us, it's rather boring. Why don't you listen to me grumble while we work? A few days ago, the family head asked me about the whereabouts of the medical immortal. It seems he was acting on someone's behalf. So, why are you looking for the medical immortal? The moment he said this, the atmosphere turned icy. Elderly unconsciously tightened his grip on the gate. If you don't want to talk about it, I'll bring up something else. Isn't your granddaughter's name Wei Shuer? She doesn't seem to be human, does she? But the response he received was a cold voice. Elderly, you've crossed a line. Be careful what you say in the future. Elderly continued, undeterred. Every living being has a specific aura, and humans are no exception. But when I first saw that child at the Julong assembly, I couldn't sense her presence at all. If you're waiting for the medical immortal to cure that child, I suggest you wake up. You should know it's not an illness, right? Besides, before he could finish, Wei Xiaojun immediately assumed an attack stance and cut him off. Elderly, that's enough. The child is human. Since you insist on protecting that child, senior, I won't ask any more questions. My opinion doesn't matter anyway. At this, Wei Xiaojun was secretly heartbroken. So what if she isn't human? As long as Schwerer is by my side, I'll protect her even if it costs me my life. Little did he know that inside the room, Wei Shuer had already vanished. The scene shifts to nightfall. The travel-weary group began to prepare dinner. Meanwhile, I took advantage of the break to cultivate as usual, but I soon collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. It's been 10 days since we set out. I've been cultivating diligently every day, but the increase in my internal energy is pitifully small. Although the demonic absorption art is a quick way to boost internal energy, it is ultimately a technique of the heavenly demon. It's best not to use it lightly. After all, I've finally gotten a chance to start over. I can't go down that damned old road again. Just then, a loud shout came from nearby. I rushed over to ask Wu Yin what had happened. The maidservant was staring at the carriage with a strange look on her face. When I lifted the curtain, I discovered that Wei Shuer had somehow appeared here. It turned out that just as I was preparing to leave for Sichuan, Wei Shuer had told her grandfather that she wanted to go too. But Wei Xiaojun had flatly refused a request. Wei Shuer was very confused by this. Why was it okay to go to the Julong assembly last time? Wei Xiaojun explained, that's because even if you got into trouble, I had someone to help me watch you. But there's no one this time on the trip to Sichuan, is there? Having understood, Wei Shuer began organizing my clothes in the carriage. Just then, a strange sound came from the carriage. Hearing this, Wei Shuer quickly turned to investigate. But in the next second, a hand suddenly appeared and pushed her straight into a supply crate. Before Wei Shuer could react, the hands appeared out of thin air again, writhing ceaselessly beside her head. Soon, Wei Shuer slowly lost consciousness, passing out in the supply crate. And that's what happened. After she finished, Wu Yin, the maidservant, and I stared at her speechlessly. Wei Shuer thought we hadn't heard clearly, so she repeated the story again, word for word. But her story was still impossible for us to believe. After a short rest, she joined us on the journey to Sichuan. At first, I wanted to send a guard to take her back, but we were now too far from Shangxi and didn't have extra rations for them. So, I had no choice but to keep her with me. Just then, I suddenly sensed something. So I quickly ordered Wu Yin to stop the carriage and prepare for battle, because I could clearly sense 4 demonic beasts nearby. 3 of them. In the blink of an eye, the last remaining demonic beast charged toward the carriage. But just as I was channeling my internal energy to finish it off, a flash of sword light sliced it in two. Afterward, Wu Yin immediately thanked the woman. Wei Shui also waved at her. When she turned to look at me, I was instantly stunned. In the memories of my past life, she was the cold-blooded, ruthless, and decisive demonic sword marquis. But after completing each mission for the heavenly demon, she needed me to guide her back to the demonic cult because she had an absolutely terrible sense of direction. Are you going to Sichuan? If you don't mind, could I come with you? I rejected her request without a second thought, lying that our convoy wasn't going to Sichuan. I didn't want to get involved with this lunatic again. Then I added, crucially, we can't confirm that you're from the Nangong family, so we can't just let you join our convoy. Nangong Fei instantly understood. The next second, the power of lightning began to crackle around her. Its immense power shot straight into the clouds. Seeing this, I was astonished. I never thought that to prove her identity, she would display the Nangong family's ultimate technique, the Emperor's sword formation. As Wu Yin pressed his long sword to her neck, she gradually withdrew her internal energy. I wonder if this is enough to prove I'm from the Nangong family. Hearing this, I had no choice but to acknowledge her identity. But I still apologized to her, because we can't travel with someone who uses such dangerous martial arts. But what I didn't expect was that after I had clearly rejected her request, she began to follow silently behind the carriage. Just as I was about to remind Wei Shui again not to interact with her, Wei Shui had already run up to Nangong Fei and was chattering away about how to eat frogs. I grabbed Wei Shui by the collar and demanded to know what she was doing. Did you forget what I told you? But looking at Nangong Fei's pitiful and helpless eyes, I sighed in resignation. I know you're a young lady of the Nangong family. I just don't understand why a precious daughter of the Nangong family would be out here all alone. Nangong Fei turned away and said shyly, I set out with everyone else, but I got lost on the way. Are you really not going to Sichuan? I confirmed it on the spot. Hearing this, Wei Shui froze for a moment, then looked at me in shock. Young master, are we really not going to Sichuan anymore? Seeing that my lie was exposed, I had no choice but to relent. Since you're going to follow us wherever we go, you might as well join us. But I want you to just follow behind the carriage. Don't do anything extra. Nangong Fei immediately nodded. Then, she asked for my name. Hearing this, I thought for a moment. Qiu Juyi of the Qiu family. After 2 days of traveling like this, Wei Shui who had gotten out of the carriage at some point, began sticking to Nangong Fei's side, chattering endlessly. As a result, the carriage naturally slowed down. So I immediately ordered Wei Shui to get back in. But Wei Shui insisted that Nangong Fei had to get in the carriage too. I rejected her request without a second thought. Then I asked Wu Yin how much longer it would take to reach our destination. Wu Yin replied, at our original pace, it would only take a day. But at this rate, it will take at least 3. Why don't you just let that woman ride in the carriage? Hearing this, I sighed. Forget it. Let's find a nearby village to rest for a bit. After another 2 days of travel, we finally found a village to stay in. Wu Yin was overjoyed. Finally, we don't have to sleep out in the open on our last night. Meanwhile, Wei Shui who was riding on Nangong Fei's back, was clamoring to sleep with her big sister. Seeing this, I immediately yelled for Wei Shui to get down. The young lady of a prestigious family, carrying another family's servant on her back. It's outrageous. Just then, Wei Shui suddenly noticed something. In the distance, a group of people dressed like Nangong Fei were rushing toward us. When they approached, the white-haired boy in the lead asked with concern, Sister, where have you been? We've been looking for you for so long. Nangong Fei replied guiltily that she had gotten lost. The boy complained slightly. Didn't we say we should tie ourselves together to walk? But to Nangong Fei, that was simply too embarrassing. The boy then shifted his gaze to me and Wei Shui. It was then that I finally recognized him. He was the future 5 swords of the martial world, the current Thunder Dragon, Nangong Qingwan. With that thought, I introduced myself. My name is Qiu Juyi. It's a true honor to meet the Thunder Dragon. Nangong Qingwan scratched his head, embarrassed. You flatter me. After saying that, he suddenly changed the subject. But why are you with my sister? After I explained the whole situation, he immediately thanked me. As a reward, he offered to give us 2 of their guest rooms to rest in. To avoid getting more involved with Nangong Fei, I was about to refuse his kind offer, but Wu Yin quickly stepped forward to remind me there are no other rooms left in the village. The attendants are exhausted after so many days of camping. Why don't we? Hearing this, I had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree. In my past life's memories, the first thing Nangong Fei did after becoming a demon was to annihilate her own Nangong family. She spared no one, neither the family head nor her younger brother. That's how she earned the nickname Demonic Sword Marquis. But I always thought she did it because she hated her family. Now, however, it seems her relationship with the Thunder Dragon is quite good. What confuses me even more is that, based on the power Nangong Fei displayed earlier, she should be stronger than the Thunder Dragon. Yet, she has no title or reputation in the martial world, and her brother seems perfectly normal. So why would she do such a thing? As I was thinking this, I stepped out and ran right into Nangong Qingwan. I greeted him and thanked him for giving us such a nice room. However, Nangong Qingwan just shoved past my shoulder and warned me harshly, "Know your place. With your level of strength, you're not worthy of speaking to my sister. I don't know how you managed to fool my naive sister, but if it happens again, I'll tear you to pieces." That goes for the servant girl who was on my sister's back, too. Hearing this, I was completely baffled. Has this guy lost his mind? Just then, Nangong Fei opened her door. Seeing her, Nangong Qingjuan's face instantly changed. "Please, don't be so formal. It's my honor to host the young master of the Chiu family." With that, he chuckled and ushered his sister away. This left me dumbfounded. They really are a bunch of lunatics. Just then, Wu Yin came to remind me that it was time for breakfast. On the way to the dining hall, all I could think about was eating quickly and leaving to get away from this crazy Nangong family. But as soon as I pushed open the door, I saw Wei Shui Air stuck to Nangong Fei's side again. I quietly reminded Nangong Fei, "Aren't you in the wrong seat? Look, your brother's glare could kill." Nangong Fei turned to look at him with a questioning face. Nangong Qingwan immediately put on an innocent and adorable expression. Although I don't know why he's acting like this. At least I'll be parting ways with him soon. After the meal, I formally bid farewell to Nangong Fei. Nangong Fei looked like she wanted to say something, but ultimately held it back. Just then, a foul stench wafted over. It made her instinctively cover her nose. The person who arrived was none other than Nangong Qingwan. "Sister, why didn't you sit with us?" But in Nangong Fei's eyes, Nangong Qingwan was currently emanating a foul stench. Nangong Qingwan reminded her to sit in her own seat next time. Nangong Fei apologized for it, then quickly made an excuse and left. But the next second, she was following behind us again. Seeing this, Nangong Qingjuan's eyes instantly turned cold. "A bunch of hindrances. It seems I'll have to teach you a lesson." After more than 10 days of arduous travel, we finally arrived at the Orthodox sect that had been rooted in Sichuan for centuries, the Sichuan Tang clan. Although the Tang clan was slightly inferior compared to the other major families, they were considered number one in the Central Plains when it came to smithing and poison making. Right now, my face was full of melancholy. The Tang weapons exhibition is only 3 days long. This means I only have 3 days to find the secret vault. But the only piece of information I have is that the secret vault is somewhere around the Tang clan's territory. But how am I supposed to search such a large area? If I really can't find it, I'll have no choice but to leak the information to the unorthodox sects. Just then, a cry of surprise interrupted my thoughts. I saw Wei Shui Air looking at the scenery before her with an excited face. "This place is simply too beautiful. Young master, look, the fireflies are dancing in the moonlight, and there's a beautiful lake down there." With that, she grabbed my hand and started running down. But when we got down and found it was just a small pond, I gave her 2 light punches on her little head. Then, Wei Shui Air picked up 2 small flowers and started joking with me. Shui saw that the young master seemed to be troubled by something, so I just wanted to cheer you up. "Why don't you tell me? Maybe Shui can even help." Hearing this, I spoke directly. "If someone hid a treasure in such a large place, how do you think you would find it?" Wei Shui Air said with an annoyed look, "Why would someone hide a perfectly good treasure?" Just then, a voice came from behind us. "Who are you? This is not a place for outsiders to enter freely." The speaker was the one who would later single-handedly repel thousands of demons, the poison consort, Tang Shaolai. She was also the woman I killed in my past life. I remember at that time, I came before the blind and helpless poison consort and questioned her. "Is this the end? How ridiculous. The clansmen you thought were close to you have long since fled. What do you think you can change by staying here and guarding it?" The poisoned consort recognized the familiar voice. Probably nothing. Then why are you still doing this? But she asked me in return, why did you come here? I grab her by the throat. I came here, of course, to take your last breath. Hearing this, she smiled in relief. I'm sorry. Only after losing my eyes did I finally see. It's better to let go of some things sooner. But if there's still time, I hope you. Before she could finish, I snapped her neck. Right now, Tang Xiaolai was pointing at my nose and questioning me angrily. Why aren't you answering my question? If you keep this up, I'll have no choice but to. Before she could finish, a hand suddenly landed on her shoulder. The person who came was Nangong Fei. After she whispered something to Tang Xiaolai, Tang Xiaolai's expression immediately changed. I am Tang Xiaolai of the Tang clan. I apologize for my rudeness just now to the guest from the Chiu family, who was invited by my clan. After speaking, her eyes suddenly turned cold. But young Master Chiu, why are you here so late? Without the Tang family's permission, outsiders are not allowed to enter. Hearing this, I quickly apologized, then pulled Wei Shui air and left. After I left, Tang Xiaolai couldn't help but complain. That young master from the Chiu family is so rude. Does he think he can do whatever he wants just because he's good looking? These guys who rely on their faces are so annoying. Hearing this, Nangong Fei thought of my appearance and asked in return, are you saying young Master Chiu is good looking? Tang Xiaolai's face flushed red as she hurriedly explained. It's not what you think. I'm saying that even if someone isn't good looking, they should at least be kind-hearted. The next day, just as I was about to go out to cultivate, Nangong Fei came looking for me with her brother. Seeing this, I felt a sense of dread. We really can't seem to avoid each other. Is there something you need from me? Nangong Qingwan replied enthusiastically. The Tang clan has invited everyone for a meal. My sister hopes that young Master Chiu can join us as well. Hearing this, I politely declined their kind offer. But the next second, Nangong Qingwan grabbed my wrist, a hidden threat in his smile as he said, let's go together. This annoyed me. I already said I'm not going. Is he planning to drag me there by force? With that thought, a powerful surge of internal energy erupted from my body. Nangong Qingwan let go of my hand in shock. The atmosphere instantly became tense. In order not to disrupt my plan, I quickly tried to ease the tension. I happen to be hungry. Let's go eat together. Then, I put my arm around Nangong Qingwan and reminded him in a low voice. Young Master Nangong, watch your expression. Your naive sister is watching. Hearing this, Nangong Qingwan's anger flared, but he had no choice but to suppress it. The scene changes to the Tang family's reception hall. The table was filled with all sorts of spicy dishes. This left me, who has always been sensitive to spice, at a loss for what to do. But just as I picked up a bun that I thought wasn't too spicy and took a bite, I noticed Tang Xiaolai staring at me with a strange look in her eyes. Every time I saw her in my past life, she had the same look. I didn't expect it to be unchanged in this life. Then, after I took a bite of the bun, the spicy shock immediately made me start panting. Just then, someone next to me handed me a cup of water, then placed a piece of non-spicy beef on my plate. This person was none other than Nangong Fei. The unexpected gesture made my face flush red. In contrast, Nangong Qingwan was not pleased at all. You brat, I'll make you pay. Afterward, Tang Xiaolai quietly sat down next to me. Seeing this, I was puzzled. Miss Tang, is there something you want to say to me? Tang Xiaolai fumbled for an explanation. No, but, young Master Chiu, do you like? Before she could finish, Nangong Qingwan suddenly interrupted. Isn't the training ground right below the reception hall? The Tang family's young head, Tang Zhou, replied to him, that's a training ground exclusively for those with Tang family blood. Although it was built many years ago, everyone has their own training ground, so it has never been used. Hearing this, Nangong Qingwan's interest was piqued. Why don't we go down and take a look? This instantly gave me a bad feeling. What is this guy up to now? After arriving at the training ground, everyone exclaimed in admiration. This place is really spacious. But Tang Zhou was unimpressed. I really don't get it. Why did our ancestors build a training ground this big? Just then, Nangong Qingwan picked up a wooden sword and gestured with it. We just finished eating, so we should digest our food. Young Master Chiu, how about a match with me? This made me realize instantly. So this was all this kid's plan. Just looking at his expression now, I knew he would definitely give me a harsh beating. So I lowered my stance and replied, how can my third-rate skills be worthy of sparring with a thunder dragon? Tang Xiaolai, who was beside us, also quickly chimed in. Big Brother Qingwan and young Master Chiu have a big difference in both age and skill level. This is very unfair. What if you accidentally hurt his face? Nangong Qingwan was clearly prepared. It's fine. We just won't use our internal energy. It'll be like a martial arts instruction session. I wonder if young Master Chiu dares to accept. Faced with Nangong Qingjuan's provocation, the corner of my mouth curled up. If that's the case, then I wonder if young Master Nangong's skills are up to par. Hearing this, veins popped on Nangong Qingjuan's forehead. Then let me see just how capable you are, kid. As the spar officially began, Nangong Qingwan impatiently swung his sword at me. But after dodging 2 of his attacks, I could see that he was testing my strength. And what came next would be the real attack. Seeing this, Tang Xiaoya's face was filled with worry. She had been different from a young age. At an age when other children were chasing cats and dogs, she was already keeping company with tigers and wolves. Because compared to other weaker animals, she preferred to be with powerful apex predators. But because of this peculiar hobby, she was destined to have a hard time finding a place to belong. Until she met that boy, she was deeply attracted by his unique appearance. Her heart pounded wildly and wouldn't stop. Every time she stole a glance at him, he seemed to radiate light. Even the way he drank water seemed incredibly handsome. She even found herself wanting to get close to him. Could this be what they call love? Just then, a loud crash interrupted her thoughts. Tang Xiaolai stared in disbelief at the scene before her. Nangong Qingjuan's sword had actually broken. Nangong Qingwan also couldn't understand why his sword had broken. Although he had held back in the first 2 moves, he had used his full strength in the attacks that followed. In his daze, I suddenly swung a fist at him. Along with the fist came my warning. Even a genius can have distracting thoughts during a spar. If this were a real battle, you would have died 3 times already. Nangong Qingwan was suddenly jolted awake. He then dodged my attack with a quick movement. At this moment, I said with a hint of mockery in my voice, "Why don't you pick another weapon? Since this is a martial arts instruction, you should at least teach me something, right?" Hearing this, Nangong Qingwan flew into a rage. He immediately picked a long sword and began to channel his internal energy. Then, he unleashed a thunderous force and struck at me. Fortunately, I reacted in time and dodged the fatal blow. At the same time, I was completely enraged by his unsportsmanlike conduct. Nangong Qingwan once again channeled his internal energy to use his strongest technique. But it was easily shattered by me in the next second. "Kid, I've had enough of you." With that, I kicked him straight in the groin. Everyone's eyes widened at the sight. The heart-wrenching pain made Nangong Qingwan let out a high-pitched shriek. Then I asked him with a wicked smile, "Hey, they didn't actually break, did they?" But Nangong Qingjuan's arrogance didn't diminish. "You bastard. Do you even consider yourself a martial artist? I'm going to tell every family about this and make sure you can never hold your head up high again." Hearing this, I questioned him directly. "Then how many innocent people have you killed?" "At least a dozen, right?" As I spoke, I grabbed his arm. Seeing this, Tang Zhouyi rushed forward to stop me. "Young Master Chiu, you've already won. Let's end it here." But I retorted, "Didn't you see him violate the rules of the spar and curse at me? Do you think he just made a mistake in the heat of the moment? This guy is much older than me." Tang Zhouyi warned me, "This is a member of the Nangong family. If you go too far, you know very well what will happen later. It's precisely because he's from the Nangong family that I've been tolerating him. If our positions were reversed, would you still be doing this?" These words left Tang Zhouyi speechless. With a crisp crack, I snapped Nangong Qingjuan's arm. But I had only taken a few steps before I suddenly realized I had caused trouble again. If I told Elderly that I had crippled the son of the Nangong family, what would he do? Maybe the old man would even praise me for a job well done. After all, that kid brought it upon himself. Just then, a hand suddenly grabbed my clothes. I saw Nangong Fei looking at me earnestly. "Tell me your real name." I shook her hand off and replied, "Didn't I already tell you my name is Chiu Juyi?" But Nangong Fei pointed out that I was lying. This made my mind race. What does she want to know for? Is she trying to get revenge for her brother? But looking at her calm expression, I immediately dismissed my own thought. Just then, Nangong Fei suddenly stepped forward, took my hand, and said softly, "Tell me your real name." Seeing her persistence, I felt helpless, so I proposed a condition. "After I tell you my name, you have to stop following me." Nangong Fei nodded eagerly. Seeing this, I cleared my throat. "My name is Chiu Yang Tian." Nangong Fei repeated my name, her face blushing. Little did she know that this very name would become entangled with her in 1,000 ways. After I came out of the Tang family's training ground, I decided to search for the secret vault alone. Because if Wu Yin found out that I had crippled the young master of the Nangong family, he would definitely stick by my side at all times for safety. Then my entire plan would be ruined. Meanwhile, Wu Yin, having heard the news, searched every room but couldn't find me. Even Schwerer didn't know where I'd gone. This gave him a huge headache. The young master couldn't have gone into hiding just because he injured someone from the Nangong family, right? In contrast, Wei Shue'er's gaze was fixed on the distance. At night, I panted as I leaned against a large tree and complained. It's not autumn, so where did this maple tree come from? Legend has it that hundreds of years ago, the Jinchuan Yin family not only had the strongest martial artist of the time, but also controlled the economic lifeline of the Central Plains. But this seemingly unstoppable family vanished without a trace one day. However, according to historical records, all the secret treasures of the Jinchuan Yin family are hidden under a white maple tree that blooms all year round. Could the rumors be false? Just then, my stomach started to rumble. This made me want to give up. Forget it. At least I really try my best. As soon as I finished speaking, Wei Shue'er suddenly handed me a medicinal fruit. Without a second thought, I took the fruit and started eating it in big bites. Is this bundle filled with nothing but food? Vaik Sui nodded. But in the next second, my jaw dropped in shock. Why are you here? Vaik Sui giggled, then took out the food from her back, explaining that she found this place by following her feelings. Then she confidently assured me, with Schwerer here, the young master doesn't have to worry. But I was still filled with melancholy. Let's just assume the white maple tree was a lie. Wei Shue'er immediately refuted this, saying she had just seen it. I casually replied, it must have been very beautiful. But in the next second, I froze completely. You just said you saw something. Wei Shue'er replied with a sincere look on her face. Didn't you see it too, young master? Hearing this, I was completely baffled. Are you saying I saw it too? Then, Wei Shue'er led me to a withered tree. This left me speechless for a moment. Then, I looked in her eyes and questioned her. Where do you see a white maple tree? Should I take you to get your eyes checked right now? Hearing this, Wei Shue'er's face was filled with grievance that Schwerer isn't lying. This is clearly a white maple tree. I paid her no mind. I was even ready to return to the Chiu family. But just then, a strange sound suddenly caught my attention. A crack had appeared in front of Wei Shue'er at some point. Seeing this, I hurriedly signaled for her to get away. Although I didn't know where that thing came from, I could feel it was extremely dangerous. As Wei Shue'er's fingers slowly approached, the crack began to grow larger. But just as I was about to grab Wei Shue'er, a blinding light flashed. The next second, I covered my mouth in shock. A vibrant white maple tree had appeared right before my eyes. Wei Shue'er turned around and said proudly, young master, see? Schwerer didn't lie to you. At that moment, my heart was filled with confusion. What just happened? It was clearly a withered tree just a moment ago. Could that crack be the switch to open a hidden vault? But how did Wei Shue'er know? With that thought, I directly asked her my question. But Wei Shue'er pretended to be clueless. This made me very annoyed, but there was nothing I could do. I'll settle this score with you slowly after we get back. Because the most important thing right now is to find the secret vault. After carefully inspecting the area around the maple tree, I discovered a large hole emitting an aura of lightning. But just as I was wondering if this was the entrance to the secret vault, Wei Shue'er jumped down without any hesitation. Young master, this is the entrance. Hurry and follow me. Seeing this, I gritted my teeth and followed right after her. But what I didn't know was, at this time, a powerful expert from the Nangong family had already been watching covetously for a long time. After arriving in the secret vault, I immediately signaled to Wei Shue'er not to act recklessly in the future. But she was looking ahead with a troubled expression. 2 cave entrances appear before us. Just as I was thinking about which way to go, Wei Shue'er suddenly pointed in one direction and confidently stated that it must be this way. Thinking that since she was able to find a white maple tree, I might as well choose to listen to her one more time. A moment later, the expert from the Nangong family also jumped down. After walking for who knows how long, I began to regret my earlier decision. Schwer, did we take the wrong path? Why can't I see an end to it at all? Wei Shue'er replied with full conviction. Please rest assured, young master. You just need to trust Schwer. After walking for a while longer, Wei Shue'er suddenly stopped. Pointing to a pitch-black room, she said, young master, we're here. Seeing this, I gave her head 2 punches. Is this the good path you led me on? There's nothing here. Just then, Wei Shui suddenly reached out and patted my shoulder, saying with a tremble, "Why, young master? I think there's something." As soon as she finished speaking, a purple creature was seen swimming around us. This left me with a look of astonishment. I never expected that a massive, great demonic serpent was guarding this place. I never would have thought there would be a demonic beast in a place like this. But this is clearly a sealed room. Where did it come from? And from the looks of it, it's at least at the azure level. But fortunately, the demonic beast hasn't woken up yet. So, just as I was preparing to sneak away with Wei Shui, the demonic serpent's eyes snapped open. Seeing this, I hurriedly protected Wei Shui behind me. Damn it, why did it wake up? This is an opponent I can't possibly defeat. I finally got a chance to live a peaceful life. I absolutely cannot lose it just like this. With that thought, I raised my fist and gathered a stream of internal energy. Just then, a golden light flashed in Wei Shui's eyes. The next second, the demonic serpent actually started to speak. "Child, retract your power. I have no intention of harming you." This instantly startled me. "Why can you speak human language?" The demonic serpent laughed heartily. "That I am very curious. Why could a child, not of the Yin family bloodline, find this place?" I then explained the whole story from beginning to end. After listening, the demonic serpent seemed to have thought of something and continued to ask me the purpose of my visit. This made me fall into deep thought. If this demonic serpent knew we came for the secret vault, it probably wouldn't let us go. So I explained to it that we had just stumbled in by accident. However, the demonic serpent directly exposed me. "You came for the secret vault, didn't you? But it's a pity. The thing you want is already gone. However, I want to ask you one last question. Child, what do you think fate is?" Hearing this, I was instantly speechless. What kind of stupid question is that? The demonic serpent was stunned for a moment. Then it burst into laughter. Seeing this, my expression immediately turned grave. This demonic serpent must be crazy. Then, the demonic serpent suddenly became serious. Seeing someone not of the Yin family bloodline step in here, I know they have probably gone to the heavens. For something that has already disappeared, what is there for me to linger for? There is nothing left for me to guard here. Hearing this, I thought it was going to let us leave. But in the next second, a golden, unidentified sphere dropped in front of me. At the same time, it said some inexplicable words. "Anyway, this thing has to fall into someone's hands. I might as well give it to you, a fated person, because with those things in your heart, you might be more receptive than others." But before I could figure out the deep meaning of its words, the golden sphere began to flash continuously. This made me turn pale with fright. This thing clearly doesn't have the aura of a demonic stone. Why is the demonic path, thousand suction, art activating again? But this feeling is different from absorbing a demonic stone. As the golden light grew stronger, I also gradually became more pained. Just then, Wei Shui suddenly placed a hand on my back and began to transfer internal energy to me. Before I could figure out the situation, I lost consciousness and fainted in the next second. At this moment, the demonic serpent spoke again, asking Wei Shui if she was satisfied. Wei Shui, emitting a powerful internal energy, said sternly, "You dare ask me if I'm satisfied?" The demonic serpent reminded her to retract her internal energy. Such powerful internal energy isn't something that can be resolved by just fainting. This made the demonic serpent curious. "Since you know all this, why did you still choose to change so many things? Is this your choice?" Wei Shui retorted, "Why did you give that important gem to him?" The demonic serpent replied grimly, "It was just an accidental variable. It's too lonely to wait for someone who will never come. I've already let it all go." As it spoke, its body began to slowly disintegrate, eventually turning into fragments and dissipating throughout the room. Wei Shui sighed to herself that fate is truly fickle. Then she shifted her gaze back to me. "You really are as foolish as ever. You were clearly terrified of losing your second life. Yet when faced with danger, you still protected me behind you without hesitation." Just then, a voice suddenly rang in Wei Shui's mind. "Can you return it to me now?" Wei Shui replied that she needed to borrow it for a little while longer, because it's still very dangerous right now. Soon, the man who had been following them also found this place. Wei Shui Air threatened, "You'd better leave right now. Otherwise, this place will become your grave." Hearing this, the man sneered in disdain that I can't believe the young master lost to a little brat who gets dizzy just from climbing a mountain. "As long as you hand that guy over, I'll spare your life." Wei Shui Air questioned, "Is this the old man from the Nangong family's idea, or that trash's decision?" Hearing this, the man directly pressed his sword against her neck. "How dare you speak disrespectfully of the Nangong family head? I see you truly don't know your place." At this moment, Wei Shui Air placed a finger to her lips and signaled that he was too loud. After she spoke, a golden light flashed. The man didn't even notice before he found his arm had been severed. The pain that followed made the man scream wildly. Seeing this, Wei Shui Air's eyes instantly became sharp. "Be quiet. He's sleeping soundly. We can't wake him up." Just after Wei Shui Air revealed her power and severed the arm of the Nangong family expert, Ma Tai. Ma Tai confessed the entire course of events. It turned out that after I broke Nangong Qingjuan's arm, he still couldn't accept the fact that he had lost. He even thought I must have used some kind of dark magic. So he found his confidant, Ma Tai, and prepared to launch a revenge plan against me. But what gave him a headache was the Chiu family's guard, Wu Yin, had unfathomable strength. This left them with no way to make a move. It wasn't until I shook off Wu Yin to search for the secret vault that Nangong Qingwan immediately gave Ma Tai the order to eliminate me. Right now, Ma Tai was constantly begging for his life. But what answered him was a cold flash of a sword. "Didn't I tell you to be quiet? I don't have that much time to waste." As she spoke, she shifted her gaze to me. Seeing this, Ma Tai just wanted to escape quickly. But before he could run far, a flash of a sword streaked past. In the next second, he ended up with his head separated from his body. Afterwards, Wei Shui Air said with a slight apology, "Originally, for the first kill, I wanted you to choose based on your own will. I didn't expect this uninvited guest to disrupt the plan. I am Trudisore." At this moment, the voice in her mind sounded again, telling her to return the body to her immediately. Wei Shui Air apologized again. "Although this is very selfish, can you let me stay for a little while longer? Just a little while." The voice in her head emphasized, "This is my body." Wei Shui Air affirmed, "The present and the future are all yours." After speaking, she slowly lowered her eyes. "Xiaoyang Tian, I think it's time for me to leave. I look forward to meeting you again in the future." The scene changes. I suddenly open my eyes. Wei Shui Air appeared before me with a happy look on her face. I got up and looked around. I vaguely remember that it was Schwerer who opened the white maple tree. But inside the secret vault, there was only a large white demonic serpent. This great demonic serpent even gave me a golden bead, and I even absorbed this bead. I tried my best to recall everything that happened to Wei Shui Air. However, Wei Shui Air's face was full of question marks. That a serpent? "Young master, were you dreaming?" This left me completely baffled. "Stop lying. Don't tell me you're going to say you don't remember anything either." Wei Shui Air tried her best to explain. The story about Schwerer finding a white maple tree and then receiving a bead from a large serpent. Who would believe that? This made me unable to resist retorting, "Why is it only at times like this that you can think normally?" Then who brought us here? Wei Shui Air didn't know either, only that she was here when she woke up. Just then, a sudden, inexplicable pain came from my chest. Seeing this, I hurriedly circulated my internal energy to regulate my breathing. As expected, ever since I absorbed that bead, the flow of my internal energy has increased significantly. Not only did it allow me to reach 3-star strength, but I even possess an internal energy reserve very close to 4-star. This also proved that my memory was not mistaken. Could it be that the demonic serpent brought us here and then erased Wei Shui Air's memory? But I soon gave up on dwelling on it, because if we stayed here any longer, I would only be criticized by Wu Yin for even longer. So I immediately squatted down and signaled for Wei Shui Air to get on. "It takes a full hour to go down the mountain. It'll be faster if I run back carrying you like this." This made Wei Shui Air's face instantly turn red with shyness. "The Schwerer ate a lot yesterday. I might be very heavy." Then, with Wei Shui Air on my back, I directly used the firewheel technique to travel. But to my pleasant surprise, with the boost from the 3-star firewheel technique and my abundant internal energy, my previously heavy body now felt as light as a feather. At this time, back at the Tang clan, Wu Yan's face was filled with worry. The young master has been missing for a day. He must be safe. As he thought this, a strange sound suddenly came from behind. He saw the young master returning with Wei Shui air on his back. Wu Yin emotionally chided, "Young master, where have you been? And you disappeared so suddenly without a word." I scratched my head in embarrassment, but don't worry. "See, haven't I returned safely now?" Wu Yin curiously asked where I had been. Just as Wei Shui air was about to speak, I covered her mouth. "We just went for a walk in the small woods." But Wu Yin had already noticed something was off. "Young master, I can feel that your internal energy has increased explosively. Did something happen?" This made me sigh inwardly. As expected of a first-rate master, he noticed so quickly. So I could only explain vaguely that I had encountered a fortunate opportunity. Afterwards, when I returned to my room, I found Tang Xiaolai and Nan Gongfei there. Seeing me, Tang Xiaolai was so flustered she even dropped her food. I first asked Tang Xiaolai if she was waiting for me, then asked Nan Gongfei if she hadn't promised not to bother us anymore. Tang Xiaolai hurriedly explained that she wasn't specifically waiting for young Master Qiu. Nan Gongfei also said she wasn't causing any trouble. This made me a little impatient. Oh, what are you two doing here? But they both said in unison that they just came to say hello. After speaking, Nan Gongfei suddenly raised her hand and gestured. Young Master Qiu's internal energy has improved quite a bit. Would you be willing to have a sparring match with me? Hearing this, I hurriedly shot a look at Wu Yin. The next second, Wu Yin, who understood my meaning, showed the two of them out. At this moment, Tang Xiaolai took out an invitation. "This is an invitation to next year's Tang Armament Exhibition. I hope young Master Qiu will attend as promised." Even though I probably won't be able to come next year, I still pretended to be happy and accepted the invitation. On the way back, Tang Xiaolai noticed Nan Gongfei's strange expression. This made her suddenly think of something. So she asked tentatively, "Big sister Nan Gong, do you like young Master Qiu?" Nan Gongfei thought for a moment. "What is like?" This made Tang Xiaolai stammer, too embarrassed to speak. So she had no choice but to helplessly end the topic. At this time, Nan Gongfei asked Xiaolai, "Didn't you say you had something to give me?" Tang Xiaolai explained with teary eyes, "The invitation I just gave to young Master Qiu was originally for big sister Nan Gong. But for some reason, Nan Gongfei patted her head and interrupted, "It's okay. You did well." Hearing this, Tang Xiaolai's mood instantly brightened. An apology. "Let me treat you to the best poison, big sister." Little did she know that in Nan Gongfei's eyes, Tang Xiaolai's entire being was already filled with an aura that she detested. The scene changes. The Nan Gong family residence. The Nan Gong family head is berating Nan Gong Qingwan. "I sent you over there just to take care of your sister. But not only did you lose to an unknown up-and-comer, that you also lost a personal guard for no reason." Regarding this, Nan Gong Qingwan was also full of confusion. Why hasn't Ma Tai returned yet? Could he have failed? But Ma Tai is a master who has reached the pinnacle. Just then, the Nan Gong family head suddenly erupted with a powerful internal energy. "Do you know where you disappointed me the most? Whether it was you actively breaking the rules during the sparring match, or your lack of strength leading to public humiliation, none of that matters. What disappoints me is that you failed to properly clean up these matters. But I won't hold you accountable this time. For now, go to the Qingjing Temple for a period of seclusion." Nan Gong Qingwan accepted the punishment with an unconvinced look on his face, constantly muttering "Qiu family" under his breath. This made the Nan Gong family head, who was about to leave, stop in his tracks. "Just keep this matter to yourself." Nan Gong Qingwan turned his head and said sternly, not understanding, "Father, what do you mean by that?" But just a single glance from the Nan Gong family head made Nan Gong Qingwan lower his head in fear. "You will understand when you become the family head one day. Before that, don't have any improper thoughts about the Qiu family. Perhaps they will become one family with you in the future." Nan Gong Qingwan first nodded, but he quickly reacted. "Father, did you just say, become one family?" The scene changes. I, who had learned the news, was also full of shock. "Elderly, what did you just say?" Elderly repeated it once more. "Your marriage engagement has been put on the agenda." This made me have to suspect that Elderly was joking with me. After all, I had just annulled my engagement with the Peng family. So how could a good-for-nothing like me possibly get married again? Elderly questioned, "Are you planning to live out your life alone like this? I personally arranged this marriage for you." So they just agreed to it. Even so, I still didn't believe his words. At this moment, the guard Wu Yin stepped forward and spoke. Young master, the news of your engagement seems to be true, because it has spread throughout the entire residence. This made me very confused. The news of my engagement with the Peng family being annulled is probably known to everyone. And now there's a family that's lost its mind and wants to get engaged to a guy with a notorious reputation like me. With that thought, I directly asked Elderly, which family's young lady is it? Hearing this, Elderly looked smug. Don't be too surprised after you hear it, kid. With just one word, I confirmed the answer. The next second, Elderly and I simultaneously said the 4 words Nangong family. But what does the Nangong family want to get from me? After speaking, I suddenly thought of something. Wait, doesn't the Nangong family only have one female member? Elderly immediately nodded. Perhaps you two have already met at the Tang Armament exhibition. Hearing this, I was stunned for a moment, then unconsciously shouted out loud. Are you talking about that lunatic, Nangong Fei? I'm completely dumbfounded. Why would that lunatic want to get engaged to me? Elderly signaled me not to speak ill of my fiancé. Besides, this is the family's decision. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can go complain to the family head. But there's something even more surprising than this. After speaking, a wicked smile appeared on his lips. Yang Tian, the dear older sister is back. Hearing this, my whole body went stiff. I vaguely remember that the hegemon lord, one of the 3 hegemons of the world, once told me, this is a prosperous era where talents emerge in abundance. The geniuses of the great families are sprouting like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Being born in this era, you seem rather mediocre and unremarkable. Compared to my older sister, the Black Phoenix Chiu Shi Fei, it's like the difference between clouds and mud. And my older sister's care for me since childhood was even greater than Elderly's. So I have always feared and disliked her. Thinking of this, I just wanted to hide. But just as I was about to slip away, Elderly grabbed me and stopped me. Yang Tian, where are you going? I turned my head and begged Elderly. When my sister asked later, can you pretend you haven't seen me? Elderly was very confused. You and your sister haven't seen each other for years. Don't you miss her at all? As I tried to break free from his grip, I said, do you know what she'll do when she sees me? Anyway, I'm going to disappear for a few months. Please help me keep it a secret, Elderly. But Elderly didn't care about any of that, even threatening to knock me out on the spot if I kept talking nonsense. Just then, a familiar and terrifying voice came from outside the door. My dear little brother, get over here. Hearing this, my body trembled. I hurriedly ordered Wu Yin to go block the door. Wu Yin couldn't understand why my reaction was so strong, but he still casually found a broom and stuck it in the door. Your sister is coming over. Is it really okay to do this? After he spoke, a voice came from outside the door. Big sister is here, but little brother is blocking the door. Before Wu Yin could react, with a loud bang, my older sister, Chiu Shi Fei, walked in, emitting a powerful internal energy. How rude, my dear little brother. I looked at the scene before me with a sense of despair. At this moment, my older sister retracted her internal energy and gave me a signal. But I turned my head to the side, pretending not to see. Seeing this, my older sister spoke directly. Yang Tian, you seem to be doing well now. Have you forgotten how to bend your knees? Hearing this, I dropped to my knees with a thud, a practiced move. Elderly couldn't help but laugh out loud. Da Shi Fei, I didn't expect you to be so loving. I heard that as the captain of the sword team, you played a huge role in the last mission. My older sister scratched her head in embarrassment. You flatter me, Elderly. It was all the team members' hard work. After the pleasantries, my older sister suddenly turned and questioned me about what I had done wrong. Hearing this, I was completely confused. Was it trying to block the door or trying to run away? But these were not the answers my older sister wanted. I continue to say, is it because I beat our second sister? My older sister was surprised that I had actually beaten Yin Shu, but that wasn't the final answer either. So, having lost her patience, my older sister directly pressed her hand on my head. I'm talking about the engagement. Why didn't you tell me about the engagement first? As she spoke, she gathered a stream of internal energy in her fist. Seeing this, I hurriedly explained, I only just found out about it too. But why do I have to tell my older sister about the engagement first? Hearing this, my older sister got angry and raised her fist to smash down on me. At this moment, Wu Yin stepped forward to interrupt. Young miss, please, to the young master. But my older sister just gave him a look, and Wu Yin immediately changed his tune. Please, treat the young master as you wish. Just when there was no escape, Wei Shui Air suddenly stepped forward and blocked her. My older sister looked at Wei Shui with a puzzled expression. I hurriedly ordered Wei Shui to step back and explain to my older sister that she was my attendant. She just started serving me and doesn't know the rules yet. But my older sister seemed to have sensed something, so she slowly removed her hand from my head. The next second, a vast internal energy emanated from her body. Who is she? Really? Before I could respond, my older sister gathered all her internal energy into her left hand. Seeing that the situation was not right, I hurriedly got up, preparing to step forward and stop her. But in the next second, I froze completely. I saw my older sister just pinch Wei Shui cheek. This cheek looks as soft as it feels. Such a fun attendant. Why don't you just give her to me? Hearing this, I refused her request without a second thought. My older sister didn't expect that her once obedient little brother would actually refuse her. After speaking, she changed the subject. Was it elderly who was responsible for your internal energy, which is about to break through to the 4th star? Then she asked elderly how I had achieved such a great improvement in such a short time. But elderly said he hadn't done anything. My older sister hesitated. Forget it. Since the family head is looking for you, you should hurry over. Then, just as I was about to leave, my older sister threw something over. After catching it, I looked puzzled. Is this a demonic stone? But why can't I feel any demonic power fluctuations? My older sister explained that she had just bought it from a general store. Remember to wear it at your waist from now on. If I find out you're not wearing it or have lost it, your big sister will be sure to dote on you properly. Okay? After speaking, a trace of relief appeared on her face. Yang Tian, I knew you could do it. This reminded me of my previous life when my older sister said the exact same words before she died. Although my older sister would discipline me every time she saw me, that I knew in my heart that she was the most sincere person to me in the family. After I left, my older sister once again confirmed with Elder Lee, "You really didn't interfere?" Elder Lee denied it. This made my older sister unable to figure it out. That I remember last winter, he only had 1-star strength. Forget about emitting a scorching aura with internal energy. Even his movements were completely undisciplined. But now, not only is his cultivation method stable, but his internal energy has also multiplied. Even his body has become much stronger. How on earth did he cultivate to this level so quickly? Don't you find it astonishing, Elderly? Elderly also found it incredible. Could it be that he encountered some kind of fortuitous event? Why don't you ask him yourself? After all, you're his sister. Maybe he'll tell you. My older sister spread her hands. Forget it. Knowing him, he definitely won't say. Then my older sister changed the subject again. Elderly, you should be able to sense it too about that attendant, right? Elderly, of course, knew what she meant. But due to pressure from the swordmaster, he had no choice but to play dumb. Are you being too sensitive? Isn't that child just an ordinary maid? But my older sister said, I just wanted to confirm if I was the only one who could feel that subtle sensation. Because I wasn't sure at the time, I even deliberately touched her all over. But she was just very soft. Could it be that I was overthinking it? Faced with my older sister's worry, Elderly was also very understanding. Because since childhood, no one in the family was willing to stand with Yang Tian. Only she had been looking after Yang Tian all by herself. Then Elderly hurriedly chimed in. After all, you've been fighting demonic beasts for several months. Maybe you become overly sensitive. With me by Yang Tian's side, you can rest assured. Under Elder Lee's persuasion, my older sister also dispelled her worries. At this moment, Elder Lee spoke again. That can't you communicate with him properly? Isn't it a bit far-fetched to use the engagement as an excuse to teach him a lesson? Those who don't know might think you're opposing this marriage. Hearing these words, my older sister's face instantly turned red. That I am opposing it. I like to see which vixen dares to get engaged to my little brother. The scene changes to the family head's room. The family head asked me to confirm if I had broken the Thunder Dragon's arm. Hearing this, I let out a deep sigh. He was the one who first proposed to spar with me, and he broke the rules by using a killing move on me. That's why I deliberately retaliated against him. Father asked me, with a hint of doubt, if I had any witnesses. After I gave him an affirmative answer, he changed the subject. It seems you've improved a lot recently. That's very good. Keep up the hard work. This was a bit beyond my expectations. To learn that his son had advanced to the 3-star level in such a short time, his reaction was surprisingly calm. At this moment, Father continued to speak. Since the Nangong family also went to the exhibition, you must have met your fiancé, right? Hearing this, I was first taken aback. But I quickly calmed down. Immediately, I asked Father in return, what's the deal with the marriage contract with the Nangong family? Father explained that this was a matter decided by the Council of Elders. It might not be a bad thing for you. I can let the matter of annulling the engagement with the Peng family go. I hope you don't mess it up this time. Hearing this, I understood Father's deeper meaning. After all, I was indeed at fault with the Peng family last time. It would surely be impossible to refuse again. Then, Father took out a family letter and said indirectly, Midsummer is just around the corner. The Dihua Battle of Huashan is also about to be held. Hearing this, I instantly remembered the scene of the Huashan sect being massacred in my previous life. At this moment, Father suddenly handed the family letter to me. I took the letter and asked with a curious face, what does this mean? Father stated his intention directly. Get ready. Leave in 10 days. Go to Huashan and bring her back. I expressed my reluctance. After all, I had just returned from Sichuan today. Father remained calm. You can refuse. But before he could finish, I directly stated that I didn't want to go. Father continued, but as long as you come back, I can open the secret vault and get you a Taishan pill. Meanwhile, Wu Yin and Wei Shui were sitting outside, waiting. After several days of travel, their faces were etched with fatigue. But as the exclusive guard and attendant of the Chiu family's young master, they knew that no matter where they went, they had to be by the young master's side at all times. But just as they were discussing whether they should be hiding to eat the medicinal fruit, I suddenly poked my head out. What are you two doing? This directly startled Wu Yin. Then, I told them the news that we would be leaving for Huashan in 10 days. Wu Yin was very shocked to hear this. What's the reason this time? I directly told them Father's purpose. It's to bring back my little sister, who is at Huashan. A moment later, I returned to the courtyard alone. After a careful search and not finding any sign of Elder Li or Big Sister, I walked in with peace of mind. I thought the news of the engagement and my sister returning home were enough of a headache. But now, there was another task, to go to Huashan and bring back my little sister. Forget it. Who cares about dinner? I should just get a good night's sleep and temporarily forget these troubles. But just as I was sound asleep, a figure suddenly appeared in front of me. Stamidbun. Delichos Stamidbun. Just as I was woken up, an arm locked around my neck the next second. The person was none other than my dear Big Sister, who dotes on me. I saw Big Sister stuffing a steamed bun into my mouth while saying, "You're at a growing age right now. How can you skip dinner?" I struggled free and knocked the steamed bun out of her hand. "Sister, what are you doing here?" Big Sister replied teasingly, "I'm returning to my own room, of course." Looking at the wine flask in her hand, I asked if she had been drinking, starting to talk nonsense again. Then Big Sister explained, "I just saw that you didn't go to dinner, so I specially brought you a steamed bun. Shouldn't you be thanking me?" Before I could respond, Big Sister started asking if I liked the young lady of the Nangong family. The sudden question made me choke on my water. Seeing this, Big Sister's face flushed with anger. "You care that much about this matter? You'd choke yourself to death just hearing about her?" After saying that, she took 2 big gulps. Damn it, the Yang Tian I worked so hard to raise. Hearing this, I interrupted her directly. "Sister, after you're done drinking, can you not stay here? Go sleep outside, okay?" But what I got in response was a scolding from Big Sister. "You heartless fellow. When you were little, you were always clinging to me." At this point, she suddenly covered her face shyly. "How about I sleep with you tonight, little brother?" Hearing this, I got up to leave without a second thought. Just then, Big Sister suddenly called out to me softly. When I turned to look, she spoke her truest thoughts. "Yang Tian, how about a sparring session with your sister?" Hearing this, I was stunned for a moment. Then, I tried to send her away using her drunkenness as an excuse. However, Big Sister suddenly became serious. "Is that really okay?" This left me completely puzzled. "What are you referring to?" Then Big Sister pointed to my chest. "Although I don't know what method you're using to cultivate right now, there's a large amount of unrefined internal energy roaming around inside your body. I think you know this too. If this continues, you will definitely suffer from cultivation deviation. This is a problem that must be resolved as soon as possible." I naturally understood what Big Sister was referring to. The gem, gifted by the White Serpent, contained a large amount of spiritual energy. But due to my physical body's limitations, a lot of the spiritual energy had not been absorbed. Thinking of this, I seemed to understand Big Sister's intention. "So that's why you suddenly proposed to spar with me?" However, Big Sister denied it. "I just simply want to beat you up." This left me dumbfounded. Why don't I have a normal sister? Soon, after arriving at the training ground, Big Sister eagerly started her pre-fight warm-up. Being able to teach my little brother a lesson openly, just thinking about it is exciting. But looking at her unarmed little brother, she was full of doubt. "You're not using a sword?" I replied that I would just use my fists. Big Sister raised her sword and snorted coldly. "You're still as annoying as ever when you talk. Make your move." Hearing this, I reminded Big Sister, "You haven't forgotten to pull your punches, have you?" Big Sister laughed heartily. Come on, come on. Sister promises not to kill you. Don't be afraid. Bring it on." Before she could finish, an afterimage suddenly appeared in front of her. Before she could react, a heavy punch landed squarely on her. At the same time, it sent her flying. Taking this opportunity, I gathered all my internal energy into my left hand. Then I followed up with another vicious punch. The powerful force sent her flying several meters. But before I could relax for long, a burst of wild laughter came from within the smoke. As the laughter grew more frantic, the fiery aura of her internal energy became more intense. The next second, Big Sister walked out with an overbearing posture. "Little brother, not bad at all." Seeing this, my expression faltered. "She's completely insane. This aura has probably long surpassed the 5-star, 9th stage, right? But she was clearly hit by my full power attack. Why is she perfectly fine now?" With that thought, I hurriedly waved my hands. "Sister, let's stop here for today." However, the enraged Big Sister had already lost her reason. "My dear little brother, what nonsense are you talking about? The fun part is just getting started." With that, she flashed in front of me. Then, a heavy punch sent me flying several meters. After steadying myself, I was still shaken. That was close. If I hadn't blocked that, I'd probably be bedridden for at least 2 months. Just then, a whirlwind suddenly gathered in the smoke. The next second, I dodged a wooden sword, which embedded itself heavily into the wall. Before I could come to my senses, Big Sister attacked again with a ferocious assault. Seeing this, I couldn't help but curse inwardly. She's a complete lunatic. Just after I struggled to dodge a few rounds, Big Sister had also backed me into a corner. Immediately, she pulled the wooden sword from the wall. With a turn and a swing, the wooden sword stopped right at my neck. At the same time, her other hand grabbed my hair. "Don't open your mouth. Your jaw will get dislocated." Hearing this, I quickly pursed my lips. But the next second, my miserable scream tore through the sky. Meanwhile, at the Nangong family residence, the Nangong family head was looking at the letter in hand with a furious expression. "What does she mean by this?" The servant hurriedly explained, "The young lady. She left this letter, and then she ran away from home." Hearing this, the Nangong family head immediately crumpled the letter into a ball. "Right now, bring her back to me." Just a moment ago, an old farmer was pulling up radishes in his field. But after pulling up several bad ones in a row, the old farmer couldn't help but complain. What a cursed season. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure flew over his head. After getting a clear look at the person, the old farmer unconsciously blushed. It's a fairy. The person was none other than Nangong Fei. At this moment, Nangong Fei asked which way was to Shangxi. The old farmer immediately pointed in one direction with his finger. But the next second, Nangong Fei flew off in the opposite direction without another word. At the same time, she left a silver ingot on the ground as a thank you. The old farmer looked at the silver in his hand, both surprised and delighted. This was enough for his family to live without worrying about food and drink for several months. But what puzzled him was, Shangxi is clearly to the east. Why did the fairy go west? That's where Huashan is. The scene changes. Elder Li is talking to the Sword Venerable about the Divine Doctor's whereabouts. "I heard the Divine Doctor has already gone to Huashan. What do you plan to do?" The Sword Venerable also knew that the old Divine Doctor's movements were erratic. But why go to Huashan this time? At this moment, Elderly spoke again. "Although I don't know why you're looking for the Divine Doctor, this information may not be entirely accurate. Since you've already disguised yourself as an attendant to hide your identity, I don't think you need to rush to appear in person. Why not let Yang Tian go and confirm it first?" The Sword Venerable nodded in approval. But the next day, he suddenly changed his tune. "Young Master, please rest assured. I will do my utmost to complete the task Elder Li has assigned." This left me completely bewildered. To think that the Great Sword Venerable had become a groom. Elder Li was also bewildered. He never thought the Great Sword Venerable would be so duplicitous. Originally, the Sword Venerable and Wei Shui'er were not on the list of people going to Huashan. But because the groom suddenly fell ill, the sword venerable was sent to take over the groom's duties. Although the reason was very convincing, I knew without even thinking that there was something fishy going on. It seems this trip to Huashan will be anything but ordinary. At this moment, Elderly suddenly spoke. It's just a trip to Huashan. Why do you have such a worried expression? Then he reminded me to control my emotions. Don't go and cause trouble again. I naturally understood Elder Lee's meaning. At the same time, I assured him that I would definitely try my best. At this point, Elder Lee suddenly reached his hand into his collar, and he took out a small pouch. The next second, a fragrant scent wafted to my nose, and the more I touched it, the stronger the fragrance became. Elder Lee explained that it wasn't anything remarkable, just an ordinary stone. I directly called his bluff. This is clearly a very valuable item at a glance. Only then did Elderly truthfully reply that it was a plum blossom smoke crystal stone. It seems to be one of the 4 great treasures of Huashan. Seeing his nonchalant expression as he spoke, I was dumbfounded. Isn't this valuable? No. Why is this in your possession? And why are you giving it to me? Elderly said smugly that he won it in a drinking game, but I forgot to return it. It just so happens that you can help me return it on this trip. This left me speechless. Shouldn't a more secure method be used? Hearing this, Elderly shifted his gaze to the side. There's no safer way than giving it to you. When I followed his gaze, I instantly understood his meaning. That's true. If Elderly knew the sword venerable's true identity, giving it to us would indeed be the safest option. On the verge of parting, I looked disappointed after not seeing Big Sister's figure. Where did Sister go? Elderly said that it's probably because you're leaving. She's probably hiding somewhere and secretly wiping her tears right now. Don't you worry. I will definitely tell Shi-Fei that you have departed safely. After the carriage had gone far, Elderly suddenly turned his head to one side. He's already said so much. Aren't you even willing to show yourself and say goodbye? At this moment, Big Sister was curled up in a corner, sobbing. How can I let Yang Tian see me crying? Elderly really couldn't understand. He's not a 3-year-old child anymore. What is there to worry about? This made Big Sister fly into a rage. He's so weak. How could I not be worried at all? Yang Tian, you must come back safely. Along the way, I kept asking Wu Yin how much longer we had to go. Wu Yin forced a smile and said, You've already asked that question more than 30 times. If I must answer, we still have several more days to go. Hearing this, my eyes immediately dimmed. I've heard that answer more than 30 times too. It seems I've become a bit long-winded. Hearing this, the sword venerable, Wei Xiaojun, laughed heartily. Young master, are you feeling unwell somewhere? This made me a little panicked. No, I'm just a bit bored. But what the sword venerable didn't know was that he was the one making me most uncomfortable right now. How could I possibly be comfortable traveling with the number 1 sword under heaven? With that thought, I shifted my target to Wei Shui'er. Is it really okay to eat all by yourself? Hand it over quickly. Wei Shui'er had to explain that if she didn't eat something, she'd feel uneasy. Besides, the maid sister gave this to me, so I need the maid sister's permission. Hearing this, the maid sister beside her immediately stated, There's nothing to ask. These medicinal fruits belong to the young master in the first place. And just like that, I successfully got to eat the medicinal fruit. Wei Shui'er also breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. The young master only took one. Meanwhile, at the Chiu family residence, Big Sister was asking the person before her with a serious expression who she was. The woman straightened her messy hair and replied again, I am Nangong Fei. Hearing this name, Big Sister's face immediately darkened. It seems she really is Yang Tian's fiancée. But those bright blue eyes, that delicate and rosy little mouth. I have to say, she's really beautiful. Then, Big Sister asked her what she was doing here, and showing up in such a disheveled state. Nangong Fei explained truthfully that it was because she had accidentally taken a wrong turn. Big Sister continued to press. So what was the reason you went through all this trouble to get here? Nangong Fei replied shyly, to see my betrothed. Big Sister immediately pointed out, it seems the engagement hasn't been formally held yet, has it? Besides, my little brother isn't at home right now. Hearing this, Nangong Fei instantly understood. So this person was Chiu Yang Tian's sister. Looking at Big Sister's smug expression, Nangong Fei seemed to think of something. So she hurriedly straightened her disheveled hem and messy hair. Then she softly asked where he had gone. Big Sister burst out laughing. He went to Huashan. It's very far, right? What to do now? Fate is truly a trickster. Unexpectedly, Nangong Fei just smiled faintly. So he's a Huashan. The next second, she vanished from the spot. In contrast, Big Sister was still there, adding cold remarks. So, our dear Miss Nangong, you should just go home. But by the time she realized it, Nangong Fei was long gone. Did she go home? But why did that brat leave without even saying goodbye? The scene changes. Wei Shui Air is sound asleep, hugging the maid. The guard Wu Yin was also resting. The night watch duty fell to the sword venerable, Wei Xiaojun. Soon, a movement not far away caught his attention. Judging from the internal energy contained in his breath, this kid looks like he's about to break through to the 4-star level. But this was giving me a huge headache, because once the accumulated internal energy in my body reaches a certain level, it no longer circulates exactly as I control it. So right now, I must break through the 3-star barrier as soon as possible. But the problem is, I find it difficult to even release my internal energy externally. In contrast, my sister can erupt her internal energy effortlessly. Talent is truly an unfair thing. Forget it. I must pull myself together now. Instead of wasting time complaining, I should be cultivating properly. With that thought, I try to circulate my internal energy again. But the next second, a scent of plum blossoms reached my nose. This made me complain, what on earth is the use of this plum blossom smoke crystal stone? Why did Elderly insist on giving this to me? And the fragrance of this thing is even stronger than before. Because of the constant scent of plum blossoms, it's impossible to concentrate. But this thing doesn't seem to have changed at all. With that thought, I sighed helplessly. Although it's a bit of a pity, today's cultivation can only end here. But just then, something unexpected happened. Large plum blossom petals suddenly began to fall from midair. This made me curious. Where would plum blossoms come from in the middle of summer? What am I seeing right now? At this moment, a voice suddenly came. You don't seem to be from Huashan. This gave me a fright. Who's there? With that, I started looking around constantly, but I didn't find any sign of anyone. But just as I thought I was hearing things, that voice sounded again. Since you're not from Huashan, why are you absorbing the aura? This time, I heard the voice very clearly, and it was the voice of an old man. Which family's child is so easily startled? If this goes on, there will be problems. But before I could understand the deeper meaning of his words, the plum blossom smoke crystal stone in my hand suddenly acted strangely. As a wave of drowsiness washed over me, I lost consciousness the next second without realizing it. The next day, I slowly woke up to the sound of everyone calling out. Seeing this, an excited Wei Shui Air hugged me. I learned from Wu Yin that I had fainted in the woods last night. It was the sword venerable Wei Xiaojun who brought me back. I was just about to express my gratitude when the sword venerable cut in, saying it was his duty as an attendant. After speaking, he shyly averted his gaze. It turned out Wei Shui Air had started fussing over my face. Seeing this, I push her away. Wu Yin asked me what happened last night. This immediately sent me into deep thought. Last night, while I was cultivating, the stones suddenly started to glow. And then, thinking of this, I immediately took out the plum blossom smoke crystal stone. Fortunately, it looked no different. However, when I opened it, I discovered that the light of the plum blossom smoke crystal stone had dimmed considerably. Even the fragrance it emitted had completely vanished. This made me understand everything at once. It was the demonic Wei's 1,000 suction art. So after I absorbed the stone's spiritual energy, I suddenly fainted. Although I had thought that as one of Huashan's 4 great secret treasures, this stone must hold some unknown secret. But I never expected it would be absorbed by me. Thinking of this, I suddenly realized something. Then I placed my hand on my chest, feeling the true chi that was much denser than before. I was secretly delighted. As expected, I'm really at the 4-star level. Afterwards, as we continued on our way to Huashan, I could feel some strange gazes from time to time. This troubled me greatly. Although advancing to the 4-star level overnight is incredible, could everyone please stop staring at me like this? Just then, Wei Shui Air suddenly leaned in close to me and started sniffing. Seeing her strange behavior, I quickly turned my body away. Wei Shui Air told me that the young master seemed to have a scent on him. I subconsciously raised my hand and sniffed a few times. Don't all men smell like this? Wei Shui Air immediately retorted, it's not that kind of smell. It's a very pleasant floral scent. Hearing this, I hurriedly pointed to a corner of the carriage. The smell must be coming from there, right? Wei Shui Air pouted and shook her head. It's clearly coming from the young master. This sent me into deep thought, since it's at a level that even she can detect. My true chi and cultivation method must have improved greatly. At the 3-star level, I could only emit some heat. Now, I should be able to do it easily, like how my sister emits red internal energy. But unfortunately, everything is still an unknown until I officially use it. After all, elderly specifically warned me not to cause trouble. For now, I can only pray that someone comes looking for a fight. Just then, the carriage came to a sudden halt. Wei Shui Air and I were thrown forward. But when I got up to ask Wu Yin what had happened, I found him with his hand on his sword, ready for battle. Seeing this, I followed his gaze. I saw a man in a Huashan Taoist robe, clasping his fists in a salute. My sincerest apologies. I am Ing Feng, a third-generation disciple of Huashan. I have come to disturb you because there are some matters I wish to inquire about. Hearing this name, cold sweat couldn't help but bead on my forehead. The youngest, peerless genius of Huashan. His talent in swordsmanship was considered limitless. So from a young age, he had made a name for himself in the martial world as the Plum Blossom Sword Dragon. But in the end, he died at my hands. At this moment, Wu Yin at the side said angrily, "Just because you're a Taoist known as the Huashan Sword Dragon, you could do something so dangerous?" Ing Feng stepped forward and expressed his apologies again. "I didn't originally intend to block the road. I just have something I want to confirm. Because I sensed a familiar aura from afar, I wanted to confirm if there was someone from my Huashan sect in the carriage." With that, he walked straight towards the carriage. Seeing this, Wu Yin immediately drew his blade and warned him not to come closer. And I hurriedly averted my gaze, praying that the person wasn't me. However, accompanied by a shower of falling plum blossoms. The next second, Ing Feng was standing right in front of me. "Young hero, why do you have the aura of Huashan on you?" This made my face turn ashen. If the people of Huashan found out that the power of the plum blossom smoke crystal stone had been completely absorbed, forget about going to Huashan. I'd probably have to live in hiding from now on. However, just when I didn't know what to do, the old man's voice from last night appeared again. When I looked towards the sound, I saw a little old man in a Huashan Taoist robe floating before my eyes. The little old man was overjoyed by this. "You can see me?" In disbelief, I rubbed my eyes, but the result was still the same. At this moment, the little old man spoke with a serious expression. "You, a junior, see an elder and don't even greet him?" This made me fall into deep thought, but soon I had an answer in my heart. I must have been cultivating too diligently recently, causing my mind to become muddled and have hallucinations. The little old man hurriedly responded that it wasn't a hallucination. Hearing this, I shook my head helplessly again. Now I'm even hearing things. Looking at my strange behavior, Ing Feng was completely puzzled. "Young master, are you feeling unwell?" I pointed at the little old man in front of me and asked in return, "Can't you see this bug-sized old fellow? And you didn't hear that loud voice either?" This made Ing Feng's expression instantly turn serious. "Young master, are you joking with me?" Immediately, I asked Wu Yin, "You can't see him either?" Hearing this, Wu Yin was first stunned. Then he perfunctorily said he saw him. "It's an old man with red hair, right?" Hearing this, I instantly began to doubt my life. What on earth is going on? Did I run into a ghost? Where did it latch onto me? The little old man was speechless for a moment. "Did you forget that you were the one who actively consumed it?" Hearing these words, a thought flashed through my mind. Could it be because I absorbed the plum blossom smoke crystal stone last night? The little old man immediately confirmed it. But the next second, he became annoyed. "If I hadn't helped you back then, you might have already suffered from cultivation deviation by now. But in return, I get called a bug or a ghost. What a rude fellow." Hearing this, I gradually accepted reality. "So, old sir, who might you be? Since I don't know you, you probably aren't that famous." This made the little old man let out a soft sigh. "It seems I've really gotten old. Back in my day, a single glance from me could have scared you into wetting your diapers." At this point, he suddenly gave a light cough. "Listen carefully. I'll only say this once. I am the 8th generation sect leader of Huashan, the Sword Immortal, Shunjia. Several hundred years before the appearance of the heavenly demon, a massive war also occurred. People called it the Blood Demon Great War. At that time, 5 peerless masters ended this calamity. Therefore, no matter how the times have changed, their prestigious names remain renowned in the history of the Central Plains martial world. And as a member of a martial arts family, it's impossible for me not to know this title. If you were to ask who the most respected person among Huashan's martial artists is, besides the current sect leader, the first to be mentioned would definitely be the Huashan Sword Immortal. Could that person be the bug-sized old man in front of me? At this moment, the old man's angry roar echoed in my mind again. You still dare to call me a bug? Now that you know, shouldn't you show some courtesy? At this time, Ing Feng and Wu Yin were staring at me as if I were a strange person. Then I asked Shunjia about the plum blossom smoke crystal stone. It has existed for several hundred years. Have you been inside the stone this whole time? Shunjia denied it. Actually, I only woke up when you first obtained the plum blossom smoke crystal stone. As he spoke, he suddenly changed the subject. Why is it that you, a non-disciple of the Huashan sect, are able to absorb the aura of the plum blossom smoke crystal stone? This left me speechless. Whether he was a real sort of mortal or a spirit impersonating one, he was a big problem for me. Simply because a secret treasure of the Huashan sect was absorbed by an outsider. That in itself is a problem. But I can't give a reasonable explanation for it. That's an even bigger problem. I can't just tell people I have a demonic art from the demonic cult, can I? Seeing that I hadn't spoken for a while, Shunjia had no choice but to drop it. Everyone has things they want to keep secret. This is probably even more true for a child like you. Hearing this, I immediately expressed my gratitude for his understanding. Just then, Shunjia spoke up to remind me. It seems a more troublesome matter is about to arrive. You should think about how to deal with it in advance. Before I could understand his meaning, several figures suddenly streaked across the sky. The next second, they landed directly in front of our carriage. Seeing this, Ing Feng gestured for me not to panic. They're all people from my Huashan sect. But as soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yin kicked him to the ground and pressed his sword directly against his neck. Young master, please be careful. No matter how you look at it, these people seem to have ill intentions. Just then, Ing Feng suddenly spoke up. Although I don't know why our sect members are so angry, I guarantee that if I go talk to them, everything will be fine. Hearing this, Wu Yin finally reacted. Could they all be from Huashan? Ing Feng confirmed it, stating that the plum blossom pattern on their clothes represents a Huashan martial artist. After speaking, he shifted his gaze to me. Seeing this, I immediately told Wu Yin to stand down. Then, Ing Feng gestured for us not to worry. He then waved and walked towards them. After a pleasant conversation, the leading senior brother actually landed a heavy punch on him. Then, he led his junior brothers to express their apologies to us. It seems our group's unauthorized decision has caused you all unnecessary trouble. Seeing the misunderstanding resolved, I quickly returned the courtesy. We are also very sorry. We drew our swords before understanding the situation. But why have Huashan's martial artists come so far? Has something happened? The leading senior brother replied that it was not convenient to say. But before he could finish, Ing Feng blurted out the truth. Because many martial artists from Huashan have recently gone missing for no reason. This made me feel very strange. Huashan's Plum Blossom Sword team shouldn't be so weak as to disappear without a trace. At this moment, the senior brother spoke while tugging on Ing Feng's ear. This guy's original task was to search the surrounding area, but he said he sensed Huashan's aura and ran off. Hearing this, I hurriedly cast a pleading look at Shunjia. Shunjia gestured that I didn't need to worry. He had already helped me conceal the aura on my body. But when the senior brother came closer, he could still sense the fragrance of plum blossoms on me. Shunjia gestured for me to take out the stone and let them see it. But when the plum blossom smoke crystal stone appeared before them, the two were instantly filled with shock. The sect leader clearly lost it in a drinking game. Why is it in the young master's hands now? Hearing this, I immediately got out of the carriage and greeted them. I am Qiuyang Tian of the Qiu family. The purpose of this trip is to go to Huashan to return the borrowed secret treasure. After hearing this, the senior brother once again expressed his apologies. So you're a distinguished guest from a prestigious family. We were so aggressive at our first meeting. How rude of us. Just then, Ing Feng suddenly thought of something. But he only managed to say the words, "Your younger sister," before his mouth was amicably covered by the others. I then tentatively asked, "My little sister hasn't caused you any trouble, has she?" The senior brother forced a stiff smile. And no, not at all. Seeing this, I instantly understood everything and told him that I would take her away immediately once we reached Huashan. Hearing this, the senior brother was first startled. Then he patted my shoulder and said earnestly, "Young Master Qiu, please go quickly and return quickly." This left me speechless for a moment. Just how much trouble did my little sister cause them? Time passed to the dead of night. The little sister gently knocked on the door. After getting permission from the person inside, she tiptoed in. At this time, an old man was looking at her with a kind face. You must be very afraid of walking at night. Why do you still come over every night? Then, the little sister threw herself into the old man's arms. Master, how is your health? The old man smiled faintly. The days when you can come over like this are numbered. The little sister naturally understood her master's meaning, but she expressed that she would rather stay by her master's side for a lifetime. The master then asked her if she really didn't want to go back and see her family. Hearing this, the little sister's eyes filled with determination. They're not my family. This made the master fall silent as well. But the master is, after all, an old man about to die from illness. One day, you will return to your family's side. The little sister hurriedly interrupted. Master, don't say such things. Before you fell ill, weren't you known as the Plum Blossom Immortal Fire? Just after we cleared up the misunderstanding with the Huashan disciples, we set off on the road to Huashan with them. When night fell, the Huashan martial artists split into 2 teams to set up camp and stand guard. Meanwhile, Nangongfei had just dealt with a batch of demonic beasts. However, she sensed a familiar scent in the surroundings. So she slowly closed her eyes and carefully sniffed that scent again. That's right, it's Chiuyang Tian. With that thought, she dashed off in the direction ahead of her. On the other side, I was having a deep conversation with the little old man. What exactly do I have to do for you to leave my body? After hearing this, old Shun let out a long sigh. If I knew that, would I still be attached to you? I would have definitely gone to find the Huashan children around here. Also, didn't I tell you not to call me an old man? I am the 8th generation sect leader of Huashan, the Huashan sword immortal, Shunjia. Hearing this, my eyes filled with doubt, but I still said I was willing to believe he was Old Shun. Old Shun saw my concern and gestured for me not to worry. I'm not interested in your broken body at all. As he spoke, he suddenly changed the subject. But what is that thing you have inside your body? Hearing this, I was completely puzzled. Are you saying there's something inside my body? After hearing this, Old Shun looked at me with a face full of doubt. Do you really not know what's inside your body? Then, before I tell you, answer another question. What was the outcome for the blood demon? Hearing this, I was instantly lost in thought. The hero who stopped the blood demon and restored light to the Central Plains. The protagonist who then brought Huashan to new heights is actually asking about the blood demon. Thinking of this, I suddenly understood something. You can't be the Huashan sword immortal, can you? Otherwise, how could you not know about the great war against the blood demon? Old Shin reaffirmed his identity. For some reason, I just can't remember the final battle to exterminate the demons. Hearing this, I let out a long breath. It seems Old Shun is suffering from memory loss. Could it be a side effect of possessing my body? With that thought, I asked him the question on my mind. What exactly is this thing inside my body that you're referring to? Seeing my serious expression, Old Shin immediately threw a childish tantrum. You don't trust me. What difference would it make if you heard? Actually, what I mentioned was just the result. I don't actually know what it is specifically, but from my perspective, it's very strange to me that your body clearly contains something violent, yet you know nothing about it. This confused me even more. I thought Old Shin was referring to the 9 flames fire will technique, but now it sounds more like he's describing a ferocious beast. At this point, Old Shin gestured for me not to worry. In any case, I've already put it to sleep. If I release the restraint, it will tear around like a demonic beast. Do you want to try it? But before I could agree, he opened his palm, and the next second, a sharp pain swept through my entire body. This made me drop to my knees instantly, unable to even breathe properly. It was as if an extremely sharp internal energy was constantly surging inside me, just as I was losing control of my body and my mind was about to collapse. With a gesture, Old Shin instantly restrained it again. Do you understand now? I gasped for air, panting heavily. What was that just now? Why is something like that inside my body? Old Shin was also very puzzled by this. But that's all for today. As he spoke, he pointed upwards with his finger. But before I could react, the next second, a figure exuding the scent of plum blossoms sped past my eyes. As the smoke slowly dissipated, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before my eyes. What are you doing? Ingfeng spoke slowly with his back to me. We have an old saying in Huashan. If you want to get close to someone, have a good fight. This instantly left me dumbfounded. What kind of old saying is that? Is this how Huashan requests a duel? Ingfeng quickly expressed his apologies. I've just never met a rising star around my age, so I got a little excited. Hearing this, I was completely puzzled. What do you mean? There should be plenty of them in the Huashan sect. Hearing this, Ingfeng was suddenly at a loss for what to do, but I knew very well in my heart. As the plum blossom sword immortal, he was an insurmountable mountain for those with no talent. Even if a guy like him stayed with ordinary martial artists of the same age, it would only increase their sense of inferiority. But in my eyes, his invitation to a duel was also a recognition of my strength. Thinking of this, I immediately agreed to his request, but only this once. Hearing this, Ingfeng's face instantly lit up with joy. He then solemnly expressed his thanks to me. But just as he was about to make a move, an aura of lightning suddenly appeared around him. As the aura grew stronger, the next second, he was kicked directly into the water. I was completely stunned by this scene. But when I turned to look, I found that it was Nangong Fei who had found her way here. And after Nangong Fei saw me, her eyes welled up with tears of joy. I finally found you, Qiuyang Tian. Upon seeing Nangong Fei, whom I hadn't seen in a long time, I recalled some memories from my past life. At that time, it was pouring rain, and I silently watched the severely injured Nangong Fei, my mind filled with 1,000 thoughts. Just then, Nangong Fei asked if I was crying. I immediately denied it. Don't be ridiculous. This is clearly just rainwater. Hearing this, a trace of disappointment appeared on Nangong Fei's face. What a pity. I then asked her why she didn't escape when she clearly could have. Why did you stay and fight with me? Hearing this, Nangong Fei was silent for a few seconds. I just simply wanted to. After answering, she asked me again if the moon was still out. After hearing my affirmative reply, she first showed a gratified smile. Then, she closed her eyes forever. Just at that moment, a mocking voice came from behind. I never thought there could be friendship between demon folk. Or were you two just flirting? But you don't have to be sad, because you'll be joining her down below very soon. Hearing this, a terrifying demonic power instantly erupted from within me. Meteor Sword, I will definitely not let you die so easily. As I thought this, Nangong Fei suddenly spoke, interrupting my thoughts. Qiuyang Tian, I finally found you. This left me astonished. How did you find me here? Before Nangong Fei could answer, a Huashan disciple at the side spoke first. Young Master Qiu, do you know this woman? Hearing this, the disciples behind them immediately drew their long swords and prepared for battle. Seeing this, I hurriedly thought of a countermeasure. That madwoman Nangong Fei just attacked a Huashan martial artist, which is a big deal. It's definitely not something that can be calmed down just by admitting I know her. Just then, Nangong Fei suddenly spoke softly. Fiancé. As soon as these words were spoken, all the disciples were stunned. Even Old Shun found it a bit unexpected. With things having developed to this point, I had no choice but to bite the bullet and admit it. Seeing this, the disciples all cast hostile gazes at me. Such a beautiful woman is actually the fiancé of a guy like you. I then continued to ask her why she came here. Nangong Fei answered truthfully, to see you. This left me completely puzzled. If you came to see me, then why did you attack? Just then, Old Shin suddenly spoke up to explain for her. Kid, look at how exhausted that child is. She must have traveled day and night without rest to get here. Do you think she still has the energy to distinguish between demonic beasts and humans? It shows she has an urgent desire to see you as soon as possible. But even so, in my opinion, this isn't something to be praised. So I quickly gestured for her to apologize. No matter the reason, you can't beat up a Huashan martial artist like that. After speaking, I shifted my gaze to Ingfeng. However, at this moment, he was staring intently at Nangong Fei. Seeing this, I immediately understood that this kid was captivated by Nangong Fei. But just as I was about to ask if he was injured, he pounded his chest and said he wanted to spar with me immediately. This left me speechless for a moment, but in the end, I still agreed to his request. At the start of the spar, Ingfeng kept glancing over at Nangong Fei. Seeing this, I was very displeased. Has he never seen a woman in his life? But in Old Shin's eyes, I was obviously jealous. I quickly explained, what's there to be jealous about? I gained nothing from this match. I just don't like his motive of trying to show off in front of a woman. Hearing this, Old Shin continued to add fuel to the fire. This is a good chance for you to use him. Aren't you curious how much stronger you've become after breaking through to the 4-star level? At this time, a Huashan disciple on the side asked the senior brother who would win. The senior brother said that although this is unfair to young Master Qiu, the outcome is already obvious. That kid Ing Feng is a true monster. We've all experienced his talent. If he gets serious, I'm afraid even I am not his match. As they spoke, a flurry of plum blossoms rose with the momentum of the sword. Seeing this, the sword venerable's expression immediately became grave. As the plum blossoms gathered on the sword's edge, Ing Feng's eyes instantly sharpened. Now, I'm attacking. Hearing this, I instantly erupted with a fierce internal energy in response. Seeing this, everyone's jaws dropped. Even the sword venerable, Wei Xiaojun, found it incredible as I gathered all the flame-like internal energy into my left hand. I couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This internal energy is truly domineering. Ing Feng was astonished to see this. I then asked him, "What's with that expression? Are you scared?" Ing Feng smiled and denied it. Then he stomped his feet and took the initiative to launch an attack at me. However, I stood my ground, motionless. When the long sword was about to hit, I first unhurriedly pushed his hand away. Then I landed a punch directly on his chest, as the immense internal energy poured out. The next second, his entire body was sent flying. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Even the sword venerable, Wei Xiaojun, found it incredible. After I walked over to Ing Feng's side, he immediately admitted defeat. But just then, Nangong Fei suddenly stood up. I followed the sound and saw Nangong Fei place her hand on the hilt of her sword. "Spar with me once." Hearing this, I was speechless. Didn't you see I just finished a duel? After hearing this, a complicated expression appeared on Nangong Fei's face. This made me wonder inwardly. What's this? Is she angry because I refused? But in old Shun's eyes, it looked more like she was sulking. I knew in my heart that if I let her continue like this, things would only get more troublesome. So I had to promise her we'd spar next time. Hearing this, Nangong Fei tightly gripped my hand. She said with a bashful face, "Next time for sure, okay?" After this incident, I started training hard again. Looking at my powerful aura, old Shin couldn't help but exclaim, "I've never seen a monster like you before. To think you're already starting to break through to the middle dantian." I gestured for him not to make a big deal out of it, saying I was just barely giving a try. At this moment, old Shun reminded me once again, although it's an amazing talent to be breaking through to the middle dantian at your age, you'd better not continue. Because once the middle dantian is opened, that thing inside your body might get out. This left me puzzled. Will the thing inside my body react to my internal energy? Old Shun confirmed it. The stronger your internal energy, the more active it will become. Hearing this, a trace of disappointment appeared on my face. Damn it, my current strength is still not enough. Just then, Ing Feng suddenly walked up. "You clearly won the duel, but you're still contemplating your own shortcomings." I asked him what he wanted. Ing Feng, however, directly expressed his gratitude to me. "I still have much to learn. Although I don't know why you did that, young hero, I understand that you wanted to guide me." Hearing this, old Shin couldn't help but sigh. This child clearly lost so helplessly, yet he didn't fall into a mental demon because of it. Instead, he's properly organizing his thoughts. I, however, was unimpressed. Some people travel everywhere to train with do-or-die determination, but this guy's purpose is not so pure. Old Shin immediately retorted, "You child, you're really narrow-minded." I then said, "Although that wasn't my intention, it's great that you were able to gain something from it." Ing Feng replied, "Actually, I've always thought of myself as the strongest prodigy. It wasn't until I saw you, young hero, that I realized there was a whole other world out there. You must have put in an effort I can't even imagine." Even though he said that, I still couldn't bring myself to like him. At this moment, Ing Feng expressed his thanks to me again. This instantly sent me into a flashback. Back when I was a Huashan, Ing Feng never yielded, even in death. Could a single defeat have changed him so completely? On the other side, Wei Shui was gesturing wildly at the sword venerable, Wei Xiaojun. "Grandpa, did you see that? Young master just went like that, and that big brother with the floating petals lost with a thwack." At this point, she suddenly changed the subject. But more importantly, there's bad news. The sword venerable asked her what news. Vaiksua responded angrily. "Young master is getting engaged." The sword venerable replied, "Isn't that a good thing?" Vaiksua shutet, "No. Even though I don't know what an engagement is, it's just not okay. Only Schwerer can do things with young master. It can only happen if Schwerer agrees." Seeing this, the sword venerable could only patiently try to persuade her. Schwerer, a marriage contract is not something that can be forced. Wei Shui started acting strangely. The sword venerable asked if she was feeling unwell. Wei Shui just shook her head. This made me very confused. If not, then why are you constantly stirring the food? If you keep this up, you can forget about eating medicinal fruits in the future. But just as Nan Gongfei was about to pick up some food, Wei Shui slapped the food she had picked up out of her chopsticks. Seeing this, the sword venerable immediately flared up. Shui, what are you doing? Wei Shui started to sob with a wronged expression. Then she shouted, "Big sister is a dummy," and turned to leave. Seeing this, I turned my gaze to Nan Gongfei. Did you do something wrong? Nan Gongfei shook her head, not understanding. The next day, I woke up with huge dark circles under my eyes. I don't remember how many days we've been camping. I feel like I've been sleeping outside more than at the Chiu residence lately. But just as I was washing my face by the river, Ying Feng suddenly walked over, shirtless. "Young Master Chiu, want to train together?" Seeing this, I looked at him with disdain. Do Huashan disciples have a rule about not wearing shirts in the morning? Old Shin explained, a martial artist's body changes according to their internal arts and their own emotions. Only by becoming a stronger tree can one bloom more beautiful plum blossoms. Therefore, physical training is also essential. But in the end, I still politely declined his kind offer because there was something more important to do today. Ying Feng curiously asked what it was. I looked into the distance and laughed. Today is the day we arrive at Huashan. When evening came, we finally arrived at the foot of Mount Hua. Old Shin looked at the familiar scenery, feeling a pang of nostalgia. I can't believe this place is still the same. I, on the other hand, looked disdainful. Which idiot built Huashan on a mountaintop? Don't they get tired climbing up and down like this every day? Just then, the senior brother suddenly came forward and suggested, "Young Master Chiu, you've been traveling for so long. How about we rest here for a night before going up?" I, however, asked in return, "I'm carrying Huashan's secret treasure. Wouldn't it be better to go up right away?" Hearing this, the senior brother paused for a few seconds. "I'm just worried if young Master Chiu can still make the climb." Hearing that, I quickly changed my tune. "Since you've said so, we'll follow your arrangements." He then instructed Ying Feng to take care of everyone and said that he would go up the mountain first to report that young Master Chiu was coming. This made me very confused. Why not letting Feng go with him? The seniors of Huashan should be waiting for him too, right? Or is this guy's relationship with others just average? As I was thinking this, Wei Shui suddenly walked up carrying a basket of buns. Seeing this, my spirits were instantly lifted. The vitality of my life has finally arrived. Then, Wei Shui thoughtfully handed me some water. But halfway through drinking, I sensed something was off. She was sulking just yesterday. Why is she so happy again today? With that thought, I reached out and patted her head. "It would be great if you were always this well-behaved." Wei Shui replied with a blushing face. "Shui is well-behaved every day." Nan Gongfei, who had witnessed the whole thing, seemed to have thought of something. She then picked up a bun and offered it to me. Seeing Wei Shui's expression change drastically, I was instantly caught in a dilemma. But just as I was contemplating whether to eat it or not, Wei Shui suddenly ate the bun herself, while casting a hostile gaze at Nan Gongfei. Nan Gongfei was startled at first, but in the end, she showed a smile. Meanwhile, inside a mysterious cave somewhere, a subordinate was reporting to his leader. "Boss, a message came down from the main palace. It says the divine doctor has appeared in Shangxi, but the people below are still investigating the specific location." Hearing this, the leader drew his blade and questioned him. "I don't recall ordering you to send people down." The subordinate replied, trembling, "It was the palace master's personal order. He said to capture and imprison them at the branch first." The leader continued to ask, "If there are any troublesome guys, can they be killed?" After getting an affirmative answer from his subordinate, the leader gave a sinister smile. Then he brought his large blade down. The next day, after a desperate struggle, I finally climbed to the summit of Mount Hua. I was panting heavily and cursing. Which idiot built the Huashan sect in a place like this? In contrast, Wei Shui, who followed closely behind, looked relaxed. "Young master, I told you I could carry you." Before I could respond, Nan Gongfei suddenly extended her hand to me. But just as I took her hand, Wei Shui became upset again. At this moment, Nan Gongfei slowly lowered her head. Seeing this, I was completely puzzled. What is she doing? But old Shin laughed at my foolishness. "Have you forgotten how you treated Wei Shui last night?" Hearing that, I had a sudden realization. But just as I was about to pat her head, Wei Shui reached out her hand first. Seeing this, Nan Gongfei slowly raised her head. and said calmly, "Next time." Just then, the main gates of the Huashan sect slowly opened. Walking in front was the sect leader of the Huashan sect. Old Shen laughed heartily. I didn't expect this guy to be the Huashan sect leader. And the sect leader was overjoyed to see me. "Do you know how long I've waited for you? Those elders have been mocking me for I don't know how long because I lost the secret treasure in a drinking game." Before I could introduce myself, the sect leader continued. "That beast Juluan has already written to tell me. You're here this time to return the plum blossom smoke crystal stone and to pick up your sister, right?" Hearing this, I was secretly delighted. Great. With elderly explaining the situation in advance, this trip should be over soon. However, the sect leader's expression suddenly turned grave. "But it seems like I didn't tell me everything. The aura inside your body." And, as he spoke, he cast his gaze upon the sword venerable. Never mind, never mind. In any case, you must be tired after walking all this way. Let's talk about the specifics after we go inside." Hearing this, I quickly asked Old Shin for help on what to do. But Old Shin laughed very happily. "Do you think you can absorb Huashan's secret treasure and get away with it? But you don't have to worry. It's not like he can kill you, can he?" As soon as we entered the Huashan sect, the sect leader immediately had a talk with me. "I'm really sorry for calling you over before you've even had a rest. But please understand, I can't just ignore the fact that the plum blossom smoke crystal stone has been absorbed." I immediately expressed my understanding and told him everything in detail, except for the part about Old Shun. This made the sect leader feel incredulous. "So what you're saying is, you were just holding Huashan's secret treasure, and then you absorbed it for no reason?" Old Shun understood the sect leader's skepticism. Waking up after training to suddenly find you've absorbed it. No one would be able to accept that immediately. And you also possess two completely opposite auras. This makes it even harder to believe. The sect leader then slowly stood up. Forget it. Since you're here to pick up your sister, come with me." However, just as I was about to get up, he forcefully pushed me back down the next second. "Do you think you can just absorb Huashan's secret treasure and have nothing happen?" Hearing this, I was completely puzzled. "But your expression right now looks exactly like Elder Lee's when he plays pranks on me." The sect leader immediately retorted, "How could I be like that guy? You've gone too far." Meanwhile, somewhere in Huashan, the divine doctor was treating an old woman. It's all ruined. Not only are the acupoints and chi flow all distorted, how did she endure the pain of her body rotting? The old woman coughed lightly. "It's actually not that painful." The divine doctor directly exposed her. "Are you lying and acting strong because you're in front of your disciple?" And this disciple was none other than my little sister, Xiao Linghua. The divine doctor then asked, "How long has it been, and what caused it?" The old woman replied, "For years." But when it came to the cause, she couldn't bring herself to say it. Then, she coughed up a mouthful of old blood with a pained expression. Seeing this, the little sister hurried forward to pat her back. "This is a restriction." This made the divine doctor feel very strange. If it were a restriction, I should have been able to detect it immediately when I took her pulse. Seeing the divine doctor's troubled expression, the old woman asked how much longer she had to live. Hearing this, the little sister shed sad tears. 2 months at the earliest. If things go well, she might last until winter. Hearing this, the old woman smiled faintly, but the divine doctor's eyes were filled with complexity. Remembering her heroic appearance in her youth, his eyes became resolute again. "I will definitely do my best, so you little ones should go out first." Little sister was still a bit worried, but she was gently stopped by the old woman. "Linghua, it's fine." Seeing this, little sister had no choice but to leave first. On the other side, I had finally climbed here. Isn't this really a punishment? Climbing stairs since early morning and now climbing a mountain. The sect leader laughed heartily. "Can you feel the will of Huashan? There are no gains without pains." This made me unable to resist complaining. "Old Shun, it would have been great if you had moved when you were alive." Just then, the large doors in front of me slowly opened. Immediately after, little sister walked out, wiping her tears. But when she saw the boy in front of her, she was startled and accidentally bumped right into the divine doctor's attendant behind her. Little sister asked while rubbing her head, "Why are you here?" But I was very curious about the person behind her. Just then, little sister happened to move aside and complained to the attendant, "You should watch where you're going." But when I saw the person's appearance clearly, In the next second, a violent surge of internal energy erupted from my body. Seeing this, little sister was stunned. Brother, what are you doing? It turns out I had done the same thing in my past life. That was when I returned to the demonic cult to report after annihilating the Tang clan. At that time, he, as the demonic cult strategist, had been waiting at the gate for a long time. You seem to be quite angry. It couldn't be because a woman died, could it? But this was all the heavenly demon's will. Your current appearance seems to indicate you're dissatisfied with the cult leader's arrangements, aren't you? Hearing this, I immediately gathered my internal energy, wanting to strike. But the thought of him being the sole recipient of the heavenly demon's favor, I ultimately held back. As I was leaving, his voice rang out again. Now that the heavenly venerable is dead, the hegemon venerable has probably died today as well. The sword venerable has become one-armed, so the heavenly demon has lost interest in him. So, who do you think will be left in charge? At this thought, I immediately lunged forward and grabbed his neck. At the same time, several streams of chi within my body collided violently. As I gradually lost my sanity, in the next second, a large hand suddenly covered my eyes. The person was none other than the Huashan sect leader. Young hero Chiu, get some good sleep. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, the divine doctor looked outside. He saw the Huashan sect leader speaking with a grin. Divine doctor, there happens to be a patient here. Soon after I woke up, the sect leader began making introductions. This is the world-renowned divine doctor, who claims there is no illness he cannot cure. He is the strongest physician of this era. This is our Huashan's famous sword, the Plum Blossom Sword Queen. The one beside her, aside from being your sister, is also the Plum Blossom Sword Queen's disciple. And this person you nearly choked to death is the Divine Doctor's grandson, and also his disciple, Zhuge He. So why did you grab his neck? Hearing this, my heart skipped a beat. I am doomed. To be honest, after seeing this guy, my memory started to become blurry. But in this situation, no one would believe me even if I told them. And Zhuge, he being the Divine Doctor's grandson. This is the first time I've heard of it. The guy I originally commissioned the Underworld sect to find. How did I run into him first? Nothing is going according to plan. Also, Old Shin has stopped appearing since I don't know when. But just as I was wondering how to answer, the sect leader suddenly spoke. Do you feel that your memories are a bit blurry? Hearing this, I was stunned. How did you know? But the sect leader didn't pay attention, instead turning his head towards the Divine Doctor. Divine Doctor, could I trouble you to take a look at this child's body? However, the Divine Doctor refused his request without a second thought. For this, the two of them nearly came to blows. Helpless, the sect leader had no choice but to offer a leaf of the dragon immortal herb in exchange for one examination of my body. After a moment of thought, the Divine Doctor reluctantly agreed. As the diagnosis began, the Divine Doctor's expression gradually grew solemn. Seeing this, the sect leader hurriedly asked, "Is there something wrong?" The Divine Doctor told him this was beyond just something wrong. This condition is practically a walking corpse. Several kinds of chi are circulating in his body, yet he can still run around safely. And I naturally understood the Divine Doctor's meaning. Although I had absorbed all sorts of things, I never expected them to be this dangerous. Could this all be because of that thing Old Shin mentioned before? At this thought, Old Shin suddenly appeared and denied my idea. When you were jumping around, that thing suddenly reacted, which caused me to temporarily lose contact with you. But not only did that thing not harm you, it actually saved your body. Simply put, that thing is helping you suppress the chaotic chi in your body. Afterwards, I asked the Divine Doctor what I should do now. The Divine Doctor gave a bitter laugh. What else can be done? We can only pray that you don't explode and die after we draw out this chi. With your current body, it wouldn't be strange if you suddenly died while eating or sleeping. The sect leader also didn't expect the situation to be more serious than imagined. In contrast, I looked indifferent. Aren't I alive and well right now? With that, I shifted my gaze to little sister. Hurry up and get ready to go home with me. But when I heard from little sister that she didn't want to leave, I didn't try to persuade her further. Do as you please. Father won't care anyway. Hearing these words, little sister's entire demeanor soured. Seeing the atmosphere was a bit strange, the sect leader quickly intervened. Yang Tian, you must be tired after just arriving at Huashan. Why don't you go to the dormitory and get a good night's sleep for today? The scene changes. On the way back, Old Shin couldn't help but complain. They clearly said you might die, yet you had such a good appetite for dinner. Are you trying to eat your fill while you're still alive? However, I was unconcerned. I just don't feel anything about it, because I've already committed many sins while I was alive. Maybe this is retribution. This made Old Shin very confused. A little brat who hasn't even fully matured is actually talking about retribution. Soon, after returning to the dormitory, I saw Nangong Fei sitting on the bed with a shy expression. "You're back. I want to sleep with you." Hearing this, Old Shin immediately suggested leaving behind an heir before I die, but I directly told her to leave. Didn't the sect leader say he prepared 2 rooms? Please go rest in your own room. But when I learned from Nangong Fei that there was no room, I suddenly thought of something. The sect leader and elderly are in cahoots. I should have been more careful. With that thought, I told her I would go sleep with Wu Yan. But in the next second, Nangong Fei stopped me, just holding hands and sleeping together. Hearing this, I looked at her. She looked back at me. Then, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Regardless, I hope you have a pleasant night tonight." Seeing this, Nangong Fei took my hand again and placed it on her face. "Sleep with me tonight." The sword venerable, Wei Xiaojun, found the Huashan sect leader. The Huashan sect leader had heard that both Shaolin and Wudong were looking for the sword venerable, and the sword venerable was looking for the divine doctor. But what the Huashan sect leader didn't understand was, "Haven't you already found the divine doctor?" The sword venerable nodded slightly. "I have already sensed the great barrier you've set up around Huashan to protect the divine doctor. But out of courtesy, I still want to ask in advance. May I go see the divine doctor?" The sect leader stated, "The divine doctor is currently looking after someone else. Even if you see him, what you want may not necessarily happen. But if you do as I say, the result might be different." The next day, I was lying in bed with huge dark circles under my eyes. Old Shin looked full of regret. "To think nothing happened last night." I responded coldly, "Don't start saying such strange things so early in the morning. I am exhausted." "But didn't you two end up sleeping together?" I felt helpless about this. Yesterday, she even used her internal energy and acted as if she would smash everything if I ignored her. What else could I do? It turns out that Tang Xiaolai and Nangong Zue once discussed how to have children. The poorly informed Nangong Fei believed that as long as they held hands and slept, a crane would deliver a baby a few months later. At this, Old Shin laughed heartily. Good. At least that maidservant didn't see this scene." I said, "It wouldn't matter even if she saw, right? But on second thought, she really is extra rowdy when I'm with Nangong Fei. In that case, I absolutely cannot let her find out." At this thought, I suddenly felt a chill down my spine. When I turned my head to look, I found Wei Shui Er staring at me with a serious expression. And hearing the noise, Nangong Fei also woke up. But after the two of them saw each other clearly, Wei Shui Er directly said, "Big sister, you're too shameless." Then, she lowered her head with tears welling in her eyes. I want to sleep with the young master too." Nangong Fei said, "Then let's just sleep together." Hearing this, I was stunned. Isn't this just ridiculous? But Wei Shui Er didn't care about that. She jumped directly onto the bed. "Great, this is great. It's so great that Shui can sleep here too." Just then, the Huashan disciple, Ing Feng, slowly pulled open the door. But when he saw the scene inside, he was completely dumbfounded. Then, he left with the words, "The sect leader is looking for you," and ran off. Seeing this, Old Shin signaled for me not to worry. Boring rumors won't spread on Huashan. However, when I found the sect leader, his first words were, "I heard you were fooling around with 2 women first thing in the morning." "It's great to be young," Old Shun explained awkwardly. "It seems Huashan has changed a lot over the years." I covered my face and asked the sect leader why he was looking for me. The sect leader continued to tease, "I want to hear about you messing around with 2 women last night." Seeing I was about to leave, he hurriedly stopped me and got down to business. "Do you remember the small wooden cabin you went to yesterday? That's where the Plum Blossom, Sword Queen, lives." As he spoke, he took something out from his sleeve. "Can you deliver this to the divine doctor?" This left me very confused. Although it's not a difficult task, why ask me to deliver it? The sect leader explained, "Most people in Huashan don't know that the Sword Queen is ill. Having you deliver it means we don't have to worry about her illness being exposed. But if I go personally, that guy, the divine doctor, will probably start clamoring to pack his bags again. So I can only find someone who has had contact with the divine doctor and also owes me a favor to help deliver it." Meanwhile, little sister followed the divine doctor's instructions and went down the mountain to gather herbs. After purchasing all the medicinal herbs, she returned to Huashan. But on the way, when she saw a group of fawns being affectionate with each other, she was instantly reminded of a childhood memory. Her mother and brother, Xiaoyang Tian, were kneeling before their father, while their father stared at them fiercely. This scene happened to be witnessed by her as she passed by. That's why she never wants to return to the Cho family. With that thought, her figure vanished on the spot. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind a large tree. Where did she go? Were we discovered? Another person immediately denied it. How could we be discovered by a little girl who's only around the 2nd star level? With that, the person came to the spot where little sister had disappeared. But the moment he reached out his hand, he finally understood everything. That old fogey, the Huashan sect leader, actually set up a barrier. This also confirms it. The divine doctor must be inside. Then our mission is complete. The rest will be handled by the branch chief. Just as little sister was returning to Huashan after buying the herbs, she happened to run into me climbing the mountain, and I also noticed her presence. At this time, little sister asked me why I was here. I explained, panting because the sect leader asked me to help deliver something. That's why I came. Little sister responded coldly, "Then don't just linger here. Hurry up and go." I weakly expressed that I didn't want to be like this either. This made little sister instantly recall the divine doctor's words. With your current body, it wouldn't be strange if you suddenly died while bathing or eating. So she immediately proposed, "Give me the thing you need to deliver. I'll deliver it for you." Hearing this, I was stunned. "Are you worried about me?" Little sister denied it insincerely. "How could I be worried about you? I just think you're too slow." Hearing that, I said irritably, "What's there to complain about? I'll just walk faster." Looking at my tired back, little sister was just about to ask about my physical condition, but she was interrupted by me. "Have you seen the divine doctor's grandson do anything strange? Like talking to himself or something?" After getting a negative answer from little sister, I was relieved. Just then, old Shin suddenly appeared. "I don't think she's a bad little sister. But why is the relationship between you siblings so tense? And I myself don't know why it has become like this." Old Shun continued to ask, "Don't you care about this matter?" "It's not that I don't care, but with my current physical condition, I'll just not think about it for now." This made Old Shun very confused. "But this is family. Isn't it a bit much to not think about it?" Hearing this, I finally realized Old Shun was actually talking about little sister. "I thought you were talking about the divine doctor's grandson. If it's her, then it doesn't matter, because I never cared about her from the beginning." A moment later, I finally delivered the scroll to the divine doctor. After reading its contents, he immediately asked, "Did that damn old man tell you to bring this garbage over?" This left me puzzled. How on earth did the sect leader offend the divine doctor to be hated this much? With that thought, I said helplessly, "After all, it was the sect leader's request. I can't pretend I don't know anything." Hearing this, the divine doctor reluctantly accepted the scroll. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Faced with the sudden question, the scene fell silent for a moment. Then the divine doctor waved his hand. "I probably shouldn't have asked that. If there's nothing else, hurry back." As I was leaving, little sister wanted to ask about my physical condition again. But before she could finish, I'd already walked far away. The scene changes. The sect leader asked if I had delivered the item to the divine doctor properly. I gave an affirmative answer. The old man was a bit unhappy, but he accepted it in the end. The sect leader laughed heartily. The contents inside were indeed enough to make him curse up a storm. "But how did the Sword Queen look?" I replied truthfully, because she was resting at the time. I couldn't tell if her condition had improved. Since the divine doctor is taking care of her, I think the Sword Queen will definitely get better. Hearing this, the sect leader couldn't help but sigh. How long have the plum blossoms been in bloom? To think so much bad news would arrive all at once. This made me very puzzled. Besides the Sword Queen's health, has anything else happened in Huashan? Old Shun immediately reminded me. Haven't quite a few Huashan disciples gone missing for no reason? If you put it that way, the arrival of the Sword Venerable and the appearance of Zhuge, he should also be included in the bad news. Any one of these things would be a major event if it got out, but they all happen to be entangled together. Meanwhile, the masked men brought the news about the divine doctor back to the cave. The leader who received the news was very happy. "So, did you see the divine doctor?" The subordinate said in fear, although we didn't see the divine doctor with our own eyes. Seeing that the plum blossom immortal has set up such a huge barrier, the divine doctor must be there. Hearing this, the leader sighed deeply. In other words, there's no definite intelligence at all. You dare to come back so confidently with such useless information? With that, he cut off his arm with a single slash. The subordinate endured the pain and expressed his apology. I'm very sorry, Lord Branch Chief. This is all my fault." The leader gave a sinister smile. "I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you off the hook. We need to make some preparations anyway. In 3 days, go into the barrier and see if the divine doctor is there. If he is, bring him back. If he's not, You can all prepare to be buried with him. Time skips to the evening. Old Shin remarked, "It's rare to see a guy like you who's busy every day." But I felt like I hadn't done much. I just delivered a scroll after getting up, then chatted with the sect leader for a while, and the day was over. At this time, Old Shun asked again, "Now that everything's done, aren't you preparing to go home?" I thought about it again and again. It seemed I had no reason to stay any longer. My sister clearly expressed that she didn't want to go home, and the Plum Blossom Smoke Crystal Stone was successfully delivered. It's time to prepare to go back. Just then, a shout suddenly came from behind me. I saw Wei Shui air pouncing towards me cheerfully. After dodging, I immediately asked, "What's the matter so late at night? The way to your dormitory doesn't seem to be this way, right?" Wei Shui air hurriedly reminded me, "Aren't we supposed to sleep with the young master today?" Seeing this, I immediately brought up the sword venerable. "Does your grandfather know you're acting like this?" Vaiksui giggled. "It's okay. Grandfather has already left. Schwer doesn't know where he went, nor when he'll be back." Hearing this, I felt helpless. I was already prepared to go back, but now I can only wait for the sword venerable to return. Old Shin also sighed. The world has really changed. Is it okay for an attendant to just disappear without a word now? Soon, after returning to the room, the scene before me left me dumbfounded again. Before the words were out, Wei Shui dived directly into the quilt. "Young master, come quickly. Let's sleep together." Seeing this, I turned to leave without a second thought. But in the next second, Nangong Fei chased after me. Forced into a corner, I ended up lying down obediently on the bed. But after being slapped hard by Wei Shui, I couldn't help but curse inwardly. Holy crap. The next day, I pleaded with Old Shun for help with huge dark circles under my eyes. However, Old Shun thought I was ungrateful for my blessings. If you wanted to get up, you could have just gotten up. I said helplessly, they were holding on too tight. What could I do? If someone else saw this scene again, it would definitely cause a huge problem. As soon as the words fell, little sister pushed the door open and walked right in. After seeing the scene, she was stunned at first, then an expression of disgust appeared on her face. "I'll wait for you outside." At this moment, 1,000 horses were stampeding in my heart. Ingfeng came in without permission, and now you do too. Is this the etiquette of Huashan? But the most important thing right now was to find a way to get up. So, I first gently tickled Wei Shui with my finger, and told her there was a bug crawling on her. Hearing this, Wei Shui woke up with a start. Then, I gave Nangong Fei a hard flick on the forehead. Just like that, I finally regained control of my body. Soon, after getting ready, I walked outside and saw Little Sister. Little Sister got straight to the point and stated her purpose. "Master wants to see you. If I had known you were sleeping with 2 women in your arms, I would have come later." I responded faintly, "So you came all this way just to deliver that one message?" Little Sister indicated that I was overthinking it. I was just passing by because of the Flower Festival battle. Anyway, I've said what I needed to say. You can go back and continue playing with those weirdos. As she said this, her eyes suddenly widened. It turned out Nangong Fei and Wei Shui had come out, and Little Sister was stunned by their beauty. At this moment, both of them asked in unison, "Who is this person?" Little Sister angrily cut in first. "You don't need to know." With that, she turned and left. At this time, Nangong Fei leaned on my shoulder inadvertently. What's wrong with her? Just after Little Sister told me about participating in the Flower Festival battle, she went to an empty space alone and vented her emotions by practicing her swordsmanship. She remembered that when she was little, she loved playing with her brother. Her brother also often played pranks on her. Whenever she was scared to tears, her brother would not only apologize immediately, but also grant her any request. One time, she asked her brother to help teach their older sister, Qiu Yanshu, a lesson, because she always says bad things about her mom. Her brother thought for a moment, and then stroked my head. "After all, she's also our family. You should be able to understand that, right?" With that thought, Little Sister continued to brandish her longsword. But after a short while, she was so tired she collapsed on the ground. At this moment, the more she thought, the angrier she got. Then, she threw her longsword away. Just then, a voice suddenly came. "No matter how tired you are, you must not throw away your sword." When she looked up, she saw a familiar face appear before her. "Isn't this the woman who was sleeping with that guy this morning?" But out of courtesy, she still said, "Thank you." But on second thought, she was still too angry and snatched the sword back. "I don't need your help, but why are you here?" Nan Gongfei explained, I just saw that your relationship with Qiu Yang Tian is unusual, so I followed you to have a look. With that, she revealed that city-toppling smile. Seeing this, little sister felt an incomparable radiance. Who on earth is she to actually have dealings with a guy like that? At this moment, Nan Gongfei spoke again, interrupting her thoughts. Power. You need to reduce the amount of power. The way you were practicing just now consumes too much stamina. This made little sister very resentful. As expected, this woman is just like the others. With that thought, she immediately questioned, You're so beautiful. You don't look like you've ever held a sword. Someone who knows nothing shouldn't be thinking of bossing people around. Nan Gongfei thought for a moment. Then how about a match? Little sister accepted her proposal. But what she didn't understand was, what kind of match is it if you don't even draw your sword? But when she heard from Nan Gongfei, this is enough, she was instantly infuriated. Then, she raised her sword and launched an attack. But no matter how hard little sister tried, Nan Gongfei could easily neutralize it, while not forgetting to remind her to reduce her power. As she spoke, she personally demonstrated. As a result, with just one move, the match was decided. With a face full of unwillingness, little sister suddenly asked, What is your relationship with that guy? A powerful person like you, why would you stay with someone who is lazy, doesn't work hard, has a bad personality, and is also ugly? Hearing these words, Nan Gongfei immediately retorted, He's not ugly. Then, a force of lightning rose from her palm. You'll be taught a lesson for speaking carelessly. With that, a huge sword shadow struck towards little sister. In the nick of time, I arrived just in time to block this fatal blow for little sister. Afterwards, I questioned with a sharp gaze, Nan Gongfei, what are you doing? Nan Gongfei explained, This person said you're ugly, but I didn't care. So what? Are you bullying her? This brought a few traces of anger to Nan Gongfei's face. What is she to you? Why are you protecting her and helping her? Before I could speak, little sister responded first. I don't need his help. With that, she ran away in a huff. At this time, Nan Gongfei asked again, Who is this person? She was clearly the one in the wrong first. Why did you still help her and speak against me? I told her directly, That girl is my sister. Nan Gongfei confirmed in disbelief, It couldn't be your biological sister, right? This left me speechless. If not a biological sister, what else could she be? Hearing this, Nan Gongfei was dumbfounded on the spot. I messed up. I messed it all up. Just like that, Nan Gongfei began to wander around Huashan in a daze. Although I didn't know what exactly happened, she kept repeating I messed up in her mouth. Time skips to the evening. After I returned to my room, I found that Wei Shui had been waiting for a long time. Why are you the only one? Wei Shui didn't know the situation either, only that her big sister hadn't come back all day. Then I asked her when her grandfather would be back, but Wei Shui still didn't know. Seeing the situation getting worse and worse, I immediately made a decision. The next day, I brought Wu Yin to the market, but what I didn't expect was that a market that even sold demonic beast pelts and bones had no demon stones. Although to a demonic beast, a demon stone is like a heart. The moment it drops, it's no different from a useless rock. But for me, who possesses the demonic Wei's 1,000 suction art, it has a certain use. Because based on the words of the divine doctor, an old shun, the fact that I can still stay alive now is definitely related to the demonic Wei's 1,000 suction art. Moreover, there's something inside my body. To confirm this, I want to find a demon stone and try to absorb it once. If I can't buy one, does that mean I can only go hunt the demonic beasts around here? Wu Yin immediately rejected my idea, because as far as he knew, the number of demonic beasts in this vicinity had been decreasing sharply recently. Although it's unclear what happened, with Wu Yan's information, this trip wasn't in vain. In that case, let's head back for today. Shui must have prepared a delicious dinner for us. But when we got back, Wu Yan and I observed for a long time and couldn't figure out what on earth this was. Wei Shui said with a proud face that it was grilled fish. Please have a taste, young master. Just like that, having had our fill, just by looking, we fled the room directly. Afterwards, I instructed Wu Yin to go back first, as I had something to do. I would return after handling it. Right after I successfully sent Wu Yin away, I came to a dense forest. But as it turned out, I found Nan Gongfei patiently guiding little sister in her sword practice. This left me very confused. Just yesterday, they were fighting to the death. How could they act as if nothing had happened now? Little sister picked up her sword and explained, At that time, I was angry at you, not at her. But not only was she not angry, she even took the initiative to apologize to me. Hearing this, I let out a long sigh. A woman's mind is truly a needle at the bottom of the sea. Then I waved my hand and left. Afterward, Nangong Fei suggested, "It's getting late. Let's go back together." Hearing this, little sister immediately fell silent. Nangong Fei didn't know what she was thinking either. Just then, my voice came from behind again, that if you don't hurry back, Wei Shui Air might die. Hearing this, Nangong Fei had no choice but to leave first, leaving only little sister still standing there. Looking at her scar-covered right hand, she suddenly recalled scenes from her childhood. Her brother had suddenly become like a different person, telling her not to follow him, not to call him brother. It was best to just shut up and live quietly. Thinking of this, she once again brandished the long sword in her hand. Could it be because of her? The plum blossoms must bloom this year. The next day, little sister bought a skewer of grilled meat at the market. This made a nearby child's mouth water. Little sister opened her mouth to try it. If it was delicious, she planned to bring some back for her master. When she had delivered food to her master before, she found that she was now too sick to eat. At this thought, little sister lost her appetite as well. In the end, she gave the meat skewer to the child. Then, she ran wildly towards the mountain. "Master, I want to stay with you forever. I have so much to tell you." The match with Sister Nangong Fei, learning to listen to others' advice for the first time, and Xiaoyang Tian. As she thought of this, she was suddenly tackled to the ground. It turned out someone had just launched a surprise attack on her. Luckily, Nangong Fei appeared in time to save her. The man who ambushed them let out a sinister smile. Where did such a beauty fall from? And there are two of them. Having come to her senses, little sister directly asked for his name. The man introduced himself as Yi Shuedi and advised them to surrender obediently. Otherwise, it wouldn't be pretty if their faces got hurt. Hearing this, little sister immediately drew her sword to fight, but was stopped by Nangong Fei. "Get a grip. You can't help it all right now. I'll hold him off here. You should hurry back and inform everyone." Seeing this, Yi Shuedi revealed a lecherous expression. "Beauty, you better think this through." But little sister was still worried. But after Nangong Fei shouted run, she charged forward with the force of a thunderbolt. At the same time, Wei Shui Air saw me spacing out on the side. "Young master, what are you thinking about?" I said I wasn't thinking about anything, just walking around to have something to do. Wei Shui Air suggested she wanted to come along, but I rejected her without hesitation because the divine doctor's location couldn't be known by more people. So I had to offer to buy her a meat skewer. As expected, Wei Shui Air immediately urged me to go and come back quickly, not forgetting to remind me that she likes the kind with a lot of meat. After getting away from Wei Shui Air, Shun Lao couldn't help but complained about a guy who looks like a cockroach. "Why do the Nangong family's child and that other kid just now all like to stick to you so much?" Hearing that, I retorted, "Speaking of looks, you're not much better." As we bickered, I suddenly spotted little sister rushing over. I saw little sister grab onto me for support. "Brother, this is bad. Sister Nangong Fei. She's in danger." Hearing this, my eyes instantly turned ice cold. Meanwhile, the battle between Nangong Fei and Yi Shuedi had reached a white-hot stage. Just then, Yi Shuedi suddenly remembered the purpose of his trip. He was clearly here to find the divine doctor. What was he doing getting entangled with this girl? With that thought, he increased his power again, wanting to end the fight quickly. After a few more rounds of clashes, Nangong Fei was clearly at a disadvantage. So, she had no choice but to use her strongest move in a desperate struggle. Yi Shuedi recognized it at a glance. This was the Nangong family's Emperor Sword formation. This was the first time he had seen it since the Great War. However, this girl's execution of it was still too weak and very slow. With that thought, he easily dodged it by just slightly turning his body, but he quickly realized something was wrong. It turned out the next strike was the real move. But even so, Yi Shuedi still managed to block it. Yi Shuedi was very puzzled. What exactly was Mount Hua hiding? Why had both the Chiu and Nangong families come to Mount Hua? But now is not the time to think about this. Beauty, your internal energy seems to be running out, doesn't it? I've already hit your pressure points. Just stay here obediently. I'll come back and dote on you properly after I'm done with my business. After saying that, he raised his blade and left, preparing to break the barrier. On the verge of losing consciousness, Nangong Fei was filled with unwillingness. If she was captured by him, she would just become his plaything, and she would definitely never see Qiu Yang Tian again. Was she going to return to that world full of sin again? But just as she was about to forcibly unblock her pressure points, a voice suddenly stopped her. When she looked towards the sound, she saw a familiar figure. You wouldn't listen even if I told you to run. So just stay here obediently. From now on, leave it to me, because in the past war, Nangong Fei died to save me. At that time, I couldn't understand her decision at all. But at this moment, I finally understood. After a life full of regret ends, when you arrive in another world, there probably won't be anyone there to welcome you. You can only wait for the end amidst unforgivable sins. But I don't know if it was chance or fate, I got a second chance. This suddenly gave me a hope I didn't know if I deserved to have. Perhaps in this life, I can make up for all my regrets. But what if this life isn't a chance, but another step into hell? Another punishment for my sins? But no matter what, I absolutely cannot let the same thing happen a second time. With that thought, an energy of red and black began to gather within my body. In an instant, my body was enveloped by fierce flames. Meanwhile, Yi Shuidi was still strenuously hacking at the barrier. But just as he was about to succeed, he suddenly felt a chill. When he turned to look, he saw a man had already arrived before him with a fierce attack. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The next second, a heavy punch slammed directly into his chest. The immense power even created a violent explosion. When the smoke cleared, Yi Shuedi, based on the scene, immediately determined that this was a Chiu family technique. He spat out a mouthful of blood and let out a sinister laugh that I was thinking of finding a chance to meet you. I didn't expect our young master to deliver himself to my doorstep. But unexpectedly, this kid's internal energy was so formidable, worthy of being the son of that old, undying flame demon. But at most, he's just at the level of a rising star. While he was lost in thought, I swung my fist again. The next second, I began to frantically pummel his body. But this time, Yi Shuidi was prepared. He immediately swung his great blade to force me back. You're a bit interesting, kid, but you're still a long way from catching up to your father. With that, he lunged forward and launched a counterattack. During the fierce clash, Shun Lao's voice suddenly came through. Calm down. It'll be dangerous if you lose your reason. Such surging killing intent will only create more trouble. Sure enough, just as I gathered my internal energy to attack again, my Dantian suddenly had a problem. This not only made me spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, but my body also fell downwards uncontrollably. Seeing this, Yi Shuidi immediately swung his blade, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Just then, a voice entered my mind again. As soon as the voice fell, a strange change occurred in my eyes. Then, my hand landed on the blade of Yi Shuidi's weapon. I then used the momentum to attack him again. Seeing this, Yi Shuidi hurriedly swung his blade in response, but he ended up hitting empty air. This made him doubt himself. Did this kid really just a rising star? There's no one like him even in the Dark Knight Palace. While he was distracted, I once again seized the opportunity to get in front of him. The next second, I slammed into his abdomen with all my strength. At the same time, a fierce flame directly pierced through his body. It was clear the outcome was decided, but my eyes remained sharp. Just after I defeated Yi Shuidi, my fists began to fall madly on his body. Seeing this, Nangong Fei was about to speak up and stop me. But the next second, a pungent stench filled the air. This was the first time she had ever smelled such a strong odor. The enemy is clearly dead. Why won't he stop? No, if even Xiaoyang Tian is like this. Thinking of this, she slowly got up. Then, she hugged Xiaoyang Tian from behind. That's enough. You can stop. He's already dead. Hearing this, I immediately stopped my hands. My pupils returned to normal from purple. Then, I collapsed into Nangong Fei's arms. Meanwhile, at a branch of the Dark Knight Palace, the branch leader's failure to return was causing everyone to worry. But the few of them didn't plan to act on their own. Instead, they planned to wait for the branch leader to return and then attack Mount Hua together. Just then, the figure of an old man suddenly appeared before them. The newcomer was none other than the sword venerable, Wei Xiaojin. Oh, you're the children who want to lay a hand on Mount Hua. Unaware of the situation, a man in black threatened him with his sword. State your name if you don't want your neck snapped. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his entire body was split in two. Though they're just a bunch of second-rate warriors, their display is not bad. As he spoke, he balanced the sword from just now on his fingertip. A sword is most beautiful in its scabbard. Malice, too, should be kept in the heart. It turned out that on the night he found the Huashan sect leader. The Huashan sect leader had entrusted him with a matter. After a long investigation, the sect leader had finally found the reason for the disappearance of the Huashan disciples. It was a young man from the Dark Knight Palace named Yi Shuedi. That's why the previous scene occurred. Now, the men in black all had sharp gazes, but just as they were about to make a move, the sword Venerable merely flicked his finger, and all the men in black were sent to their deaths. As expected of people from an evil sect, truly foolish. Meanwhile, I finally woke up from my coma, and what greeted my eyes was the divine doctor performing acupuncture on me. The divine doctor told me I had been in a coma for 2 days and reminded me not to move. If even one needle was misplaced, it would cause me to suffer from chi deviation. Hearing this, I was astonished. I had slept for so long, but there was smoke coming out of my mouth. Have I reached the state of ascending to immortality? This left the divine doctor speechless. That's the sun, moon, true fungus burning. Seeing as you still have the heart to joke, it means your body has recovered. As he spoke, he removed the needles from my body one by one. I've told you before, you're a living corpse. It's best not to condense your chi recklessly. If you overuse it, you could die at any moment. However, although you used a large amount of internal energy this time, that chi is surprisingly calm. However, I didn't care about this at all. What I truly cared about was the condition of Miss Nangong and my sister. The divine doctor indicated that I didn't need to worry. They had already fully recovered. The scene changes. After everything returned to normal, I stared out the window alone, lost in thought. My first kill in this life, and it was completely involuntary. Also, what was that? I clearly heard someone say eat. There are still too many things to understand in this life. Anyway, the divine doctor said, I should first check if my internal energy has calmed down. My bloodline is indeed still in a solidified state, but this is a body in its growth period, after all. It really does recover quickly. Just then, I suddenly thought of something. Wait, this thing in me. Could it be demonic chi? At the same time, at the Dark Knight Palace headquarters, a man asked who was in charge of the annihilated Shanxi branch. Upon learning it was Yi Shuedi, the man was puzzled. Although he hasn't reached the transformation realm, he's already a mature, top-tier master. He shouldn't have been killed so easily. His subordinate didn't know the specific details either. But according to intelligence, it seems to have been the work of a rising star hidden in the Huashan sect. Hearing this, the man opened his purple-pupiled eyes. Immediately send a Rakshasa over to investigate. Although the plan has hit a snag, it's fortunately about to be completed. A few days later, the sword Venerable, who was sweeping the courtyard, was suddenly interrupted by a voice. The newcomer was Wei Shuer. She was seen first tossing aside her favorite medicinal fruit. Then she picked up a long sword. Grandpa, I want to learn martial arts. This is this year's most anticipated manhwa sequel. The latest top-tier Korean manhwa, reborn as a demonic heir, Season 2. A grand return. Hyuyang is finally back. On a certain late night in my past life, after seeing me arrive as promised, the heavenly demon immediately expressed her inner thoughts. Sometimes I feel like you're looking at someone else through me. If it's that girl deep in your heart, then if the demonic sword queen who died for you found out, she would surely regret her decision, wouldn't she? But before I could respond, she suddenly changed the subject. If that girl dies by my hands in the future, will you still be able to remain as calm as you are now? My thoughts returned to the present. Facing a seemingly endless flight of stairs, I, having recovered from my serious injuries, couldn't help but complain. These lunatics from Huashan, just how much do they like stairs? Just then, I suddenly recalled my conversation with the Huashan sect leader a few days ago. I'm truly sorry for getting you involved in something like this. However, compared to these unimportant pleasantries, I was more concerned about whether the flower offering battle could proceed smoothly. And after learning from the sect leader that the flower offering battle was postponed for certain reasons, I couldn't help but speculate. To be able to postpone one of Huashan's few major events. Could it be because of the disappearance of the Huashan disciples? Just like that, as the meeting was about to end, the sect leader suddenly remembered something. By the way, someone has been waiting for you for a long time. You should go out and see. But when I arrived at the location the sect leader mentioned, I couldn't see a single person. As I was feeling puzzled, little sister was suddenly pushed out from behind a door. In her extreme embarrassment, she could only brace herself and walk up to me. Are you feeling better? And when she saw I hadn't heard clearly, she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Thank you." Then she fled the scene without looking back. But just as I was wondering what was wrong with her, Nangong Fei's figure suddenly appeared before my eyes. Looks like she was shy, too embarrassed to say thank you. As I was feeling speechless, my gaze was suddenly drawn to her injured right arm. But when I thought about how this was all a consequence of my actions, I shyly expressed my gratitude to her. Seeing this, Nangong Fei's face instantly flushed red with shyness. Then, she fled the scene without looking back. Thinking of this, I finally climbed to the Sword Queen's residence. But just as I was catching my breath, Zhuge He's figure suddenly appeared before my eyes. This made my expression turn serious at once. Why would he be here? Could he be here on behalf of the Divine Doctor to check on the Sword Queen's condition? Although I don't know what kind of scheme is involved, I must remain vigilant at all times. Soon, after seeing the Sword Queen, she was the first to express her gratitude. I heard you got involved in some unpleasant matters because of Hua Shan, and you also saved Linghua. I didn't expect you to be such a reliable older brother. However, looking at the Sword Queen's kind and amiable expression, cold sweat couldn't help but bead on my forehead. It was because I actually sensed a trace of demonic chi on her. And it was demonic chi as pure as the heavenly demons. This made me wonder, why would she have something like this on her? Could it be that she has already met the heavenly demon this early? Demonic chi isn't something you can resist just by enduring it. To be able to endure that chaotic thing for so long. But before I could finish my thought, the Sword Queen suddenly placed her hand gently on the back of mine. But the next second, I sensed something was wrong. I immediately and frantically pulled my hand back. The demonic weighs 1,000 suction art. It can even absorb the demonic chi from within a person's body. Amidst my shock, the Divine Doctor's voice suddenly reached my ears. What are you two doing? At the same time, Qiu Linghua was training hard somewhere on Mount Hua, and thinking about her act of running away before, she was instantly overcome with self-blame. This wasn't how a martial artist under her master's tutelage should behave. At that time, she had not only abandoned the pride and responsibility of a martial artist, but had even cast aside the most basic benevolence and righteousness. Just then, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Martial Ant Xiao, don't push yourself too hard. Moisten your throat first, and then continue. Looking at Ying Feng, the youngest Plum Blossom Sword Master in Huashan's history, Qiu Linghua felt a mix of emotions. If it were him, he probably wouldn't have fled in disarray like she did. Thinking of this, she once again fell into a memory. If it weren't for your brother, this matter would have probably become truly troublesome. Although I know he has a complex aura, a demon person that even the Nangong family's child was no match for. Thought your brother actually defeated him. This left Qiu Linghua very confused. Why could that selfish and lazy guy walk so fast on the path of a martial artist? If she kept clinging to her master and acting spoiled, how could she ever hope to make the plum blossom bloom? At this thought, her spirits were instantly lifted. After refusing Ying Feng's kind offer, as she ran towards her master's residence, she also remembered what her master once said, and no matter what path of martial arts you walk, whether it's filled with pain or sorrow, jealousy or resentment, until a plum blossom blooms on the sword you've chosen. When your master can see that day, we should smile together. Night fell. She finally arrived at her master's residence. But before she could open the door, she heard her brother's voice coming from inside. At this moment, inside the room, Xiaoyang Tian was having a heated argument with the Divine Doctor about treating the Sword Queen. And upon hearing that her brother had a way to cure the Sword Queen, Qiu Linghua rushed straight in. Can you really cure, Master? A disease that even the Divine Doctor was helpless against was something I saw through at a glance. But just as I was about to state the treatment method, little sister rushed, is it true that you can cure, Master? Although I wasn't completely confident, as long as I could get the Divine Doctor's permission, I was willing to try and treat the Sword Queen's illness. With that, I confessed the treatment method to everyone. The Qiu family's heart technique can use heat to dispel turbid qi. The disease that is consuming the Sword Queen's life is actually caused by a certain kind of qi. Because when my palm made contact with the Sword Queen's, I felt that qi, and the 9-flame fire wheel art in my body dispelled it. However, while I said that, I knew clearly in my heart that this had nothing to do with the 9-flame fire wheel art. It was all thanks to the demonic weighs 1,000 suction art. But to get the Sword Queen to cooperate with the treatment, I could only use a more convincing explanation. Otherwise, the Sword Queen would surely die from being unable to withstand that demonic qi. Even if she survived, she would only be able to live in seclusion and anonymity, like in my past life. Although I wasn't sure if I should save the Sword Queen and twist the future, facing my sister's earnest pleas, I could at least be sure of one thing. With that thought, I immediately pleaded with the Divine Doctor, "Please allow me to perform the treatment." However, the Divine Doctor was full of doubt. The 9-flame fire wheel art itself is not a technique for saving people. If this causes the Sword Queen to die on the spot, can you bear the consequences of failure? So, kid, stop making empty boasts. You're just gambling with a patient's life. However, just as I was about to say something, the Sword Queen spoke up first. "I can't bear to go on like this anyway. We might as well leave it to this child." And just as he said, I did indeed feel a slight change at that time. So I think it's perfectly fine to give it a try. It doesn't matter even if it fails, because I don't have much time left anyway. Since it had come to this, the Divine Doctor could only agree to my request in the end. Looking at the hands that had taken countless lives in my past life, I couldn't help but give a bitter smile. I never thought that I would now be able to use these hands to save someone. Besides that, it also made me feel a sense of weight for the first time. Could this be the sense of responsibility the Divine Doctor spoke of? With that thought, I immediately gathered all my internal energy into my hands. Then, I placed them on the Sword Queen's back. But what I never expected was that the Sword Queen's body was actually enduring so much demonic chi. This made me doubt myself. Can I really withstand absorbing all of this? But after thinking carefully, my eyes were instantly filled with determination again. That's right, this is the karmic retribution I must bear. With that thought, I immediately activated the demonic way's 1,000 suction art. As the demonic chi surrounding the Sword Queen slowly diminished, she opened her eyes and gradually drew the long sword in her hand. But just then, a voice suddenly entered my mind. This time seems a little different. It's simply too delicious. However, as soon as the voice fell, I immediately fell into a coma. The scene changes. Under the guidance of the past life Wei Shui heir, the current Wei Shui heir was practicing her swordsmanship in a proper manner. The past life Wei Shui heir was very gratified by this. It's much better compared to the first time. It turned out that after she told her grandfather she wanted to learn martial arts, she received a harsh scolding from him. But just as she was feeling heartbroken, a voice suddenly sounded in her ear. "Let me teach you swordsmanship." With her wish granted, Wei Shui heir was very happy. "Although I'm scared that you'll take over my body, sister, I still like you more than Grandpa." Just then, her grandfather's angry roar suddenly came. "Didn't I tell you not to touch a sword?" Seeing this, Wei Shui heir hurriedly hid the sword behind her back. Once. Just this once. At the same time, I finally woke up, but my body still felt uncomfortable. It seemed that the demonic chi had been completely absorbed. After finding the room empty, I immediately became concerned about the Sword Queen's condition. But when I saw the scene outside the house, I was instantly astonished. I saw the Sword Queen's figure dancing gracefully in the air. On the ground, Qiu Linghua shed tears of joy at this sight. As the Sword Queen stomped powerfully and broke through the clouds, I widened my eyes in disbelief again. Has she been completely reborn? But on second thought, that didn't seem right. She had probably just returned to her original state. Soon, after the Sword Queen landed, Qiu Linghua immediately threw herself into her arms. The Sword Queen also expressed her gratitude to me on the spot. "Thank you for your hard work. This is all thanks to you." However, just as I was feeling embarrassed, a figure suddenly flashed past me and took the silver needle that was stuck in my head. "I can't believe you really cleaned out all the turbid chi, kid. The more I look, the more miraculous it seems." At this point, the Divine Doctor suddenly shot me a sharp look. "It seems I must properly confirm what's going on with that heart technique." The Sword Queen, who was once terminally ill, now appeared before everyone, radiant and glowing with health. But to my surprise, she even made an audacious request. "Let me accompany you back to the Qiu family." And before this, after seeing the Sword Queen return to her original state, the disbelieving Divine Doctor had cast a sharp gaze at me. "It seems I have to confirm what's going on with that heart technique." With that, the two of us started a game of him chasing me. Seeing this, the Sword Queen revealed a kind smile. After this incident, at the dinner table, Nan Gongfei suddenly questioned me. "Where did you sleep last night?" This made me choke on my food. Why does that sound like a wife holding her husband accountable? With that thought, I immediately gave a lame excuse that I just want to train all night, that's all. I was so tired that I fell asleep on the spot. Hearing this, not only did Nangong feign not calm down, she even slammed the table angrily. Then you should have let me know. Not coming back. So late makes people worry. After saying that, she left without even eating. Seeing this, I breathed a sigh of relief. I thought I was really going to die here. Just then, Wei Shui Air suddenly started wailing. But when I learned it was because the sword venerable wouldn't let her learn martial arts, I immediately covered her mouth. This is so annoying. My head is killing me. The demonic chi boiling inside me is also a problem. And the fact that Elder Shin hasn't appeared is also very concerning. As I thought about this, a thought suddenly struck me. Could the voice I heard while absorbing the demonic chi be related to news about Elder Shin? Come to think of it, the old man seemed to have said something before. That something was dormant inside my body. Could he have been eaten by that thing? As I thought of this, a voice suddenly interrupted my thoughts. And when I saw it was Qiu Linghua, I immediately started to scold her. It's so tiring climbing up and down from over there. Why you keep coming over? But to my surprise, not only did little sister not talk back this time, she even thanked me for healing the Sword Queen. Then, I continued eating with a look of disdain. You must have too much time on your hands, coming all this way just to say that. As I fumed, little sister turned her head to the side. Master, did you hear what my brother said? With that, the Sword Queen's figure appeared at the door again. A life-saving favor can't be repaid with just a thank you anyway. Seeing this, I was full of surprise. I didn't expect you to look so healthy. So, are you fully recovered now? The Sword Queen smiled slightly and changed the subject. I came here for no other reason than to repay you. If you have any request, just name it. Even if you want my life, I won't have a second word. This left me utterly astonished. Do you even know what I'm going to ask? To agree just like that. Hearing this, the Sword Queen immediately took my hand. I believe that no matter what you ask, you wouldn't bring harm to others. At this, I was suddenly reminded of a scene from my past life. How could she be so certain? How could she trust someone who once burned Huashan to ashes? Although it wasn't their fault that they failed to protect little sister. But at the time, I really needed someone to vent my anger on. Seeing that I didn't speak for a long time, the Sword Queen had to let it go. If you can't think of anything now, you can tell me later. But I have a question for you. But before asking, she politely asked Wei Shui Air and Qiu Linghua to leave. After a moment of thought, the Sword Queen suddenly spoke. Do you remember the last things about your mother? Linghua was too young at the time, so she has no memory of it. The main family has also kept it a tight secret. So, can you tell me everything you know? Hearing this, I was instantly lost in memories. It was an evening with heavy snowfall. After telling me to take good care of Linghua, a crack glowing with red light opened up in front of Mother. As the crack continued to widen, after sadly leaving me with an I'm sorry, Mother's figure completely disappeared into the crack, and in the face of my hysterical cries, Father, on the contrary, told me with a cold expression to hold back my tears. At the same time, he showed me something. This is the reason for the existence of the Qiu family and us. It is my burden, and it is the burden you will inherit in the future. Finishing my thought, I replied with a hint of sadness. I'm afraid I can't tell you that. Even if you keep asking, my answer will be the same. Seeing this, the Sword Queen didn't ask any more questions. As she was leaving, she patted my head to comfort me. That incident must have been very painful for you too. Saying that, she suddenly changed the subject again. So, when do you plan to return to the main family? I replied immediately. Since Linghua said she doesn't plan to go back, we'll be preparing to leave in a few days. Hearing this, the Sword Queen immediately called for little sister. Do you really not plan to go home? And upon learning that little sister chose not to go back because she was worried about her, the Sword Queen made a shocking decision on the spot. In that case, I'll just accompany you to the Qiu family. The woman just made a simple slash. It left the guard who witnessed the whole thing utterly shocked, because the little maid, who usually only knew how to eat medicinal fruits, now displayed the demeanor of a great martial arts master. Just after the Sword Queen proposed to go back to the Qiu family with us. In my shock, I hurriedly ran to the door to stop her. Are you serious? Don't you have the duty to protect Huashan? Besides, Qiu Linghua said before that she didn't want to go back. Hearing this, the Sword Queen responded with a smile. How can it be called protecting? During this time, I was the one being taken care of. Qiu Linghua chimed in. I'll go wherever Master says to go. Besides, didn't you come to take me back anyway? Just then, Nangong Fei's figure suddenly appeared before everyone. Seeing her, the Sword Queen hurried forward. "You must be the child who saved Linghua. Linghua has told me a lot about you. She said a beautiful older sister often helped her. Whenever I heard this, I was very grateful to you. Oh, right. I heard you're also Yang Tian's fiancé. You are both very kind-hearted. I believe you'll get along very well." Hearing this, while I was confused about how the Sword Queen knew so much, Nangong Fei's face flushed with a blush. At this moment, Wei Shui heir suddenly shifted her attention to the sky. But upon learning that the Wei Shui heir from her past life was going to continue teaching her sword practice, she excitedly left. On the other side, Xiao Linghua also made a suggestion to the Sword Queen. "The flower offering battle is about to be held. Since Master is coming with us, why don't we go after the flower offering battle ends?" And after getting my approval, the Sword Queen happily agreed. But then her expression turned serious. "Since the flower offering battle is about to start, I think it's time to start teaching you again. But before that, you need to warm up first." Saying this, she suddenly shifted her gaze to me. "Why don't you, Yang Tian, have a match with her?" Just like that, little sister and I came to an open area. And as the match began, a memory she didn't want to recall also surfaced in Xiao Linghua's mind. "Can you still not tell me? Mother hasn't been back for days. No one cares about this at all. Aren't you worried either, brother?" Hearing this, I impatiently flipped the table. "Why do you keep asking me the same question? It's so annoying. Mother is dead. Our mother is already dead. Is that enough for you? Don't mention mother again in the future. Otherwise, I'll act as if I don't have you as a sister." Finishing the thought, Xiao Linghua couldn't help but swing her long sword. This was the beginning of her resentment towards her brother. It was also the reason she was unwilling to leave Huashan, because only here could she forget her mother and that most detestable brother in the family. Now, although she used all her skills, she still lost the match in the end. Looking at my back as I was about to leave, she suddenly called out to stop me. "Brother, can we go back to how we were before?" This made me fall silent for a moment. "What nonsense are you talking about? It's already too late." With that, I left without looking back, leaving only Xiao Linghua standing quietly in place. It seems he didn't deny it either. Night falls. The guard, Wu Yin, is practicing his sword somewhere in Huashan. Amidst the sharpness, his sword moves carried a hint of regret and self-blame. I know the young master has been deliberately avoiding me when he acts. I also know the young master has reached a level where he no longer needs me. But that doesn't mean my responsibility is lessened. Unless I die, the young master cannot be harmed. But when the young master was desperately protecting others, what was I doing? With this mindset of self-reproach, he swung his sword with all his might, full of anger. In an instant, a huge curtain of water exploded from the water's surface. Useless fellow, I learned swordsmanship specifically to protect others. But in the end, I couldn't protect anyone. As he was blaming himself, a voice suddenly reached his ears. But when he looked towards the sound, the scene that met his eyes left him utterly shocked. Isn't that attendant Wei? It doesn't look like she's talking to herself. Who on earth is she talking to? Isn't she an attendant who only loves to eat medicinal fruits? But why does she have the demeanor of a great master in her every move? Has she been secretly practicing her sword all this time? I just gave her a butterfly hairpin. And in return, I got an uncontrollable kiss from a maid. "Young master, thank you." Just after the guard Wu Yin accidentally discovered someone practicing their sword. Looking at that incredibly familiar figure, he widened his eyes in surprise. Isn't that attendant Wei? Isn't she an attendant who only loves to eat medicinal fruits? Has she been secretly practicing her sword all this time? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but tighten his grip on the long sword in his hand. What am I thinking? The most important thing now is to become more proficient on the path before me. This is the mission I need to complete as a guard. Just then, a voice suddenly broke his train of thought. Is this enough? But when he saw it was Wei Shui heir, who had appeared behind him at some unknown time. In his shock, Wei Shui heir gently placed her finger on his chest. In an instant, a golden internal energy appeared. Looking at Wu Yan's confused expression, Wei Shui heir said something intriguing. Practicing the sword shouldn't be too rigid. Sometimes, you need to break the mold. After an unknown amount of time, Wu Yan, who had come back to his senses, was just about to ask something, but found that Wei Shui heir had long since disappeared. At the same time, due to the upcoming flower offering battle, the night market at the foot of Huashan was particularly lively. Watching the plum blossoms constantly rising into the air, I couldn't help but complain. I can't believe I have to stay here until the flower offering battle begins. but since it's already decided, I might as well rest well for a few more days. To this, Nangong Fei first nodded. Then she leaned on my shoulder and fell asleep. At this time, in a room somewhere in Huashan, the divine doctor, who was talking with the sword venerable, showed a troubled expression. Alliance leader, I know what you want, but do you think I can do it? Although people call me the divine doctor, I'm not a real god. The sword venerable naturally knew this as well. But is there really no way? The divine doctor let out a long sigh. Arbitrarily changing a person's aura is an extremely difficult thing to begin with, let alone for that special child. Everyone has a vessel within their body, but that child's vessel is very strange. Her vessel is vast and deep, as if it's empty. It's only natural that her presence has become faint during this time. But compared to these things, the sword venerable was more concerned about something else. That is, to eliminate her determination to practice swordsmanship, no matter what. Let her be an ordinary child who follows the rules. However, even so, the divine doctor still looked very troubled. Besides it being a difficult matter, the resources and time required are enough to uproot an entire noble family. But the sword venerable didn't care about this at all. Just list whatever you need to prepare. Even if it's the 100-pole demonic stone that your grandson needs most, I will find a way to get it. Hearing this, the divine doctor was suddenly startled. Did you hear this from Dahua? The sword venerable didn't respond directly, but changed the subject on the spot. Let's fight for the children together. Seeing this, the divine doctor immediately voiced his confusion. Why can't your granddaughter learn the sword? In these dangerous times, learning some swordsmanship isn't a bad thing, is it? After a moment of silence, the sword venerable finally revealed the truth. For Schwerer, it's not a gift but a curse. Although she doesn't show any symptoms when doing small things like a normal person, or even some heavy labor, when she uses martial force that combines instinct and reason, it ignites the fire of her life. Simply put, the more power she uses, the weaker her life force becomes. Hearing this, cold sweat couldn't help but bead on the divine doctor's forehead. Isn't this just like the bloodline of the demonic cult? Saying this, he made another suggestion. You should go see the Zhang family of Tailing, where the current martial arts alliance leader resides. They have a demon sealing stone there. You can use its power to seal the child's dantian. This is probably the only way now, but what worried the divine doctor the most was, what the alliance leader wants to do is to make that child unable to practice martial arts for her entire life. But if, in the future, she sees herself with her wings clipped before she even had a chance to fly, she might resent the alliance leader forever. Would that be all right with you, alliance leader? At the same time, the awakened Nangong Fei suddenly pointed forward. But before I could figure out why, she ran off in a flash. In my confusion, a hairpin on a street stall suddenly caught my attention. A moment later, Wei Shui Air finally returned to her residence. Just then, a voice suddenly startled her. Where have you been running off to all day? I was planning to go to the market with you. Hearing this, Wei Shui Air hurriedly lowered her head to apologize, but instead saw the accessory I was handing to her. And it was the butterfly hairpin I had seen earlier. It's nothing special. Just because you've been working hard, I'm giving you this hairpin. As I spoke, I personally put the hairpin on her head. I don't really get it, but if you don't like it, it's fine to take it off. It's not anything valuable anyway. Before I could finish, Wei Shui suddenly kissed me. Young master, thank you. The Huashan flower offering battle finally began. The matchup list for the participating disciples was freshly released. But what I never expected was that little sister Qiu Linghua's opponent was actually the strongest genius of Huashan's third generation. Before this, in order to watch the opening ceremony of the flower offering battle, the few of us forced ourselves to wake up early. But compared to Nangong Fei and I being in a half-asleep state, Wei Shui looked full of energy. But soon, I sensed that something was off. Young master, are you feeling unwell? Why does your complexion look so bad? This made me recall the scene of being kissed last night. It must not have been a delusion. Besides, even if it was real, I'm not a child anymore. Why should I care about these things? A moment later, the group finally arrived at their destination, and the people were full of anticipation for this flower offering battle. The sword dragon should be competing this time, right? I think I saw him last year, but he didn't participate then. Speaking of which, who made it to the end last year? Just then, a voice suddenly came. It should be Ying Feng. The speaker was none other than the third-generation disciple of Huashan, Ying Feng. Seeing this, I was completely puzzled. Why is he here? Shouldn't he be busy preparing for the flower offering battle? Coincidentally, Ing Feng also spotted me at this moment. So he hurried forward to ask, "Is young Master Chiu also here to watch the flower offering battle?" I nodded in affirmation. This should be the busiest time. Is it really okay for you to be here? Before Ing Feng could respond, a complaint was suddenly heard from not far away. Things are getting urgent. Where has everyone run off to? This made Ing Feng instantly embarrassed. He then hurriedly changed the subject. There's still a while before the opening. Would you like me to show you around the arena? Just like that, under Ing Feng's lead, we arrived at the arena for the flower offering battle. At this moment, Ing Feng suddenly thought of something. Oh right, Marshal Anxiu Linghua is also participating in this flower offering battle. This made me worried. Who is that girl's opponent? I hope she doesn't get eliminated. Seeing that I didn't respond, Ing Feng continued. Have you heard, young Master Chiu? Marshal Anxiu Linghua's opponent is none other than me. Hearing this, I was suddenly shocked. This is the worst possible situation. How could Chiu Linghua possibly be this guy's opponent? Who wrote the matchup list? Isn't this maliciously arranged by someone? Just then, a voice suddenly interrupted my thoughts. The flower offering battle is about to begin. We invite the sect leader to the stage for the declaration. But compared to everyone's anticipation, I looked disdainful. I don't know what's so important about this kind of annual event. Having to come to such a high place on such a hot day. As I thought of this, a large swath of plum blossoms suddenly floated past everyone, as a powerful aura descended upon the arena. The next second, the figure of the Huashan sect leader appeared before everyone. Thank you all for being willing to watch over our Huashan children. At the same time, thank you for always protecting Huashan. I now officially announce that the first round of the Huashan flower offering battle now begins. As his voice fell, accompanied by deafening cheers, the flower offering battle finally began. Meanwhile, two male disciples were backstage giving advice to Chiu Linghua, who was about to go on stage. But after hearing their junior sister's heartfelt thanks, the two of them instantly beamed with joy. Junior sister Chiu, I have a unique ultimate move here. How about I demonstrate it for you now? Just then, a voice suddenly called out Chiu Linghua's name. This made the two of them gnash their teeth in anger. Where did this brat come from? How dare he call her junior sister by her full name? To this, I gave a wicked smile. I'm her brother. Do you two toads think you can eat swan meat? Just like that, after easily dealing with the two of them, I immediately stated my purpose for coming. I heard your opponent is the Sword Dragon. If this was the Sword Queen's decision, I advise you to withdraw from the competition. After all, that's the strongest disciple of Huashan's third generation. The outcome is just too obvious. But after hearing that this was little sister's own decision, in my shock, little sister continued to speak. Thank you for worrying about me, but I feel that if I continue to run from battle, Master, my senior brothers, Sister Nangong, Fei, and you, brother, I already owe everyone too much. So from today on, I will repay it all with my actions. I don't care about winning or losing this time, because this is the first time I'm not running from a fight. At this time, on the arena, as another duel ended, the host came on stage to announce the next matchup. From the gold camp, we have the one known as Huashan's #1 rising star, the Sword Dragon, Ing Feng. From the silver camp, we have the direct disciple of the Sword Queen, Chiu Linghua. I now declare the duel officially begins. The truth behind the disappearance of the Huashan disciples finally comes to light. The clue points towards a blood flower. What secret is hidden behind all of this? Before this, just after little sister stepped onto the arena of the flower offering battle, she began to ponder a very troubling question. When exactly did she start to dislike her brother? Was it that time when her brother flew into a rage and flipped the table? But at first, she was only angry at her brother. But over time, she slowly became afraid of his angry appearance, which led to continuous resentment, and she even began to hate the whole world. But it wasn't until spending time with her brother recently that she finally realized perhaps this wasn't trauma left by her brother, but her own cowardice that had long been revealed. So she made up her mind. Even if she still dislikes her family and her brother, this time she chooses not to run away again. Now, as the host announced the start of the match, the two sides instantly engaged in a fierce duel. And the powerful strength displayed by Ing Feng far exceeded Chiu Linghua's expectations. As expected of a Huashan sword dragon, his strength is truly not to be underestimated. Just like that, after a few more rounds of clashing, although Chiu Linghua's swordsmanship was very flashy and terrifyingly powerful, her fixed moves allowed Ing Feng to see through its flaws long ago. immediately after dodging a sword strike by turning sideways. He, who should have been able to win in one move, merely knocked Xiao Linghua back a few meters. Martial Ant Xiao, I'm very happy to see that you are no longer lost. You must still have some tricks up your sleeve. Then please bloom without reservation in this flower offering battle. Hearing this, little sister immediately used her full strength. Where the light of their swords met, gusts of plum blossoms floated up. Seeing this, a gratified smile appeared on my face. It seems she's grown a lot during this time, just like a wild horse that has broken free. Since I've seen what I wanted to see, that's enough. Just as she said, winning or losing isn't important. With that thought, I left, using the excuse of urgent business. After a short while, I finally arrived at a hidden canyon. Everyone's attention is on the flower offering battle right now. If I want to confirm it, I can only do it now. The Dark Knight Palace branch, discovered in Huashan. I must see it for myself before the Martial Arts Alliance intervenes. Just like that, after smoothly stepping into the cave, the traces of a fight inside immediately caught my attention. Could it be that the remnants fought with the Huashan sect? But didn't Huashan say they only cleaned up their corpses? And why would those guys from the Dark Knight Palace stay here? As I was thinking, a familiar demonic energy suddenly wafted over. This immediately confirmed that I hadn't found the wrong place. Based on my experience from my past life, there's a secret room hidden here. And that secret room must be in a place where I can very clearly sense that disgusting aura. Fortunately, my efforts paid off. After continuous tapping, I finally found the hidden switch on the stone chair. And after seeing the situation inside the secret room, I broke out in a cold sweat. Because apart from the eerie sea of blood, there were also many corpses that looked like Huashan martial artists. This made me wonder, for what reason did those guys do such a cruel thing? Thinking of this, I suddenly shifted my gaze to the flower blooming in the center of the sea of blood. Could it be because of this? But what on earth is this thing? But I soon noticed something was off. I then pulled out a corpse lying in the sea of blood. There are even disciples from the Martial Arts Alliance. It looks like they haven't been dead for long. This made me understand everything at once. So it wasn't that the Martial Arts Alliance didn't come to the flower offering battle, but they were all. But before I could finish my thought, a hidden weapon suddenly attacked from behind. But luckily, I reacted quickly. I dodged the fatal blow with a turn of my body. At this moment, a voice sounded. Not bad. It seems Yi Shuidi didn't lose for nothing. In what was supposed to be a duel with no suspense, the target's strength was massively enhanced in an instant. This left the assassin from the Dark Knight Palace extremely surprised. He's clearly a young master of the Chiu family who specializes in fist techniques. But why can he also make plum blossoms bloom with his swordsmanship? Just as I discovered the truth behind the disappearance of the Huashan disciples and Martial Arts Alliance members, a voice suddenly came from behind me. Small build, red Taoist robe, 9 flames revolving art. It seems you're Chiu Yang Tian. You happen to be one of the targets. This saved me a lot of trouble. Hearing this, I immediately prepared for battle. I didn't expect the intelligence to have spread so quickly. As tensions rose, the man in black suddenly made a suggestion. The headquarters wants you alive. Why don't you just come with me obediently? I responded while circulating the 9 flames revolving art. That's ridiculous. Your sneak attack just now was clearly meant to kill me, wasn't it? Seeing his plot exposed, the man in black immediately lost his patience. After introducing himself as Rakshasa, he immediately charged forward with his sword. This made me wonder, why did he announce his name? As I pondered, Rakshasa, who had already arrived before me, gave the answer on the spot. You should at least know who killed you, right? Seeing this, I immediately used the 9 flames revolving art to counter. But the quick-reacting Rakshasa just dodged and got behind me with a flash. Seeing the situation, I looked troubled. The entrance is too far to escape. A direct fight would be disadvantageous for me. Just like that, after wholeheartedly dodging several more attacks, Rakshasa couldn't help but let out a sneer. I can't believe Yi Shuidi fell at the hands of a coward like you. He really deserved it. With that, he seized the opportunity and sent me flying with a single sword strike. However, just as I was in despair, a familiar voice suddenly rang in my mind. Really now? I just woke up and you're already causing trouble again. Get up. Let's try this again. And as I recognized it was Elder Shun, Rakshasa also began to slowly approach me. This is the end, kid. To be able to dodge my attacks already makes you a monster-level guy. However, just as he was about to make his move, as a flash of sword light streaked by, a huge curtain of blood suddenly rose from the ground. In a shock, a voice suddenly reached Rakshasa's ear. What did you just say? You should at least know who you died at the hands of, right? Then please remember, my name is Shunja, and faced with such a powerful pressure, Rakshasa was instantly panicked. What's going on? You were a swordsman? Was the intelligence wrong? Didn't it say Chiyoyang Tian only knows fist techniques? But what was with that last strike? As he pondered, a sword light instantly flashed past his head, and this strike perfectly exposed his true face. This caused the disgraced Rakshasa to instantly lose his mind. He then launched a frenzied attack. Seeing this, Elder Shen's voice once again rang in my mind. Although every move is fatal, once a person is consumed by anger, their mind will also become chaotic, and that unease will be reflected in the sword. So a true master, even without using an excessive amount of internal energy like you, can still shake the heavens and earth. As his words fell, after uncontrollably blocking one of Rakshasa's strikes, the next second, countless dazzling plum blossoms bloomed where the two swords met. And as the plum blossoms gradually submerged Rakshasa, I also wore an expression of disbelief. Just then, Elder Shun's figure slowly materialized around me. The same applies to fist techniques. You are someone who has reversed time and space to come here. How can you not understand this principle? I am merely concentrating the rampaging internal energy to a single point. I had unbelievably opened my middle dantian. I could even feel an unprecedentedly terrifying energy within my body. Could it be that I have successfully reached the peak? Before this, right after Elder Shen learned of my identity as a reincarnator, he began to recount the events of this period while controlling my body. It turned out that he had been swallowed by some kind of energy inside my body. And because of that, he had also unexpectedly learned many things about me. Although there were many questions he wanted to figure out, but he knew full well in his heart, the most important thing right now is to concentrate his energy on dealing with Rakshasa. At this moment, Rakshasa, who had been knocked back again, was both surprised and excited. You should have been like this from the start, kid. That would have been much more interesting. With that, he wielded his dual blades and launched a new round of attacks. At this time, Elder Shun's voice rang out again. Do you know why the disciples of Huashan must all cultivate a powerful physical body? It is to complete the vessel. Because once the vessel is successfully completed, even with the least amount of internal energy, one can exert the greatest effect. If you use a sword, the effect will be even more obvious. The plum blossoms do not bloom in a rush. Rather, all the buds that have formed must bloom. Next, I will let you deeply experience the mystery within. Just like that, with Elder Shen's help, I actually cut off Rakshasa's arm with a single sword strike. This immediately sent the berserk Rakshasa into a frenzied attack mode. But what was different from before was that this time, although Elder Shun was also controlling my body, he didn't use a single bit of internal energy. While struggling to parry, Elder Shun suddenly spoke. Kid, you've gotten stronger. In your past life, you were just for show. Without internal energy, you were no different from a corpse. But that's how it is for those who use demonic arts. While I was surprised that Elder Shun even knew this, I hurriedly changed the subject. Old man, why don't you help me take down the guy in front of me first? However, Elder Shun unhurriedly asked a counter question. Will you train your body or not? Will you still be arrogant just because you have a little internal energy? And after hearing a satisfactory answer, Elder Shun couldn't help but laugh out loud. That kid jumping up and down has already lost a lot of blood. Now, even you can defeat him. Or do you want me to finish it for you? Hearing this, while throwing away my longsword, I began to try hard to recall Elder Shun's words from just now. Don't rely on internal energy. Although I don't know how much he saw about my past life, I have known clearly since the time I left the demonic palace and became a corpse. Once a martial artist loses their sanity, they're not far from death. Thinking of this, I began to inject a little internal energy into my left fist. Then, I struck Rakshasa's chest without hesitation, and the result was not at all surprising. I had actually achieved the greatest effect with the least amount of internal energy. Just like that, after easily finishing off Rakshasa, who had already lost his ability to fight, a sharp pain suddenly shot through my body. This gave me a bad feeling because I knew this was all thanks to the demonic Tao's thousand suction art. Internal energy swept through my whole body like a storm. Even the slightest relaxation could cause me to fall unconscious. Just then, Elder Shun's voice rang out again. I just taught you so much. How can you still not hold on? Hearing these words, I was suddenly jolted awake. Then I began to search for the feeling of being controlled by Elder Shun. Adjust my breathing. Don't let the internal energy erupt. Concentrate the rampaging internal energy to a single point, and then slowly guide it. Just like that, after unexpectedly opening my middle dantian, as a fierce flame, internal energy burst forth from within my body. The immense change that occurred inside me also made me widen my eyes in disbelief. Could it be that I have successfully reached the peak? A breakthrough. A breakthrough. I merely ate a blood flower, and the 9 flames wheel art directly broke through to the 5th star. After I successfully opened my middle dantian, feeling that fierce, scorching flame, I widened my eyes in disbelief. Although it was a common moment of growth, it was hard to experience these things in my past life because of laziness and poor comprehension. I had foolishly used demonic chi to forcibly break through this layer. I even took pride in it as my own power. Just then, Elder Shun's voice suddenly interrupted my thoughts. How much longer are you going to be sentimental, you brat? The most important thing right now should be how to deal with that flower. This made me wonder, why would they nourish this flower at the cost of countless martial artists' lives? Especially since this flower also exudes a sinister and venomous aura. Could it have been brought from the demonic palace? Hearing this, Elder Shun unconsciously frowned. It seems not everyone can perceive the aura of this flower. After hearing that, I asked tentatively, should we take this flower to the Huashan sect first? Elder Shun immediately denied it. That would only create more unnecessary trouble. And looking at the current sect leader's character, he would definitely plant this flower in the Plum Blossom Cave. At this point, Elder Shun suddenly thought of a solution. Why don't you just eat it and turn it into your power? Hearing this, I was suddenly shocked. Are you joking? Can't you feel how complex the power within it is? And I've already, before I could finish, Elder Shun immediately interrupted. Foolish boy, don't use guilt and hypocrisy as an excuse for hesitation. I believe you should know best how to atone for the people who have been sacrificed during this time. So what you can do now is to increase your strength by any means necessary. After hearing that, I carefully plucked the blood flower. Elder Shun is right. Didn't I already say I wouldn't have any more regrets? Since I've already come this far, there's no need to feel hesitant anymore. With that thought, I ate the blood flower without hesitation. However, as the blood flower slowly entered my body, the next second, a heart-wrenching pain swept over my entire body. In my shock, I also confirmed the thought in my mind. Internal energy, Taoist chi, and demonic chi. The flower actually contains so many kinds of chi. Indeed, this was definitely not something for an ordinary martial artist to consume. With that thought, I immediately activated the Flame 9 Wheels art. Watching the change in the flame's color, my expression suddenly changed. It broke through to the 5th star. Just like that, after coming out of the cave, looking at the already darkened night sky. In order not to attract the attention of others, I unconsciously quickened my pace back. However, just as I quietly returned to my room, I found Nangong Fei lying on the bed, her eyes drowsy with sleep. Seeing this, Elder Shun immediately cast a playful gaze. It seems your relationship has progressed quite quickly while I was away. At this moment, Nangong Fei, hearing the noise, slowly woke up. Why is there a smell of blood? Didn't you say you'd be right back? Hearing this, I hurriedly sniffed my own sleeve. How did she smell it? I had clearly used heat to evaporate all the blood smell. While I was puzzled, Nangong Fei spoke again. Linghua lost the flower offering battle, but she seemed quite relaxed. That was the first time I saw her with such an expression. However, before I could respond, Nangong Fei immediately threw herself into my arms. After confirming the source of the blood smell again, she slowly closed her eyes. Let's forget about what happened today. Just let me hold you and sleep for a while. This made Elder Shun, who witnessed the whole thing, unable to help but tut. What a lecher. At the same time, the two from the Martial Alliance finally found the cave. And when he saw the corpse lying on the ground, the man in the lead was instantly shocked. But he quickly composed himself. You return to the main team and report to the higher-ups first. I will report the specific situation separately later. Just like that, after sending his companion away, the man carefully examined the corpse lying before him again. That's right, this is that guy Rakshasa. He should have received orders to retrieve the Huashan essence. Why would he end up as a charred corpse in a place like this? Saying that, he shifted his gaze to the pile of stones in the center of the sea of blood. Who took the essence? Just then, looking at the dissipating smoke and the traces of residual heat, he suddenly thought of something. Could it be the Chiyo family kid who killed Yishueti? But why would the demonic chi on Rakshas's body disappear without a trace? Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that things were not good. If what I'm thinking is correct, then this matter must be reported to the Dark Knight Palace Master immediately. The young girl just glanced at me, and her fair little face instantly turned red with shyness. This made the little old man who witnessed the whole thing unable to help but tut. Why do girls always fall for this cockroach? At this moment, I was cultivating somewhere in Huashan, and as I unleashed a Flame 9 Wheels art attack, a huge explosion instantly sounded where it struck. Looking at the fiery chasm left on the ground, Elder Shin couldn't help but ask, does this kind of power still not make you happy? Seeing that there was no response for a long time, Elder Shun raised another question. What exactly is the heavenly demon? Although you have many other hidden memories, the part about the heavenly demon is particularly difficult to access. So where did that fellow called the heavenly demon come from? This made me unable to help but recall a scene from my past life. One day, a demonic mirror gate suddenly appeared in the sky. But just as everyone was feeling confused, a woman with a cold face walked out from it. Pleased to meet you. I am the heavenly demon. With that, a terrifying power instantly swept through the surrounding dozens of miles. However, just as Elder Shun was marveling at this, I expressed my apology with a heart full of guilt. You must have also seen what I did to Huashan, but why haven't you mentioned a word about it? Hearing this, Elder Shun's eyes instantly turned cold. So you want me to get angry at you now? I just understand that you took out your anger because Huashan failed to protect your little sister. That's why I didn't hold it against you right away. So you also need to look further ahead than in the past. Do you remember what I asked you before about what the most important thing to do now is? While giving an affirmative answer, I gathered a ball of flame in my fist again. Heavenly demon, I will definitely stop you. The next morning, just as I left, I ran into a familiar figure on the road. Lady Sword Queen, I heard your attendants are ready to depart. Shall we go to the carriage together? At the same time, several Huashan disciples were wailing and howling over there. Junior Sister Chiyo, you must eat well. Don't forget us. Seeing this, I suddenly thought of something. Lady Sword Queen, you said before that you would grant me one request. Is that still valid? And after hearing the Sword Queen's affirmative answer, I made my request on the spot. I hope you can stand on my side. A moment later, the Huashan sect leader also came to see them off. A lot has happened in Huashan recently. I hope you have a safe journey back. As soon as he finished speaking, I suddenly bowed. Sect leader, before I leave, I would like to make a shameless request. I hope you can give me the position of an honorary member of the Huashan sect. Hearing this, the sect leader instantly understood the deep meaning in his words. Is it because of that thing inside your body? Although it's not a difficult thing to agree to, I'm not in a good position to teach you how to use it right now. At this moment, the Sword Queen suddenly stood up. It should be fine to give it to him, right? After all, we've all received this child's kindness. Just like that, the sect leader finally gave me an identity. At the same time, he threw a sack at me. Nine Wheels asked me to give this to you. If it were something valuable, I would have planned to keep it for myself. But it doesn't seem to be. After everything was settled, I set off on the journey back to the Chiyo family with everyone. And in the carriage, looking at that strange sack, I began to recall my experiences in Huashan again. First was Elder Shin's possession, then seeing the ing foam of this life, and Yishueti and Rakshasa, and the Sword Queen whom I had healed. Besides them, there were two other people who surprised me quite a bit. One was Zhuge. What's with this guy? He's not acting, he's genuinely mute. The difference compared to his past life is too great. And the other one is the Divine Doctor. Why have all these people gathered at the Chiyo family? In the blink of an eye, it was late autumn. We finally returned to the Chiyo family smoothly. And after my little sister greeted our father, my father walked up behind her with a serious expression. You had a hard journey back. Surprised, my little sister walked into the inner courtyard with mixed feelings. Then my father came to me. I have seen the letter you sent ahead. It seems a lot happened to you in Huashan. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze to the person beside me. But who is this? Hearing this, Nangong Fei immediately straightened her posture. I am Nangong Fei of the Nangong family. I was able to return safely thanks to young Master Chiyo's care along the way. Seeing this scene, Elder Shin couldn't help but complain. Is this the same kid who was drooling in her sleep just now? Hearing this, my father was also very surprised. I heard the Nangong family has been looking for you. I will contact them later. After a simple exchange of pleasantries, my father didn't forget to remind me. A guest came looking for you 10 days ago. They're still waiting for you in your room. You should go see them quickly. With that, he hurriedly greeted the divine doctor and the sword queen. A moment later, just as I returned to my room, intending to change my clothes, I found Tang Xiaolai lying on my bed with a flushed face, constantly muttering. Young Master Chio's residence is so warm. It's as if young Master Chio is lying here. I really hope he comes back soon. At this point, she suddenly noticed the figure she had been longing for day and night. Accompanied by a piercing scream, I silently left the place. A short while later, after the two of us sat down, I was the first to break the awkwardness. It's been a while, Miss Tang. What brings you to the Chiu family to see me? Tang Xiaolai did not respond to this question. Instead, she questioned me with a face full of anger. You're not Chiu Juai at all. So what is your real name? It turned out that 10 days ago, when she came to the Chiu family under the pretext of visiting young Master Chiu Juai, she discovered that the so-called Chiu Juai was actually another person. With that, she asked again with a wronged expression. Why would you do that? I immediately expressed my apology for this. Then I asked about her purpose for coming all this way. Tang Xiaolai immediately blurted out, Of course, I wanted to see you, young master. But the next second, she realized something was wrong. That's not it. I came this time just to deliver an invitation to you. The Dragon and Phoenix Assembly is coming up soon. Can you go with me? But compared to Tang Xiaolai's blushing expression after she finished speaking, I felt a hint of surprise. The Dragon and Phoenix Assembly was originally a martial arts conference where the Martial Alliance invited the rising stars of various sections. But now it has become a place for people to get nicknames and become known. The participants in the previous assembly were all monsters, and Tang Xiaolai got the name Poisonous Concubine at that time. In my past life, I was too ashamed to go to such a place, so I was always absent before becoming the young family head. I haven't decided whether to go yet. But besides this matter, is there anything else, Miss Tang? And after hearing Tang Xiaolai's negative response, I was completely puzzled. You came all the way to Sichuan for such a small matter? Hearing this, Elder Shen couldn't help but spit. It's obvious she came to find you because she likes you. Why do girls always fall for you, you cockroach? It's truly a tragedy. This left me both shocked and surprised. It seems we had little interaction in both my past and present lives. With that thought, I was about to ask, and Elder Shin seemed to have guessed something. You clueless fool. Shut up. However, my mind was already made up. Miss Tang, do you like me? As soon as I finished speaking, an oblivious Nangong face suddenly pushed the door open. Sorry, are you two still talking? Seeing the situation, I hurriedly signaled for her to leave quickly. But it was met with Tang Xiaolai's objection. Young Master Chiu, could you leave us for a moment? In my confusion, Elder Shun was already stomping his feet in anxiety. Can't you read the atmosphere right now? If you want to save your own life, the best way now is to shut up and get out quickly. Hearing this, I seemed to sense that something was wrong. It just so happens that I've finished talking with Miss Tang. I will give you a reply as soon as possible about the matter you mentioned. With that, I hurriedly left the room. Then, after asking Nangong Fei to sit down, Tang Xiaolai got straight to the point. I heard that you and young Master Chiu are engaged, and it seems this was also your own wish. Looking at Nangong Fei's expression of not knowing what to do, Tang Xiaolai continued to ask, I want to ask you again what I asked before. Do you like young Master Chiu? This made Nangong Fei fall into silence. Although I still don't know what that kind of like feels like, I can be sure of one thing. I hope that I can always be by his side. Hearing these words, Tang Xiaolai was first stunned. Then she couldn't help but feel dejected. Why are you only saying this now? Why'd it have to be you and young Master Chiu? If I had proposed the marriage with the Chiu family first. Thinking of this, Asari suddenly interrupted her thoughts. This made her very confused. Why are you apologizing? Nangong Fei explained, of course it's because you Xiaolai were first. Before she could finish, Tang Xiaolai immediately interrupted. You saying that makes me feel even more ashamed. I shouldn't have casually regarded a marriage decided by our families. As she spoke, she handed the invitation to the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly to Nangong Fei. I was planning to ask young Master Chiu to go with me, although it's possible he would refuse if he wants to attend. At this point, Nangong Fei suddenly interjected. If young Master Chiu is going, I will go too, so it's okay. Hearing these words, Tang Xiaolai felt a ray of light so bright it blinded her. What on earth happened during this time? The sister who dislikes going on outings so much would actually. Could this be the power of love? I feel completely defeated. But compared to this, Nangong Fei's next words dealt her an even bigger blow. I might already be carrying young Master Chio's child. At the same time, as I was walking in the courtyard, I suddenly had a bad premonition. They aren't talking about anything strange, are they? He did it. He did it. The protective Chiu Yang Tian actually laid a hand on his future father-in-law. The moment I saw Nangong Fei get slapped, an inexplicable anger suddenly welled up inside me. I vaguely remember my past life. Looking at Nangong Fei standing under the moonlight, I couldn't help but say, "You are like the moon." Although it was just said unintentionally. After that, she would always look at the moon and fall into deep thought. Even on her deathbed, she didn't forget to ask if the moon had risen. This made me feel very confused. What was she thinking about while looking at the moon? Although I never found the right answer in my past life, in this life, I no longer want to be troubled by this question. With that thought, I rushed forward without a word. But just at the moment of impact, a powerful force of lightning suddenly burst forth from the opponent's body. Then, with just a lift of his hand, he easily neutralized my aggressive attack. "Who are you? Why are you interfering in other people's family affairs?" Hearing these words, I instantly understood everything. It turned out this person was the Nangong family head, the heavenly sword king, Nangong Zhen. I immediately retracted my internal energy and introduced myself. "I am your daughter's fiancé, Chiu Yang Tian of the Chiu family. May I ask what just happened?" Nangong Zhen's face was dark. "I should be the one asking you that. Is there anything wrong with a father disciplining his child? And do you think it's right to attack an elder?" Although what he said was right, I was still defiant. No matter what, I cannot tolerate someone laying a hand on my fiancé. Seeing this, Nangong Zhen instantly became furious. Then, he activated his lightning power again. "Kid, you do seem to have some talent, but you lack humility. You're just like your father." However, not only was I not suppressed by this aura, I even started to mock him. "After all, I can't be like your son, family head, who has neither talent nor humility. No, it should be daughter now, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, Nangong Zhen was about to make a move. In the nick of time, a voice suddenly stopped him. "It seems my son has caused trouble." The speaker was none other than the Chiu family head, Chiu Zhiyun. "He is still an ignorant child. I will discipline him properly later. I hope you can forgive him this one time." As he spoke, he shifted his gaze to me, and I, understanding his cue, expressed my apology. However, as we were leaving, Nangong Zhen was still relentlessly grumbling. "Family head Chiu, this isn't something that can be solved with just an apology." But after seeing Chiu Zhiyun's cold gaze, the unwilling Nangong Zhen could only grit his teeth and endure it. At this moment, following behind my father, I couldn't help but mutter, I'm doomed. Father will definitely punish me. He might even kill me." In my state of panic, my father's next words were completely beyond my expectations. "Well done. You acted to protect your own person. That was not a wrong thing to do." This made me start to question my life. The person who never praises me for anything other than my progress in martial arts suddenly. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but recall a scene from my childhood. My sister was there then. My mother was there too. The family was always harmonious and incredibly happy. And my father wasn't as stern as he is now. But all of that is just smoke of the past. With that thought, I suddenly spoke. "As a reward for bringing my sister back, as we agreed, you said you would give me the Taishan pill. But I don't need it anymore. I hope you will let me go see the underground." Hearing this, Chiu Zhiyun was suddenly stunned. "You, who wouldn't even go near that place since that day. What's gotten into you today?" I stammered in response. "Well, as a member of the Chiu family, I'll have to know sooner or later, won't I?" After a moment of thought, my father agreed, and at the same time, he cast a teasing glance at me. "I plan to meet with family head Nangong to settle your marriage. Remember to be at the place I told you early tomorrow and wait." Just like that, after returning to my room, facing Elder Shun who had been watching from the sidelines, I couldn't help but complain. "Is it really okay to be able to laugh at a time like that?" Elder Shun replied that from a bystander's perspective, it was indeed amusing. "But what about the Dragon and Phoenix assembly that the Tang family girl mentioned? What do you plan to do? If you don't want to go, you should have refused on the spot." However, I had already made up my mind. Besides the venue in Hunan being not far from home, there is someone there I must meet. Hearing the words Hunan, Elder Shin suddenly became emotional. "Is that the Hunan with the Shaolin Temple? Then when you go, can you make a detour? I have something I need to investigate. Just one trip is enough." The next morning, I hurried to the place my father had appointed, but it turned out to be empty. But just as I was about to complain, a gentle voice suddenly came. "Oh, you're already here." I was about to reprimand her for this, but when I saw Nangong Fei's stunningly beautiful appearance, The words on the tip of my tongue were forcefully swallowed back. The young girl just simply swung her sword, and it left the powerful Nangong family head in shock, because the seemingly ordinary young girl had broken through his lightning sword chi with just a single strike. And before this, the Chiao and Nangong families were discussing the matter of the marriage. You must not be feeling well after what happened. To this, Nangong Zhen was not receptive. That doesn't seem to be family head Chiao's concern. However, Chiao Zhiyun was unconcerned. After all, that inner demon is also related to me. This made Nangong Zhen involuntarily tighten his grip on his teacup. I already sensed it yesterday. I didn't expect family head Chiao to be the same as ever. Just like that, after a round of slightly sarcastic pleasantries, the two got down to business and talked about the wedding arrangements. But unexpectedly, their subsequent conversation was surprisingly harmonious. However, just when I thought everything was going smoothly, a sentence from my father caused Nangong Zhen's dissatisfaction. Getting married at the age of majority. Do we really have to wait that long? But after seeing Chiao Zhiyun's grim response, Nangong Zhen's arrogance instantly dissipated. This made me, who witnessed the whole thing, immediately understand one point. Family head Nangong couldn't say a single no to my father. This conversation was a discussion on the surface, but in reality, it was us unilaterally informing them. At this moment, Chiao Zhiyun spoke again. If you don't have a particularly preferred date, then how about holding the wedding next spring? As night fell, Nangong Zhen was still brooding over the events of the day. Chiao Zhiyun, you really still look down on me. I still can't forget the day I lost to you. The sky full of flames, the suffocating heat. That was simply not a level of power we could possess at our age. From that day on, I dedicated my entire youth to figuring out how to defeat you. I firmly believed that as long as I gave it my all, I could surely surpass you. However, one day, the heavenly venerable, one of the three venerables, pointed out his weakness on the spot. Your heart is empty. You must fill it first. To understand this sentence, he trained hard for several more decades. Although he still hasn't been able to escape the shadow left by Chiao Zhiyun, what angers him the most is that even his son dares to look down on him. Thinking of this, he suddenly gripped the long sword placed beside him. Since his father is unwilling to educate his son properly, then let me, his future father-in-law, discipline him instead. At the same time, Wei Shuer was practicing her swordplay. And under the guidance of the divine sword, she began to slowly concentrate her energy again, until the divine sword gave the command to strike. She then began to dance along with the sword energy. Its tyrannical power left the ground barren. While catching its breath, the divine sword couldn't help but express its inner joy. To think that in such a short time, your swordsmanship has shown visible growth. Just then, a strange phenomenon in the distance suddenly caught their attention, and when they saw it was coming from Sister Feier's residence. Although Wei Shuer sensed something was wrong, she hesitated due to her status as a Chiao family maidservant. However, the divine sword had already thought of a countermeasure. On the other side, Nangong Zhen was already on his way to my residence. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out to him. With just a glance, he saw through the person's identity. Isn't this the attendant who was with that Chiao family kid during the day? What's with this clumsy disguise? This made Wei Shuer feel guilty, and the divine sword also fell silent. What business does a mere attendant like you have with me? Who sent you? I don't have time to waste my energy on you right now. However, Wei Shuer rejected his warning on the spot. That terrifying killing intent on you is so obvious. Are you planning to vent your anger on the young master? Seeing that she had been exposed, a force of thunder instantly erupted from within Nangong Zhen's body. That Chiao family kid even told you about this kind of thing. Whether it's that guy or this one, why does everyone have to obstruct me? As he spoke, he directly drew the sword in his hand. In the next second, a sword energy mixed with terrifying power shot out at high speed. Seeing this, Wei Shuer immediately panicked, but the divine sword simply told her to raise the sword in her hand and do as she did before. As a result, with just a simple sword strike, Wei Shuer directly broke through Nangong Zhen's thunderous sword energy. Witnessing this scene, Nangong Zhen was instantly shocked. My attack was neutralized so easily. The maidservant just swung her sword simply. This completely broke the defenses of the renowned Heavenly Sword King. That was clearly the Nangong family sword style just now. How on earth did you do that? Prior to this, a man dressed in the Nangong family's martial uniform arrived at a certain dungeon. Is there something urgent you needed to call me for? The old man let out a cold laugh. How on earth did you do that? Looking at your attire, are you very satisfied with that family? Hearing this, the man's face twisted sharply. In the next second, a youthful face appeared before the old man. I've gotten used to it from hiding all the time. So what did you call me here for? Just then, the old man suddenly took out an envelope. This is a commission from the great elder. Deliver this letter to the Dark Knight Palace. After the boy accepted the instructions and left completely, the old man suddenly revealed an intriguing smile. To secure a position, you've even extended your hand over here. It seems you've been blinded by desire, Chiu Changjun. Meanwhile, the battle between Wei Shuer and Nan Gongzhen had reached a fever pitch. But what Nan Gongzhen could never figure out was, this girl's movements clearly have many openings, but why can she always react and defend at the moment of impact? Could it be that the Chiu family also teaches their maidservants swordsmanship? But even so, how could she block my attacks? Then, with a fierce clash, the two of them pulled apart. At this moment, a sound suddenly alarmed Nan Gongzhen, the ring of a sword that even highly skilled swordsmen find difficult to produce. How could a mere attendant, the great heavenly sword king, actually suffering a setback at the hands of an attendant? This is simply outrageous. With that thought, a vast energy erupted from within his body. Even the divine sword couldn't help but become vigilant upon seeing it. Now let me see if you can block this move with the same trick. With that said, in the blink of an eye, Nan Gongzhen instantly appeared behind Wei Shuer. As a flash of sword light streaked across, the spot where Wei Shuer stood exploded violently. But as the dust and smoke slowly dissipated, Wei Shuer not only appeared before Nan Gongzhen unharmed, but even her hair color had turned golden. But what was different from before was that this time, the flow of the sword was completely different. As Nan Gongzhen was in shock, a voice suddenly entered his mind. Seeing your sword so empty, it's truly a pity. This instantly reminded Nan Gongzhen of the heavenly venerable's phrase, "The heart is empty." A mere maidservant dares to lecture me. Just like that, after a few more rounds of clashing, the divine sword finally saw the essence of the Nan Gong sword style. Although sharp, it was chaotic and disorganized, as if it had lost its way and its foundation. The former heavenly venerable was also a highly skilled swordsman from the Nan Gong family, and he always fretted that his sword style was too sharp. Could it be that the Nan Gong family's sword style was originally like this? But she quickly dismissed this idea. No, it seems only the demon sword was different. Her sword style always carried a sense of knowing its own path forward. Among the countless Nan Gong family martial artists, why was her sword path the only one that was different? Now, having been knocked back again, Nan Gongzhen, amidst his shock, completely lost his sanity. He then recklessly unleashed his strongest trump card. Seeing this, the divine sword immediately made a decision. Although I'm very reluctant to weaken that guy's fighting spirit, that's the only way. With that thought, she immediately used the sword style of her past life, Nangong Fei. The moment the two streams of sword energy scraped and collided, the divine sword once again swung the long sword in her hand. While dissipating Nangong Zhan's sword energy, the blade's edge also came to a stop before his eyes. At this moment, Nan Gongzhen's defenses were completely shattered. He then knelt on the ground in disbelief. That was clearly the Nan Gong family's sword style just now. Busted. Qiu Yantian, sleeping with his fiancée, was caught in the act by his future father-in-law. It turns out, just one day before, Nan Gongzhen was kneeling before the divine sword with a face full of disbelief. That was clearly our Nan Gong family's sword style. How on earth did you do it? Hearing this, the divine sword was somewhat surprised, seeing an attendant use his own family's martial arts, and he only asks a simple question. It seems his curiosity is stronger than his killing intent. Seeing no response, Nan Gongzhen shamelessly continued to speak. It's fine if I don't get an answer. Please, let me learn this sword style as well. I really needed to advance my realm further. Faced with such a desperate plea, the divine sword hurriedly gestured for him to rise. I'm just a mere attendant of the Qiu family. I also learned it from someone else, so I cannot give a detailed explanation. And when she heard Nan Gongzhen ask about that person's identity, a triumphant smile appeared on the divine sword's lips. Would you believe me if I said it was our young master? Faced with Nan Gongzhen's doubt, the divine sword could only continue to explain. I heard there's a chance to come into contact with the Nan Gong family's lost sword arts. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. However, I hope you can keep this matter a secret. And if you wish to receive the young master's guidance, you must first calm your current anger. After saying that, she left without looking back. Nangong Jun, who was left behind, still couldn't believe it. That child, how is that possible? Meanwhile, before returning control of her body, Wei Shui'er voiced her doubts. Was what you just did really okay? What if he still goes to harm the young master? But compared to Wei Shui'er's worry, the divine sword felt a bit of shame in her heart. I am sorry, Chu Yanshan. In the end, I still had to force this upon you. The next day, the soreness in my arm woke me from my sleep. And when I saw that all of this was caused by Nangong Fei lying in my arms, I couldn't help but complain again. Her parents are both here, so why did she come sleep in my room again? As I was speaking, a note on the windowsill suddenly caught my attention. After reading the contents of the note, I was completely stunned. I have already taught the Nangong family had a lesson, so don't worry. What does this mean? And who put it here? Just then, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. But after recognizing it as Nangongjian's voice amidst my shock, I quickly calmed myself and opened the door to greet him. Is there something you need this early in the morning? But before Nangongjian could respond, Nangong Fei's little head suddenly peeked out from behind the screen. Seeing this, a thunderous rage instantly erupted from within Nangongjian's body. But in the next second, he forcibly suppressed it. He then cleared his throat to break the awkward situation. I want to talk to you. Can you come out with me for a moment? Just like that, under Nangongjian's lead, we soon arrived at the training grounds. But what puzzled me was, what do we need to talk about that required coming to the training grounds? Could it be thinking of this? And with Nangongjian taking out his long sword, I immediately activated the 9 wheels of blazing flame art and became vigilant. But what I never expected was that he just drew his long sword and demonstrated a few moves on the spot. So, can you see what's missing from my sword? In response, I immediately retracted my internal energy. What kind of strange statement is this? And why has his tone suddenly become so much calmer? Seeing my confused expression, Nangongjian again forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. Stop playing dumb. I already know that you can use the Nangong family sword style. Hearing this, I immediately thought of the note I had seen earlier. But before I could figure out the reason, Nangongjian came up to me with a desperate look on his face. I'm begging you, let me see that sword style too. I'll give you anything you want. But compared to my astonishment, Elder Shin couldn't help but sigh with emotion. What a pitiful man. Since he is the head of the Nangong family, he must be a powerful swordsman right now. But the sword art he just displayed was completely different from the Nangong family sword style I've seen. That is not the true Nangong family sword style. It's just a flashy, empty shell. Although your fiancé from your past life seemed to have found the knack for it later on, the current Nangong family sword style has indeed had its path cut off. But that guy clearly said he would pass on his completed sword style to future generations. In the end, the lineage was still broken, and I naturally understood who that guy Eldershin was referring to. He was once one of the heroes who saved the martial world. Thunder Sky won sword, Nangongming. But what does any of this have to do with the current situation? I don't even know how to write the first character of sword style. Just then, Elder Shin suddenly took control of my body. Seeing a fellow swordsman so anxious, I think it's necessary to help him. He then spoke these words through my mouth. The Nangong family sword was originally supposed to be like the waves of the sea. Although you are controlling lightning and thunder-like movements are important, the most important thing is to flow continuously like the waves of the sea. Slow and precise. Simple and standard. With that said, as I swung out a set of sword moves, Nangongjian, who had witnessed the whole thing, was instantly stunned. However, it wasn't long before he immediately understood its profound meaning. After expressing his gratitude with an excited face, he hurriedly left the training grounds. I must engrave what I just saw into my body. After Nangongjian's figure completely disappeared, I suddenly shifted my gaze to Elder Shun. What was that Nangong sword style just now? Elder Shun explained that he just mimicked what he had seen before. But speaking of which, who on earth spread the rumor to that family head that you know how to use a sword? Although I can't think of who that person is on second thought, this is a good thing. After all, the Nangong family head probably won't continue to pester me. Next, I need to go see my father right away. Soon, after arriving at the place I had arranged to meet my father, I immediately expressed my apologies. I was late because something came up. Fortunately, my father didn't make a fuss about it this time. Just like that, after following my father for an unknown amount of time, we finally arrived at the lowest level of the secret chamber. At this moment, my father suddenly spoke. So, where should we start? The mystery of the karma borne by the Chiu family finally surfaced. The origin of the truth is actually related to that time mirror gate. What secret is hidden behind all of this? Just as my father brought me to the family's forbidden land as promised, several bone-chilling voices suddenly rang out. Someone has finally come. No, it's a ghost, and he brought a little ghost with him. I want to see. I want to go out and kill them all. Seeing Elder Shun's confused expression, I immediately told him everything I knew. This is the karma that belongs to my father. It is also the karma I am about to bear. But what I don't understand is, where do they come from? Why do we have to bear this karma? Father, can you tell me? After a moment of silence, my father finally revealed the origin. These things come from the demon realm. To prevent them from bringing chaos to the people of the Central Plains, the martial artists of the past sealed all the demon realm gates in the world, and those that escaped were all locked up in this underground prison. The reason the Chiu family has to bear this karma is because the first head of the Chiu family opened that gate. Because of his actions, the Central Plains fell into great chaos. So the Chiu family has been receiving punishment to this day. Hearing this, compared to Elder Shun's disbelief, I appeared surprisingly calm. After all, I had heard bits and pieces of this in my past life. Didn't the old master see this in my memories? While Elder Shun gave a negative answer, he raised a question in his heart. Why did you have to enter this place? Hearing this, I couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Father just said this was our fault. So, is someone from above punishing us? In my past life, although I heard many truths after becoming the young family head, I never heard anything about this part. If I missed this opportunity, I might never know who the biggest culprit is. However, after a moment of silence, my father did not reveal the truth. If you really want to know, I'll tell you after you become the young family head. I was disappointed by this. Was it all in vain? But I quickly dismissed this thought. At least father didn't deny the question. Knowing this much for now is enough. But just as I was about to leave, I suddenly made a request to my father. Can I go inside and take a look by myself? Just like that. After walking in the secret chamber for a while, Elder Shin immediately noticed something was wrong. You don't look well. You should get out of here quickly. However, I insisted on waiting a little longer, because according to my memories from my past life, the great elder used that guy when he was plotting. So it's better to take this opportunity to confirm it. Before long, I arrived at the deepest prison cell. At the same time, I called out the name of that prisoner. Hearing this, the prisoner immediately came closer. Why can you say my name? How on earth do you know it? Looking at the prisoner who had the same appearance as me, Elder Shun immediately showed a surprised expression. However, there wasn't a trace of emotion on my face. I didn't expect a little brat like you to not be surprised seeing this face. Then what about this one? As he spoke, the prisoner immediately transformed into my father's appearance. And when he saw that I was still unfazed, the prisoner had no choice but to stop joking. Uninteresting little brat. What did you come here for? But when he heard that I just wanted to see if he was doing well, the prisoner immediately let out a sigh. Being locked up in such a dark place, how could I possibly be doing well? Maybe if you could get me out of here. Hearing this, I immediately issued a warning. If you're thinking of pulling any tricks, I advise you to stop right now. If I find out, I will definitely burn you to ashes. After I had completely left, the prisoner immediately revealed his true face. What a sharp little brat. No wonder that guy Cho Chang-jun is so concerned about him. Meanwhile, after coming out of the secret chamber, I just felt a strange wave of nausea. And Elder Shun was still in disbelief. I never thought such a secret was hidden beneath the Chiu family. Just then, Wei Schwenner's voice came through. Young master, where did you run off to? I've been looking for you for so long. But when she saw that I didn't look well, she immediately blushed and expressed her concern. Did something happen? Did someone bully you? I immediately pushed her little hand away and denied it. What were you looking for me for? The young lady and a pretty Annie came looking for us to eat together. Hearing this, I felt terrible. The person you're talking about isn't the Sword Queen, is it? You didn't call her that in front of her, did you? But when I learned that the Sword Queen had given her permission, I let out a long sigh of relief. Speaking of which, I haven't eaten a single meal today. But where did that girl Nan Gong Fei go? Just then, Wei Shuer suddenly pointed to the room ahead. I just saw her chatting with a young lady of the Tang family in her residence. Young master, look, they're coming out. Seeing this, I righteously went forward and asked, what are you two doing in my room? Seeing that neither of them responded, I told them the news that the Sword Queen had invited everyone to eat together. Tang Xiaolai was both happy and at a loss, eating with young Master Qiu after so long. What should I do? However, in the next second, she suddenly thought of something. Young Master, who did you say we're eating with? And when she heard it was the Sword Queen again, Tang Xiaolai became instantly excited. If it's the Sword Queen, why didn't you say so earlier? Just then, a voice suddenly interrupted them. The person who arrived was none other than the Sword Queen. So everyone is here. And a cute little guest I'm meeting for the first time. He's appeared. The most sinister great elder of the Qiu family, Qiu Changjun, has finally made his appearance. And before that, just as the Sword Queen's figure appeared in everyone's sight, Tang Xiaolai immediately introduced herself. It's an honor to meet you for the first time. I am Tang Xiaolai, the eldest young lady of the Sichuan Tang family. The Sword Queen smiled and replied, So you're the young lady of the Tang family. Then please take care of me as well. Shall we go to the dining hall instead of talking here? Looking at Tang Xiaoye's unhesitating agreement, I didn't feel the slightest bit of surprise. After all, the Sword Queen is the female martial artist with the highest realm and most outstanding achievements in the righteous faction. As a fellow female martial artist, it's natural to feel admiration. Just then, my little sister suddenly leaned close to my ear and asked, Brother, how did you get another woman? Does that young lady like you too? Hearing this, I immediately raised my fist and warned her. What nonsense are you thinking? It's not like that at all. But on second thought, that's actually the truth. Time passed to the evening. After everyone was seated, the Sword Queen introduced that these dishes were prepared by Zhuge, he, and the attendants. This couldn't help but remind me of my past life's memories. Although I heard him mention it when I was in the demonic cult, he liked to cook. If he hadn't joined the demonic cult, he might have opened a restaurant. But thinking of Zhuge, he's personality, full of lies, not only back then, but even now, I didn't choose to believe his words. Could it be that this is poisoned? But seeing others eating with relish, I couldn't help but take a bite. I didn't know until I ate it, but once I started, I couldn't stop at all. On the other side, Tang Xiaolai walked up to the Sword Queen very shyly. She then handed over a cup of tea. This is brewed with wufang grass. It's said to be very good for beauty and skincare. But isn't wufang grass poisonous? Hearing this, I accidentally sprayed the food in my mouth onto my little sister's face. Sensing that something bad was about to happen, I was about to apologize, but it was already too late. In the next second, 2 chopsticks shot directly toward my eyes. What are you doing, you lunatic? Just like that, after finishing a not-so-pleasant dinner, I immediately apologized to the Sword Queen. However, the Sword Queen couldn't help but laugh out loud. I didn't expect Ling Hua to look exactly like you when she gets angry. Siblings are siblings. After all, speaking of which, something suddenly occurred to me. The tea Miss Tang gave you just now. Actually, before I could finish, the Sword Queen immediately interrupted. I know it was out of good intentions. Although she's a child of the Sichuan Tang clan, it's truly impressive that she can drink poison as a hobby. That child will surely become a very outstanding martial artist in the future. While I nodded in agreement, I suddenly changed the subject. You look a little tired. Did something happen since you came here? After a moment of silence, the Sword Queen slowly turned her head and replied with a smile. You actually noticed. It's not a big deal, but thank you for your concern. Don't worry, all of this will pass naturally. Just like that, after parting with the Sword Queen, a voice suddenly came from behind. The person who arrived was Tang Xiaolai. Young Master Qiu, thank you for your dinner invitation today. I was really happy to be able to eat with everyone. Hearing this, I immediately teased her. When you say you were happy, do you mean eating with the Sword Queen or eating with me? This made Tang Xiaolai instantly at a loss. Of course it's you, young master. No, it should be the Sword Queen. No, it should be that I was happy to eat with both of you. Seeing this, even Elder Shin couldn't help but come out. You brat, you're always so childish with people who like you. Have you forgotten the most important thing? Hearing this, something suddenly occurred to me. Miss Tang, about the Dragon and Phoenix assembly you mentioned before, I've decided to participate. Let's set off together then. Hearing this, Tang Xiaoye's face lit up with joy. She then couldn't help but take my hand. Thank you so much, young Master Qiu. Please take care of me during the journey. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she sensed something was wrong. Her little face turned beet red. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that just now. But compared to my indifference, after Tang Xiaolai left, she stared at her own little hand in a daze. Meanwhile, Wei Shuer and Nangong Fei arrived at a patch of flowers. But upon seeing that they were white ghost flowers, Nangong Fei couldn't help but fall into her memories. Back then, my better mother really liked this flower. My daughter, you must be happy in the future, even without your mother. Thinking of this, a voice suddenly caught their attention. So you two ran off to here. Isn't it a bit plain? Well, my mother used to take care of it. There were many other flowers here. At this moment, Nan Gongfei's eyes were completely fixed on the person who had arrived. Can I take some flowers back with me? After getting permission, she picked a flower and placed it on Wei Shuer's head. And Wei Shuer also picked a flower and placed it on Nan Gongfei's head. Then, Nan Gongfei turned her head with a shy expression. How do we look? Faced with this sudden question, the words reached my lips, but I forcibly swallowed them back down. However, Elder Shun directly voiced my thoughts. A flower on top of a flower. It's bright enough to light up the night. Hearing this, my expression instantly turned ugly. Can you not always read other people's minds? This made the clueless Wei Shuer very sad. It seems the young master doesn't like it. Meanwhile, Nan Gongzhen was in a certain place, endlessly repeating a single motion. Just then, a voice suddenly came through. I heard that you've been training constantly during your time in Shangxi. Have you had some new enlightenment? The person who arrived was none other than the great elder of the Qiu family, the blazing sword, Qiu Changjun. It's been a long time. He was the head of the renowned Nangong family. Yet he attained enlightenment in the truth of swordsmanship under the guidance of a junior. And as a thank you, he didn't hesitate to lower his status and become a double agent. At this moment, Elderly found me with a very uneasy expression. I heard that the great elder had a heart-to-heart talk with the Nangong family head last night. But compared to my indifference, a hint of vigilance flashed in Wei Shuer's eyes. Seeing that there was no response, Elderly hurriedly reminded me, this is a matter that must be taken seriously. After all, that crazy old man who is dead set on taking the family head's position might reveal his wolfish ambitions at any time. In response, I gestured for him not to be nervous. After all, my relationship with the Nangong family head is indeed quite good. It turns out just last night, I went to find Nangongzhen alone. I was wondering where you went. I didn't expect you to still be practicing your sword. Nangongzhen wiped the sweat from his face, still wanting more. Because with every swing of the sword, I can feel some enlightenment, as if I'm learning swordsmanship from scratch. As he spoke, he suddenly asked me a question. How does this sword strike compare to the one this morning? And after hearing the reply that it had indeed gotten stronger, Nangongzhen expressed his thanks on the spot. He also told me the news of his meeting with the great elder of the Qiu family. This made my eyes instantly turn sharp. That old man, the great elder, has finally made his move. But can you tell me what the great elder talked to you about? And to repay my guidance, Nangongzhen ultimately told me everything that had happened. Although it was just a simple greeting, before we parted, he asked me if I wanted to create a new world together. You must have seen before that my relationship with the Qiu family head is not good. If the great elder had approached me earlier, I might have accepted this proposal. But now, at this point, he suddenly swung the long sword in his hand. Right now, I just want to polish my sword to be even sharper. So you don't have to worry. I've already decided to refuse the great elder's proposal. Hearing this, an intriguing smile appeared on my face. I think you should accept it. Seeing Nangongzhen's confused expression, I continued to explain. Didn't you say you would repay me with anything? Then pretend to assist the great elder and tell me every word he says. If you accept my proposal, I can teach you more sword arts in the future. Apparently, the Nangong family head ultimately accepted my proposal. After all, he once said himself that he doesn't care about anything other than the sword. So, everyone doesn't need to worry. Hearing this, Elderly finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. But speaking of which, you should be leaving Shangxi soon to participate in the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly, right? And after hearing an affirmative answer, Elderly immediately started taking something out from his robes. I saw him first give Wei Shuer her favorite medicinal fruit, and then he handed me a note. This is something I received the year before last. I didn't expect it to come in handy today. However, when I opened it, I found that the note had a large character for defeat written on it. This immediately made me think of one of the three heavenly venerables, the defeated venerable, Fei Zhu. He is a hero of the martial world who never fell despite countless defeats and eradicated a large evil faction with just his bare fists. Now, Elderly seemed to have seen through my thoughts. That's right. This is a recommendation letter from the defeated venerable. But aren't these kinds of things usually written for disciples? Hearing this question, Elderly impatiently ruffled my head. When someone gives you something good, you should first say thank you and then obediently accept it. As he was leaving, he didn't forget to remind me. When the time comes, you go and chew out those tough nuts. This couldn't help but give me a headache. Just thinking about the great elder was troublesome enough. If I were to show this thing at the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly, what kind of impact would that bring? With that thought, I decided to go out for some fresh air. However, before I'd taken 2 steps, I suddenly remembered Wei Schwerer behind me. Looking at the expectant expression on her face, I immediately extended an invitation. Oh, you want to come along? And so, after we arrived on the main street, Wei Schwerer was like a little bird that had been caged for a long time, looking here and peeking there. In the end, she bought 2 skewers of candied hawthorns and handed one to me. This couldn't help but surprise me a little. Was this still the same Wei Schwerer who used to pester me to buy her medicinal fruits? And she was even chatting and laughing with the vendors. It seems she has started to change. If this continues, one day she will. As I was thinking this, a voice suddenly interrupted my thoughts. Young Master Chio. What did you just call me? Wei Schwerer explained with an adorably clueless look. I saw the other young ladies address the young master this way, so I wanted to try it too. I guess it really doesn't suit me. However, this ordinary form of address directly awakened memories of my past life. It was something that happened before the heavenly demon appeared. We were trapped inside the demon mirror. Back then, Wei Schwerer, who was already the divine sword, came to my side and also affectionately called me young Master Chio. May I sit next to you? As she spoke, she moved closer while tidying her messy hair. Although I said out loud, what a pain, I still tore off a piece of my clothing and handed it to her. Make do with this. It's still a long time until the shift change. Why did you come over so early? Isn't it nice to have someone to talk to while standing guard alone at night? By the way, young Master Chio, is there anything you want to do after we leave this place? I couldn't understand it. How can you have the leisure for this? We've been trapped in the demon mirror for 3 years, and you can still ask such a question. Of the rising stars who participated in the Dragon and Phoenix assembly back then, more than half have died under the claws of demonic beasts. And yet you're still fantasizing about getting out. Isn't that strange to say the least? As I spoke, I began to feel regret. If it weren't for my status as the young family head, perhaps I wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Then you must have had things you wanted to do when you were outside, right? Hearing this, I immediately waved my hand, signaling her to stop talking. I was just living in a daze. But what do you want to do after you get out? Faced with my counter question, the divine sword was surprised, but ultimately voiced the thought in her heart. I want to travel the world. Seeing that I remained silent, Wei Schwerer hurriedly apologized. Did I make you angry by changing how I address you without permission? I directly pinched her small face in affirmation. Who told you to change your address for me? If there's a next time, I won't let you off. Watching her back as she fled in a panic, I immediately fell into deep thought again. It would be great if she could always stay the way she is. A week later, the day to depart for Hunan finally arrived. During this time, Elderly said the 5 Swords team had left for the front lines on business. The Sword Queen and the Divine Doctor would not be leaving the Chiu family for the time being. Although Zhuge, he would also be staying. That guy wouldn't pose any threat right now. Also, for this winter's Julong assembly, due to my absence, Father ultimately decided to have my 3rd sister and youngest sister participate. So, in the end, the ones going to Hunan with me, besides Tang Xiaolai who invited me, were Wei Schwerer and Wu Yan. As for Nangong Fei, after getting her father's permission, she successfully obtained an invitation to the Dragon and Phoenix assembly. But the biggest problem now was having to ride in that detestable carriage again. Why does this feel like coming home? The man just gave a friendly greeting, but made me instantly switch to a combat expression, because this seemingly refined and modest gentleman was actually the culprit behind the scenes who plunged countless rising stars into dire straits. And before this, not long after embarking on the journey to Hunan, winter arrived. Young master, aren't you cold dressed like that? After receiving a negative reply, Wei Schwerer seemed to suddenly understand something. Is it because the young master's body can breathe fire? Then, may I sit over there? However, before I could respond, Nangong Fei, without a word, sat over. Immediately after, Wei Schwerer also sat over. The two of them clung to my sides like pendants. Are they treating me like a human furnace? Then, I turn my gaze to Wei Shuer. Has the sword venerable finally become at ease with letting this child go out alone? But that's probably not it. I saw him leave in a hurry after talking with the divine doctor. He looked very busy. After thinking about that, I shifted my gaze to Nangong Fei, and her father should have returned to Anhui by now, although he kept pestering me to teach him swordsmanship before we left. But thankfully, with Elder Shin's help, I managed to deal with it. But what Elder Shin never expected was that I would actually take the initiative to meet the person who wants to devour me. What on earth are you planning? It turned out that just before leaving, I had made a special trip to see the Great Elder, Chiao Changjun. But after hearing my warning, the Great Elder asked with a displeased expression if I knew what I was saying. I repeated what I had just said. You are truly too arrogant. Knowing full well what kind of karma this land carries, you still dare to covet the position of family head. This made the Great Elder burst out laughing. How interesting. The arrogant ones are clearly you and your father, deluding yourselves into thinking you can bear this karma alone. Although it sounded like a kind intention on the surface, I was very clear about his true purpose in my heart. You just want to obtain their power, don't you? But is this power so necessary that you're willing to bear that karma to obtain it? Faced with the sharp question, the Great Elder did not deny it. Isn't that a matter of course? Just by obtaining them, one can gain immense power. Hearing this, I immediately walked up to him. Immediately after, a fierce aura of flame erupted from my body. If the old watchdog dares to bite its master, then I'll have no choice but to burn it alive. Regarding the warning I gave back then, Elder Shin still felt a trace of fear thinking about it now. Didn't you ever think that old man would kill you on the spot? I signaled for him not to worry, that if that old man dared to do something like that within Shangshi's borders, he wouldn't be able to protect himself either. He is not only vicious enough, but also cautious enough. So he won't take action until he is fully prepared. Besides, if there are any important movements, the Nangong family head will send me a letter at the first opportunity. As we talked about this, Tang Xiaoye's unusual behavior suddenly caught my attention. I saw her little face blushing as she stared straight at me. My hands are cold too. Seeing this, Nangong Fei hurriedly went forward to kindly warm her hands. Although this situation was unexpected for Tang Xiaolai, she could only hold back her tears and express her thanks. In the blink of an eye, a few more days passed. The group successfully arrived at an inn somewhere in Hunan and prepared to rest here for 3 days before heading to the Wulin Alliance. It was only after arriving here that I finally felt a real sense of participating in the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. But in my memory, the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly was filled with bad memories. It turned out that a few years later, the Demon Mirror Gate would be born here and would suck in all the rising stars. Therefore, the world also called this bizarre event the Demon Mirror War Incident. During the years we were trapped there, the rising stars fell one after another. But the ending was as if nothing had ever happened. Everyone eventually returned to the day they were sucked into the Demon Mirror Gate. The dead were all resurrected in a state of amnesia. In the end, only I remembered what happened inside. Although the bonds of affection and the grudges accumulated inside all disappeared, but there was one person who always made me feel very uncomfortable. However, just as I was praying not to see her again, an ominous thought suddenly arose. She's not going to participate this time, is she? But I quickly dismissed this idea. The Dragon and Phoenix Assembly isn't mandatory, nor is it only held this one time. Maybe she really won't participate this time. As I thought of this, a figure suddenly appeared behind me, and when I saw the person's appearance clearly, I was so surprised my eyes widened. At that moment, the person suddenly slipped. Although I subconsciously caught her, the result was that we both fell down. What was even more awkward was that this scene happened to be seen by Tang Xiaolai and the others who had just arrived. However, compared to the easily misunderstood scene, I was still thinking about how I hoped she wouldn't come. A swordsmanship family as famous as the Nangong family among the 4 great families. The overlord of Yaodi, the Murong family. She is the precious pearl of the Murong family, and also the Snow Phoenix, one of the 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes. That's right, she is the person I wanted to see the least, Murong Sheer. I vaguely remember that in my past life, in the Demon Mirror Gate, she always had an arrogant and domineering look every time we met, and she would often verbally attack me with sarcasm and ridicule. Thinking of this, I regretted my earlier action again. Why did I subconsciously reach out and cause this situation to happen? At this moment, a voice suddenly broke the deadlock. Oh, it's Miss Murong. Can you explain what just happened? After recognizing it was Tang Xiaolai, Murong Shir immediately explained everything. Because I slipped on the stairs, this gentleman caught me, which led to the scene just now. Listening to her slightly resentful tone, I couldn't help but sigh again. The best course of action is to get away from her as quickly as possible. Immediately, using the excuse of getting food, I hurriedly pulled everyone to walk outside. However, just as Nangong Fei was passing by, Murong Shur instantly recognized her identity. Green clothes and white hair. This is clearly the martial attire of the Nangong family. So she immediately called out to the group, "Young master, please wait. This can be considered a kind of fate. As it happens, I haven't eaten either. If you don't mind, how about letting me go with you?" Hearing this, I was speechless. What are you talking about? You clearly don't even like eating lunch. But when I heard her ask how I knew, I immediately shut my big mouth. Seeing no response, Murong Shir continued to speak. "Young master is really interesting. You always inexplicably act very resistant towards me, yet you know my habits very well. You and I should be meeting for the first time today, right? Or have we met before?" Faced with Murong Shir's aggressive questioning, I couldn't help but recall some memories from the Demon Mirror Gate in my past life. Back then, the young Sword Queen was very confused. Even if the situation is dire, how can we abandon a companion? If someone has to leave, then let it be me. But before she could finish, Murong Shur suddenly stood up and interrupted. "As the highest combat power, how can you leave? Have you forgotten that it's because of you that everyone has been able to survive in the Demon Mirror for 3 years? Having a sense of loyalty and chivalry is a good thing, but now is not the time to be emotional and make value judgments. Although choosing one person is cruel, it's the only way to save more people." As soon as these words were spoken, I walked out from the crowd that I suppose everyone already has an answer in their hearts. Isn't it just to tell me, the guy whose death doesn't matter, to get lost? Murong Shir didn't refute, only explaining, "This is not out of a personal grudge. I hope you don't misunderstand." I gave my understanding. If it were you, you would definitely choose to leave too. After all, you're always so harsh and cold-blooded. Take care, everyone. If we all die, I'll see you in hell. Watching Chiu Yantian embark on the road of no return alone, the young Sword Queen's heart was filled with complex emotions, and Murong Shir also felt extremely guilty. "I'm sorry, young Master Chiu." My thoughts returned to the present. After a satisfying meal, Murong Shur immediately expressed her thanks to me. "This favor, I will definitely repay it when you come to visit the Murong family in Yaoling." I said I looked forward to it, but my heart was filled with doubt. She's not the type to owe a favor for no reason. Why would she do this? What could she possibly want from me, someone she's meeting for the first time? At this moment, Murong Shir continued to speak. "Young Master Chiu is a disciple of the Shangshi Chiu family, right? You should be able to use fire techniques, right?" After receiving an affirmative answer, Murong Shir seemed to have thought of something. "Then I look forward to seeing you at the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly." As she said this, a voice suddenly came. "Sister, Miss Murong, young Master Chiu, hello." So everyone has already arrived. When I saw the person's appearance clearly, I was instantly shocked. Nangong Qin Jun is also participating? This bastard. He awakened his lightning chi the moment he saw me. "Does it displease you so much that I'm with your sister? If I run into you at the tournament, I guarantee I'll make sure you can't use any of it." As I was lost in thought, a big head suddenly leaned over. "Little brother, I'm here too. I'm Peng Yuzhen of the Hebei Peng family. I already gave you my token. Why haven't you come to visit the Peng family even once?" But when he saw my ashen face, Peng Yuzhen immediately dropped the joke. "Anyway, it's really been a long time, everyone." I also responded that I wonder if young Master Peng and his second-in-command have been well. No, it should be brother-in-law now, right? Hearing this taunt, the Thunder Dragon's expression immediately soured. Seeing the atmosphere turning sour, Peng Yuzhen hurriedly reminded him that now was not the time for this. This made the Thunder Dragon instantly calm down, so he cleared his throat pretentiously. "I heard you two are already preparing to get engaged. Congratulations to you both." However, the two of them didn't pay him any attention, just minding their own business and chatting about something. And when he turned his gaze to Tang Xiaolai, he saw her hurriedly turn her head away and cover her small mouth. "Sorry." I suddenly saw something disgusting and felt a bit nauseous. Seeing this, Murong Shir immediately stood up to break the awkwardness. "Young Master Nangong, you've come at the right time. Let's go together." Young Master Chiu, we'll meet again next time. Seeing my confused expression, Hong Yuzhen immediately explained. Young Master Chiu, you don't know yet? Miss Murong and the Thunder Dragon are engaged. Hearing this, I finally realized. No wonder she kept staring at Nangong Fei during the meal. It was just an in-law trying to get closer. Because I also have a connection with the Nangong family, she came over to get acquainted, although that action might have had other motives. The incurable disease, Kimai syndrome, where cold qi constantly accumulates in the body. So it was just to cure this illness. I vaguely remember Murong Shi'er struggling her whole life to cure this, even faking emotions to get what she wanted. This is the real Murong Shi'er. At this time, the Sister Complex Thunder Dragon wanted to chat more with his sister, but was eventually dragged away by Peng Yuzhen. And so, another 4 days passed. The day of the Dragon and Phoenix assembly finally arrived. To reach the Wulin Alliance before sunset, we were hurriedly packing our luggage. But when we got to the carriage, we saw Murong Shi'er had been waiting there for a long time. Young Master Nangong is so careless, leaving me here all alone. It seems I'll have to travel with you. Although I knew she was lying, in order not to waste time, I finally agreed to her request. Unexpectedly, Elder Shen couldn't stand it. You playboy. How long has it been? And you've already added another beauty. But your relationship shouldn't be that close, right? Why do you grant her every request? This made me sigh that it's a matter of life and death after all. It's just that she doesn't know. The Chiu family's fire techniques and the Nangong family's aid are all useless against her Kimai syndrome. Soon, after arriving at the Wulin Alliance, I began to prepare for the upcoming assembly. Besides changing into new clothes, Wei Shuer also insisted on doing my hair. At this moment, a figure suddenly arrived at the door. But after seeing the person's appearance clearly, Wei Yin, though shocked, did not try to stop him. Young Master Chiu, my apologies for the intrusion. There is an urgent matter I need to ask you about. The visitor was none other than the Wulin Alliance leader, Luo Jianzhongqian. In this situation, I felt extremely awkward. After quickly composing myself, I immediately went forward to greet him. Greeting, Alliance Leader. Why have you come here personally? The Alliance leader directly took out a letter. This letter you submitted, was it given to you personally by the defeated Venerable? Although I had expected this, I still truthfully stated that I was just delivering the letter. The Alliance leader asked again, have you carefully read the back of this recommendation letter? If not, you should take a look. However, after I flipped it to the back, the contents of the letter made my eyes widen in an instant that in my name as the defeated Venerable, Lord of the Humble, I recommend Chiu Yantian of the Shangshi Chiu family. He is the disciple I, a lazy and undisciplined person, have carefully cultivated. This child will one day shatter the sky. P.S. The great treasure was very useful. I will have my disciple return it to you. I hope you won't say too much. Seeing the confused look on my face after I finished reading, the Alliance leader took back the letter and voiced his own doubts. The handwriting on the letter and the aura on the seal are undoubtedly the defeated Venerables. Plus, no one would dare to misuse the defeated Venerable's name. So, are you really the defeated Venerable's disciple? This made me freeze. The defeated Venerable, whom I had never met in my past or present life. And now I've somehow become his disciple. Although admitting it would bring many conveniences for this trip, I ultimately chose to tell the truth. I am not the defeated Venerable's disciple, nor do I know what great treasure the letter is talking about. After getting a definite answer, the Alliance leader was about to leave, but was suddenly stopped by me. Alliance leader, is that all you wanted to ask? The Alliance leader affirmed that I originally wanted to ask where the elusive defeated Venerable has gone. But seeing your answer and reaction, you probably don't know either. Since the recommendation letter is real, I will still accept it. Although you are not the defeated Venerable's disciple, you were able to cultivate to this level. I'm really looking forward to your performance in this assembly. And so, after the Alliance leader had completely left, I was about to go crazy. That old man, elderly, is really trying to kill me. How did I become the defeated Venerable's disciple? It must have been something those old guys wrote randomly during a bet. But what puzzled me even more is that the only thing the Wulin Alliance leader was curious about. And the thought that he's also that person's father makes me overthink. Also, what exactly is the great treasure? Thinking of this, I suddenly remembered the sack elderly gave me before I left. So I immediately took it out. But after opening it, I found that besides some money, there was also an extremely ordinary-looking ring. Meanwhile, at the banquet, someone was already getting impatient. What time is it? Why hasn't it started? Did something happen to the alliance leader? But compared to this, another person was looking at a spot not far away. Look at the front row over there. Aren't there quite a few beauties this time? Isn't that the poison phoenix who also participated last time? Hasn't she become more mature? And the one next to her seems to be a young lady from the Nangong family. Seeing this scene, the man's mood instantly brightened. The Nangong family has such a beauty? As he spoke, Murong also arrived at the venue. Looking at such a stunning sight, the man immediately stood up. Look, there are empty seats next to them. Should we go over and ask if we can sit together? Seeing the other person's hesitation, the man decided to go alone. After all, only the brave can win love. Let me, Huang Fu Taiwei, personally demonstrate for you. Then, Huang Fu Taiwei approached the ladies like a gentleman. Excuse me, it seems there are many empty seats here. May I sit here? Murong Shir appeared calm on the surface, but in her heart, she had already recognized the man's identity. Although the Huangfu family is also a prestigious family, it is far from being on par with the four great families. Tang Xiaolai, on the other hand, had her dissatisfaction written all over her face. These gloomy guys, they always pop up in places like this with that disgusting look in their eyes. With that thought, she tactfully expressed her apology. Sorry, these seats are already taken. Huang Fu Taiwei retorted, there are 4 seats. One of them must be empty, right? Tang Xiaolai dropped the pretense that everyone's seat was assigned before coming up. You should go back and sit where you're supposed to. Unexpectedly, Huang Fu Taiwei was still relentless, even placing his hand on Murong Shir's arm. Don't be so angry. Just let me sit for a bit. It's a good opportunity for everyone to get to know each other. Murong Shir shook off his hand. Can you please not touch me? This made Huang Fu Tiawei's face instantly darken. You think just because you're pretty, no one dares to touch you? However, just as he was about to use force, someone suddenly intercepted his attack. The powerful force even deformed Huang Fu Tiawei's arm. But compared to the painful howls from this side, Tang Xiaolai and the others all showed expressions of joy. At this moment, I very discreetly kicked the back of his heel. And after Huang Fu Taiwei fell heavily, I immediately spoke to everyone with an innocent face. Someone go and report this. This guy is dead drunk before the banquet has even started. I'm afraid he won't be able to participate in tomorrow's tournament either. At this time, Wu Yin, who had been watching the show, suddenly shifted his gaze to Wei Shuer. That, is your body stronger than when you were at the waterfall? Wei Shuer had a guilty look on her face. What waterfall? Shuer has never heard of it. Just then, a round of applause suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Not bad. We almost made a fool of ourselves in front of the alliance leader. You handled that very well. After seeing the person's appearance clearly, I instantly switched to a combat expression. It's this bastard. Then, the person began to introduce himself. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Zhang Shanyan of the tailing Zhang family. As soon as he said this, the crowd started whispering. Isn't that the alliance leader's son? But what they didn't know was that in my past life, this guy was also Wei Shuer's fiancé, and something had happened right here as well. On the day of the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly, the Demon Mirror Gate suddenly appeared, and the person who caused that gate to open was Zhang Shanyan. At this moment, Zhang Shanyan extended his hand with a friendly expression. Meeting here is also a kind of fate. Let's both do our best in this Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. Seeing this, I was first stunned. Then a meaningful smile appeared on my face. I haven't had the chance to introduce myself. I am Qiu Yan Tian of the Shangxi Qiu family. Please take care of me. As they shook hands, the two began to circulate their internal energy to test each other. But compared to Zhang Shanyan's pained expression, I appeared completely unfazed. You gutless fellow, did you really think I didn't know you had wrapped your hand in internal energy? Can you still handle this level? Or should I go further? As I thought this, Nangong Fei suddenly stepped forward and interrupted the two of us. Qiu Yan Tian, what's wrong with you all of a sudden? At this time, Zhang Shanyan shook his hand that I didn't expect you to be even more enthusiastic than I thought. But what he couldn't figure out was how an ordinary rising star could have such power. The Qiu family is clearly no longer a superior family. Thinking of this, he suddenly thought of something else. then he definitely hasn't received that person's baptism. But he can still exert such strength. He must be a top-tier expert. And what's with that attendant, emitting such a strong, killing intent towards this side? Why are all these guys like this? This is clearly the first time I've met them. Just then, a voice suddenly attracted the attention of everyone present to have kept so many distinguished guests who have come from afar. Waiting for so long, I'm truly sorry. It's getting late, so let the banquet begin immediately. The person who arrived was the Wulin Alliance leader, Zhang Qian. After the banquet had been going on for a while, a Wulin Alliance disciple suddenly shouted to the crowd, "We will now draw lots for the match-up table for tomorrow's tournament. Please come forward to draw lots in the designated order." At this time, a woman below the stage was talking with Zhang Shanyan that I didn't expect this to be young Master Zhang's first time at the banquet. And you handled the situation just now wonderfully. This made Tang Xiaolai, who heard this, very unhappy. What's so good about this greasy man? Young Master Qiu was the one who handled the situation just now. Why is everyone only talking about him? As she was thinking this, a voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. "Miss Tang, it's your turn to draw lots." Tang Xiaolai trotted to the lottery table. I'm turning into a fool thinking about young Master Qiu all the time. Soon, after drawing the lot, the Wulin Alliance disciple announced to the public, "Miss Tang, Group B, third match. Your opponent is Zhang Shanyan of the Tailing Zhang family." Afterward, Tang Xiaolai came to me with a heavy heart. "Young Master Qiu, can I ask you for a favor?" The next day, the Dragon and Phoenix assembly was in full swing. And next up was the third group, Qiuyang Tian of the Shangxi Qiu family versus Bai Yin Sun of the Flying Wing sect. As the referee announced the start of the match, I easily won in just one round. This left Elder Shin speechless. That aren't you ashamed? A reincarnator who relied on opportunities to advance his realm. Treating a child like this in a tournament. Can't you at least pretend to struggle a bit? Although I felt Elder Shin had a point, there was a more important matter at hand. That was to hurry and watch Tang Xiaolia's match. I can't believe Miss Tang ran into Zhang Shanyan in her first match. I could feel it when we shook hands yesterday. This guy is already strong enough now. But why did Miss Tang still ask me to do those things? At this time, on the dueling stage, Tang Xiaolai had already fallen into a disadvantage. Miss Tang, you're already outstanding enough. It's just that the rules of the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly are very restrictive for poison techniques. If we were to fight seriously, I might have already been finished. Hearing this, Tang Xiaolai gritted her teeth and launched another attack. But no matter what move she used, she was never able to harm Zhang Shanyan in the slightest. She was even hit by an elbow strike from her opponent, causing an internal injury. This made Tang Xiaolai instantly think of forfeiting. The result is obvious if I continue fighting. My opponent is the Alliance leader's son. I had no way to deal with him from the very beginning. As she thought this, a figure suddenly caught her attention. It's young Master Qiu. He's not participating in his match. So why is he here now? Is it because he's worried about me? Thinking this, she struggled to get up from the ground. This is too much. How can I embarrass myself in front of young Master Qiu? With that thought, Tang Xiaolai prepared for battle once again. Next, I'll let you witness my true strength. This made Zhang Shanyan very curious. What could possibly make Miss Tang go to such lengths? My opponent just unleashed a mysterious power, and it instantly ignited my anger. Tell me, that thing swirling inside your body, where did you get it? It turned out that after the matchup list was announced, Tang Xiaolai had called me to her room alone, and my opponent tomorrow is young Master Zhang. If I defeat him, can you speak to me informally, like you do with Sister Feier and Attendant Wei? This left me both speechless and surprised. If it's just that kind of request, there's no need to. Before I could finish, Tang Xiaolai suddenly interrupted. I hope young Master Qiu will respect my decision. Otherwise, I feel like I'm going to lose. As she spoke, she couldn't help but fall into deep thought. At first, she was just attracted to that handsome face. But during the few months they spent together before coming to Hunan, she discovered that he had a heart even kinder than his face. He even secretly prepared steam buns for me when I had no appetite. Although he said he didn't want to see others go hungry, anyone could tell it was just a clumsy excuse. Even though his kindness would make him act this way toward everyone. But who wouldn't like him this way? How could one not want to take the initiative to get closer to him? But am I really qualified to stand by his side? In terms of talent, there are Sword Phoenix and Sword Dragon, let alone being the best in the world. The title of Poison Phoenix is already more than enough for me. My older brother handles the family's affairs. From the very beginning, I was destined never to become the family head. So this time, even if it's a trivial and childish matter, I want him to see it. I'm not someone who only knows how to retreat. Just then, Tang Xiaolai suddenly awoke with a start from the bed, looking at the scene of the physician treating others. Only then did she realize that she had lost the martial arts competition. Even using the poison infant iron armor was completely useless. But just as she was feeling sad about this, a voice suddenly came. "Why are you suddenly shedding tears?" And when she saw it was young Master Chiu, Tang Xiaolai was instantly startled. "This is so embarrassing. When we made the promise, I even put on an air of having victory in my grasp. I said it didn't matter. Being able to fight until the very end was cool enough. But I still lost the promise." However, in the next second, she suddenly reacted. "Wait, young Master Chiu, were you just praising me?" And after seeing me leave in a bit of a hurry, a gratified smile appeared on the corner of Tang Xiaoya's mouth. As expected, he doesn't know how to hide it. Time moved to the second day of the preliminaries. After Nangong Fei and I won our matches one after another, the audience began to discuss among themselves. Another one-hit victory. Maybe new dragons and phoenixes will be born this time. And that young man who defeated the poison phoenix yesterday, seeing how the poison phoenix was helpless and defeated. His skills must be extraordinary. Who will have the last laugh this time? Speaking of which, a large head suddenly leaned in. "I think young Master Chiu will win." Startled, the two then saw clearly that the person who had arrived was last year's divine dragon, Peng Yuzhen. But the Peng family is not participating in the Dragon and Phoenix assembly this time. Why would he appear here? Peng Yuzhen instantly put away his smile. "I had some business in the alliance, so I came by to take a look." At the same time, just as I stepped down from a martial arts stage, I happened to run into Nangong Fei. "It seems you've won easily again." Nangong Fei let out a long sigh. "There's no fun in fighting those people. I want to meet you soon and have a match with you." Speechless, I hurriedly changed the subject. "Have you seen Shuero?" It seems I haven't seen her since this morning. And upon learning that she had already gone out, I couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Didn't she go out yesterday too? What has she been busy with lately? It seems I'll have to tell Honghua to keep an eye on Shuero. Meanwhile, inside a certain mountain cave, painful wails echoed. This left the black-clothed man who had narrowly escaped still shaken. It's a nightmare, but this place was clearly completely under control. Even the world's #1, Fallen Sword, or the Shaolin Abbot didn't discover it. But why did a monster suddenly appear? As he thought of this, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from behind, and when he saw it was that girl chasing after him, the black-clothed man instantly panicked. "I absolutely cannot be killed here. I must inform the Master Palace, no matter what it takes." However, just as he was desperately trying to escape, with a flash of a sword, in the next second, his head was separated from his body. Afterward, Wei Shuer slowly bowed her head and expressed her apology. "I'm sorry. I borrowed your body again and did something like this." The divine sword said it was fine. Sister did this because she was worried about the young master. This is all to lessen the young master's burden. And I can understand something now. Sister is me, and I am sister. After this matter, seeing Shuer's returning figure, Honghua immediately held her in her arms. "Where did you go? Everyone was worried about you." Wei Shuer could only use laughter to hide her guilt. "I got lost while wandering outside. It's so cold outside. Sister Honghua, let's hurry inside." However, just as she reached the door, she looked behind her with deep meaning. "Qiu Yangtian, as long as I can atone for my sins to you, in some small way, I'll do anything." Time moved to the third day of the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. Just as I stepped out of my room, I was suddenly drawn by a voice. "Sister, hurry and come back with me. We clearly have rooms arranged for us. Always staying here will trouble the Chiu family. Besides, this is just an engagement set by the families. Sister, there's no need for you to be like this." Nangong Fei flung his hand away. At the same time, an aura of thunder emanated from her body. "Qingjun, watch what you say." Seeing the situation getting worse, I hurriedly stepped forward to interrupt. "Isn't this my little brother-in-law? What brings you here?" Nangong Qingjun immediately forced a smile and said it was nothing. However, just as he was about to leave, I pretended to be troubled. "Looking at the match schedule, my opponent is actually my little brother-in-law. How about we both go all out and settle it this time?" Time moved to the evening, and after the host announced the opponents for this match, Nangong Qingjun was the first to react. "I didn't say anything this morning because Sister was there. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you're here. Do you think a miraculous coincidence like last time will happen again? You were the one who said to go all out. Don't regret it when you get hurt. It'll be too late then. To this, I first gave a disdainful smile, then immediately used the 9 flames revolving art to throw a fierce punch. In the next second, an explosion occurred where Nangong Qingjun was standing. As the audience was shocked, with several flashes of sword, Nangong Qingjun also safely neutralized the attack. You bastard. Such a cheap trick. However, before he could finish speaking, I had already swung my fist and arrived in front of him again. And after narrowly dodging this blow, Nangong Qingjun immediately launched a counterattack. Although your power is strong, as long as your attacks can't hit me, then it's all meaningless. Little did he know, this was all my intention. Just as I ducked to dodge his sword, I saw an opening. A powerful and heavy punch made Nangong Qingjun begin to doubt his life. What is this unreasonable power? Is this really the power a rising star should have? Just like that, after being slammed to the ground by another punch from me, Nangong Qingjun's face was filled with unwillingness. The one lying down now should be him. Thinking back, all these problems started because I met this guy in Sichuan, starting with his insurmountable talent. Everything started to develop outside the plan. Even my beloved sister became like that. So, to correct all of this, I received a mysterious power from my father. Even if I can't fully use the strongest state of this power yet, as long as I can cripple this guy today, nothing else matters. With that thought, he launched an attack carrying that power. But as I blocked this attack with both hands, feeling the aura emanating from the sword, I suddenly thought of something. At this moment, Nangong Qingjun laughed loudly. Can you feel the difference in our strength now? A rootless guy like you shouldn't even dream of defiling my noble sister. Because sister can only be by me. However, before he could finish his words, I directly grabbed his throat. At the same time, I generated a barrier in the arena that made it impossible for the audience to see the situation clearly. Tell me, that thing swirling inside your body, where did you get it? It's out. The final 4 matchup list for the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly is finally out. Just after I defeated my little brother-in-law again, looking at the power erupting in the arena, compared to Peng Yuzhen's excitement, Zhang Shanyan showed a hint of worry. Young Master Peng, do you find the situation interesting? Among the rising stars, someone has appeared who surpasses the power of the baptism. This alone is enough to disrupt our plans. Hearing this reminder, Peng Yuzhen immediately put away his smile. Young Master Zhang, I have a question. With young Master Nangong's insignificant talent, why did you have to involve him in this matter? Zhang Shanyan immediately denied his idea. The Thunder Dragon is not insignificant. Are you now dissatisfied that he was the first to receive the baptism? At this, Peng Yuzhen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Young Master Zhang, stop saying such disgusting things. There's no meteor, no baptism. I'm still very strong. This left Zhang Shanyan very puzzled. Why do you always draw a line between us, who are in the same boat? Do you hate us that much? Peng Yuzhen gestured that he was overthinking it. At least I still think highly of young Master Zhang. And the reason I admire young Master Qiu is also very simple. Because to me, the entire world was a colorless gray. But one day, a very strong light suddenly burst into my vision, and it dyed everything around it with color. If you can find such a light, how can you not pay attention to it? And in that sense, young Master Zhang is also a person who radiates light. So I also think very highly of you. It's just a little less than young Master Qiu. Just then, a sound suddenly attracted everyone's attention. What's with this aura? There also seems to be a pungent smell of something burning. And as the smoke produced slowly dissipated, the result of the match was instantly clear. As the host declared my victory, the audience erupted. He actually defeated the Thunder Dragon, as expected of the Sword Phoenix's younger brother. However, Peng Yuzhen revealed a meaningful smile. This is what I want. You must continue to shine like this, so that one day, I too can be dyed with color. At the same time, I was looking at the aura emanating from my hand in disbelief. Damn it, how did it get on me again? After an unknown amount of time, a roar suddenly came from the Thunder Dragon's room. What on earth happened? Why is that power gone? Confused, he couldn't help but think back to the scene of losing the match. No, it can't be. How could I? Looking at Nangong Qingyuan's slightly crazed state, Murong Shirer, who was standing guard by his side, couldn't help but mutter to herself. The engagement was so hard to arrange. If this continues, it will be troublesome. Although she had always hoped for the help of the Nangong family. To be precise, she needed the help of the Heavenly Venerable. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh a long sigh. How long do I have to be troubled by this severed meridians condition? If that fire could meld away the severed meridians. If only I could confirm it one more time. With that thought, she began to slowly loosen her outer garment. Meanwhile, Yin was still in disbelief about the result of the previous match. It's simply too exaggerated. Young master, when on earth did you grow to this extent? I didn't answer this question, but asked him one in return. It seems you've also been trying to break through the bottleneck of the supreme realm when I wasn't looking, haven't you? Yin gave an awkward smile. Well, as a guard of the Chiu family, isn't that a matter of course? But how exactly did you finish it just now? At that time, because of the barrier formed by the heat, I couldn't see clearly at all. I said I used the 9 flames revolving art, but in reality, that was only half the answer. I can't possibly tell him that I was inside, drying the pants that the Thunder Dragon had wet himself in, right? After all, as my little brother-in-law, I have to leave him some face. Just like that, after dispelling Yin's concerns, I couldn't help but fall into deep thought. I never thought things would turn out this way. That pig-like bastard actually swallowed all of that mysterious power. Also, where did the Thunder Dragon get this kind of power? Although it looks very similar to demonic chi, the feeling it gives is completely opposite to demonic chi. And this aura seems to have appeared on Schwer as well. As I thought of this, Wei Schwer's figure suddenly pounced on me. Welcome back. Young Master was simply too cool in today's match. But as a result, I dodged, and she pounced on empty air. I heard you've been wandering around outside a lot lately. Did you really go to see today's match? Wei Schwer nodded with a wronged expression. I heard that only the important matches are left now, so I went to watch with the sisters just now. After answering, she hurriedly changed the subject. More importantly, I finally learned how to comb hair from Sister Honghua. Please let me comb the young master's hair. Looking at Wei Schwer's sincere expression, I immediately glanced at Yin. Yin, understanding, gave an affirmative nod. Just like that, after agreeing to Wei Schwer's request, Nangong Fei and Tang Shaolai also came in my room. But before they could offer their congratulations, the scene that met their eyes made the two of them unable to stop laughing. This made me instantly understand everything. After giving Wei Schwer some loving encouragement, the remaining people in the room got down to business. Although Feier, Zhang Shanyan, Murong Shirer, and I have entered the final 4, the opponents are also decided by drawing lots, so we can't be happy too soon. But Nangong Fei seemed to be looking forward to something. I hope I can meet young Master Chiu as I wish this time. However, the result of the draw did not develop as Nangong Fei had hoped. Time moved to the 4th day of the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. After seeing that the final opponent was Nangong Fei of the Nangong family, Zhang Shanyan immediately showed an expression of having victory in his grasp. The stage prepared for me is finally not far away. It started. The first match of the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly's Final 4 has finally begun, just after the Final 4 matchup list was announced. Thinking of Tang Xiaoya's crushing defeat that time, I couldn't help but worry for Nangong Fei. It might have been better if I had met Zhang Shanyan first. Just then, Nangong Fei's voice suddenly came from behind. Your expression, why is it so grim? Faced with the sudden question, I couldn't help but be startled. My expression has always been like this. But in Nangong Fei's eyes, it seemed that was not the case. Are you worried that I will lose? This left me speechless. I just had to deny it, but my stiff tongue and tightly closed lips wouldn't move at all. Am I really worried about her? Although Nangong Fei's strength is indeed stronger than any other participant, Zhang Shanyan must also be hiding something. Seeing that there was no response for a long time, Nangong Fei suddenly took my hand and added, You don't have to worry about me. Trust me. Just watch. The scene changes. Both sides walked onto the martial arts stage at the same time. I didn't expect the Thunder Dragon to have such a beautiful older sister. We met at the banquet. I am Zhang Shanyan of the Tailing Zhang family. Please take care of me. After a moment of thought, Nangong Fei also responded with her name. But what she found strange was that, apart from young Master Chiu, this person had almost no foul stench. Even though this was the most comfortable level for her, there was still an indescribable sense of distance. Then, as the referee announced the start of the match, Zhang Shanyan was the first to prepare an attack. However, just as the tip of his sword was about to reach Nan Gongfei, a terrifying pressure made him kneel on the spot, unable to move. At this moment, Zhang Shanyan stared at Nan Gongfei in shock. She was still in the same position as before, not moving at all. And it was the oppressive feeling emanating from Nan Gongfei that made his body as stiff as a stone. What on earth is going on? Confused, Nan Gongfei finally made her move. As her footsteps slowly approached Zhang Shanyan, that powerful aura became more and more intense. Then, facing a sudden sword strike, Zhang Shanyan clenched his teeth and forcibly awakened his stiff body. Fortunately, at the moment the sword fell, he ultimately dodged the blow without any danger. But when he swung his sword again to counterattack, he found that the internal energy he had consumed to escape just now could only produce an insignificant blow. This was on a completely different level from the Thunder Dragon. Is this the true sword maiden of the Nangong family? Then, as Nangong, Fei channeled a stream of internal energy into her sword. Zhang Shanyan was instantly knocked back 10 steps. But before he could catch his breath, Nangong Fei had already raised her sword and arrived in front of him again. After a few more rounds of fighting, Zhang Shanyan was finally forced to the edge of the stage. How could her slender arm possibly erupt with such power? But such thoughts could not linger for long. After all, this stage was prepared for him to shine brightly. However, just as victory and defeat were about to be decided, my eyes suddenly widened. That bastard Zhang Shanyan. He's actually using the same kind of chi as the Thunder Dragon. And on the other side, Nangong Fei suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. What on earth happened? I couldn't see what that guy did at all. At this moment, Zhang Shanyan patted the dust off his body and smiled smugly. Miss Nangong, I admit you are very strong. This is the first time I've been in such a tough fight. However, I still want to express my apologies. I only just now realized that you are not an opponent who can be defeated with a light touch. As he spoke, he charged up again, mixed with that aura. I can't believe she blocked this move too. Truly amazing. Her body should still be in pain from that last blow. At a stalemate, a nauseating stench suddenly reached her nose. Just a moment ago, she could barely feel this foul stench, so she habitually looked around, trying to find that person's figure. Soon, in the bustling crowd, she finally saw my shocked expression. I didn't trust her just to make him show that kind of expression. Then, Nangong Fei's breath trembled slightly, and a wave of self-loathing suddenly welled up in her heart. Why can I never help? Why am I always dragging him down? But it was by his side that I first understood what happiness is. So I must prove myself. I must be able to stand on my own. With that thought, Zhang Shanyan's sword, wrapped in black chi, had already arrived before her eyes. Seeing this, Nangong Fei hurriedly blocked with her sword horizontally. As the clear cry of the sword echoed throughout the arena, it actually scattered some of the black chi. This made Zhang Shanyan's eyes widen in shock. She blocked it, and she can even produce such a clear sword sound. Could it be that she also has some hidden technique? But he quickly denied this idea. The opponent didn't seem to know how to control it. Then could it be? Before he could finish his thought, Nangong Fei suddenly gathered her strength and knocked him back several meters again. At this moment, a voice suddenly reached Nangong Fei's mind. Don't rush. Even if it's slow, be precise. In a daze, a blue figure holding a sword seemed to appear before her eyes. The most crucial part of swordsmanship is the intuition to find a way out. Accepting the guidance of that voice, Nangong Fei tightened her grip on the sword hilt and charged forward again. Facing the scene of her refusing to give up even in death, Zhang Shanyan suddenly thought of the poison phoenix who fell and stood up again and again. In that case, I'll make it so you can never stand up again. With that, the black chi gathered on the sword's body again. Accompanied by the hum of the sword, he also met her with all his strength. The moment the two sword shadows converged, a piercing cracking sound instantly rang out on the martial arts stage. And as the smoke slowly dissipated, at the same time, Nangong Fei's long sword shattered. Her entire person, like a kite with a broken string, fell onto the cold stone platform. Seeing this scene, the host loudly announced the verdict of Zhang Shanyan's victory. At this moment, that gentle voice, with a hint of gratification, sounded again. That's right, just like that. You must remember this path well. It's been decided. It's been decided. The final matchup for the Dragon and Phoenix assembly has finally been decided. And before that, Nangong Fei, who had gone through the semi-finals, finally opened her eyes. In her blurry vision, the first things to appear were the youthful faces of Wei Shui'er and Tang Xiaolai. And after learning from the two that this was the infirmary, Nangong Fei slowly sat up. I clearly said I would show my strength honorably, but in the end, I was still defeated. Wei Shui'er, however, thought otherwise. Sister was still very cool, and your sword even made a sound, especially the last move. It was just like a wave. Tang Xiaolai also agreed with this statement. But what made her curious was, when did Sister Fei'er comprehend that kind of move? This made Nangong Fei fall in a deep thought. What on earth happened? Was it from a moment the sword cry sounded? Suddenly, it felt like everything before my eyes disappeared. I could only see the trajectory the sword was about to thrust, and at the end of this trajectory stood a certain person. That person was not my father, nor my grandfather. At least, it wasn't a Nangong family member she knew. But why did I suddenly hear that person's voice? Seeing Nangong Fei silent, Tang Xiaolai hurriedly asked with concern, "Sister, are you okay? Why do you look unwell?" Nangong Fei shook her head thoughtfully. More importantly, where did he go? Tang Xiaolai naturally understood who he referred to. Young Master Qiu just went out. After all, it's his turn to compete. Hearing this, Nangong Fei was about to get up to go watch, but she shrank back due to a sharp pain. "Sister, you're still injured. How can you just get up? You must rest now." Vaiksue chimed in. "This is also what young Master Qiu meant. And he also told me to pass a message to you after you woke up. He said your battle just now was brilliant. Now it's his turn to show you. He told you to be sure to rest well." Nangong Fei was stunned for a moment, then obediently snuggled back into the quilt. Faced with this sudden change, Tang Xiaolai was very puzzled. "Why did you suddenly lie back down?" Nangong Fei's eyes were tightly closed, and a hint of a blush showed on her cheeks. "Didn't he tell me to rest well?" This left the two of them speechless. "Why didn't you listen at all when we were stopping you just now?" And on the other side, the second match of the semifinals was about to begin. The opponents were Murong Shi'er of the Murong family and Qiu Yangtian of the Shangshi Qiu family. At this moment, Murong Shi'er thought to herself, "Although it was not my wish, we finally met here." Recalling the fire attack he displayed when he fought the Thunder Dragon, at that time, it clearly seemed like he was holding back his strength. As the master of the North Sea Ice Palace, my mother who sat on the throne of the North Sea King has passed away. I inherited her bloodline. My father never valued the power and schemes of the martial families in his life. He only loved my mother alone. Perhaps he never thought that his only daughter would suffer from severed meridians. This illness is like a curse descended from leaving the Ice Palace. Although it grants extraordinary talent in martial arts and perception, it simply cannot be compared to the person before me. Moreover, the price paid for this talent is far too cruel. Although I was forced by my father to participate in this assembly, perhaps this is actually an opportunity to confirm his fire art up close. Now, as the referee announced the start of the match, a scorching and majestic aura instantly erupted from my body. But what was beyond Murong Shi'er's expectation was that although this heat was extremely exaggerated, the cold chi on her sword remained just as biting, and the ice breath circulating around her body had not weakened at all. Could it be that the feeling back then was just an illusion? Just then, a change on the stage suddenly caught her attention. Qiu Yangtian gathered all his internal energy into his palm. The moment he unclenched his fist, Murong Shi'er was suddenly shocked by this heat wave. The cold chi on her body had completely dissipated. How could it be so sudden? Looking at her puzzled expression, I gestured for her not to worry. "This punch won't hurt." With that, the scorching fire chi instantly exploded on the martial arts stage. At the same time, in a pavilion not far away, Zhang Shanyan was talking to his father with his head lowered. "Son, have you forgotten our previous promise?" And after hearing a negative reply, his father continued to press. "Then why did you make that choice? You seem to have used that divine chi, didn't you? Didn't I say that power could devour your consciousness, that it would risk you losing yourself? It was precisely because you promised not to use it before your coming-of-age ceremony that I allowed you to keep it. So why did you do it?" This made Zhang Shanyan think back to the scene of the battle, the fear, anxiety, and humiliation of that time. How could he bring himself to say it? That divine chi, only those who possess it can sense each other. His father only knew of its existence, but he might not know the reasons behind it. Maybe even if he knew, he would turn a blind eye. Thinking of this, he immediately put on an obedient appearance. "I'm sorry, father. It was your son's lack of composure that caused me to make this mistake. In the future, I will definitely not tarnish father's name again. Seeing his father fall into thought, Zhang Shanyan was still having an internal monologue. As long as I become the meteor that illuminates this era, just as everyone expects, father will probably understand me, right? After all, in his eyes, I have always been a good son and have never truly made him worry. At this moment, Zhang Qian also looked at his son. Lately, I completely don't understand what he's thinking. It seems I need to go see the abbot. The scene changes. After the match ended, I immediately went to the infirmary. But when I heard that the just-awakened Nangong Fei wanted to go for a walk, I rejected the request without hesitation. If I let you out, you'll definitely turn around and dive into the training grounds. Even though she put on a pitiful look, I remained unmoved. This made Nangong Fei feel strange. Xiaolai clearly said that as long as I do this, men will obey. Hearing this, I immediately looked at Tang Xiaolai. Where did you go just now? I went to Miss Murong's side. She said there's no need to come to the infirmary. Her family will take care of her separately. Thinking about it, that makes sense. They probably considered her condition. This arrangement might be better. How is the Snow Phoenix's condition? Her body is fine. It's just that ever since her match with young Master Chiu, she's been out of sorts. This made me feel very puzzled. I clearly control my strength. Oh well, as long as her body is fine. If Elder Shin had seen that scene just now, he would probably have made a huge bet. Seeing that I had once again perfunctorily ended the match in one round, he would probably get angry again. But speaking of which, Elder Shin hasn't shown up since before. Every time I see Zhang Shanyan, it's like when I saw Yi Shuidi last time. There's an indescribable sense of oppression. But ever since I sensed him using a chi similar to the Thunder Dragons, the old man has disappeared again. However, it was different from before. This time I could feel the old man. He was still present somewhere inside my body. It wasn't dissipating. Instead, it was as if he was organizing this aura, much like combing through demonic chi. So where exactly is the source of this aura? It seems I'll have to investigate it thoroughly. Just then, Tang Xiaoyi's shout suddenly pulled me back to reality. Young Master Chiu, you must win the final battle tomorrow. We will all be cheering for you. I first gave a slight smile. Then I ruffled her hair. Thank you. Just watch me tomorrow.